Chapter 110. Martial Path Mountain, Foot of the Mountain. Hayes, I didn't expect to return. I am really emotional. Zhang Tianshan stood there and looked out. He was reminiscing. No matter what, he was a sect leader in the past. Although it had already closed down, no matter what, this was an experience in his life. However, when he thought about those disciples, he wanted to curse. A bunch of practical bastards. If he didn't give them money, they would all run. They didn't have any thoughts of sharing their pain and happiness. Who does this Martial Path Mountain belong to? Lin Fan asked. Zhang Tianshan said. Martial Path Mountain belongs to Jiang City's Huang family. A few years ago, I saw that this mountain was filled with spiritual energy, so I negotiated with Old Master Huang to rent it for 700 silver a year. I have rented it for dozens of years. Close to 10,000 silver was spent on this mountain. Hayes, all my money is gone. That was indeed the case. This was all the money that Zhang Tianshan had accumulated when he was young. In the past, when he was in the pugilistic world, he had made a name for himself and was extremely wealthy. If he had opened a small shop, he would have been a millionaire. However, he wanted to open a sect and invest all his money in it. Who knew that he would lose so much that he nearly lost his underwear? Everyone went up the mountain. The stone steps were well maintained, just that some areas were damaged. They had to be repaired, and that was another sum of money. The weeds grew really well and had to be trimmed. Looking at it, the repair fees were huge. Now he just hoped that the house would be in good condition. In front of the Martial Path Mountain Hall, Zhang Tianshan touched the closed door and slowly wiped off the dust. His tone was filled with emotions. I am back. To him, this place was filled with beautiful memories. However, the heavens didn't help and actually let Martial Path Mountain, which had the potential to become a huge sect, close down. Wasn't that too much? Lin Fan pushed open the door. The environment inside was a little simple and old. The roof was missing bricks and tiles, and there was a huge hole in it. Why is it so broken? No matter whether or not it closed down, at least the infrastructure had to be undamaged. Yuan Tianchu frowned. He didn't say anything, but looking around, he felt that things weren't as simple as he thought. Then, he looked towards Martial Path Mountain sect leader Zhang Tianshan. This person was not simple, and he could not be judged by his appearance. In hindsight, he suddenly realized that something was wrong with the situation. If you were the sect leader and your position was suddenly taken away by someone else, would you agree to it? No matter what, he would never agree. To him, Zhang Tianshan was obviously finding someone to take over, to rebuild Martial Path Mountain without using his own money. Once it was on the right track, he would kick Lin Fan aside. The more he thought about it, the more terrified he became. It was truly terrifying. At this moment, Zhang Tianshan gave a bitter smile. However, to Yuan Tianchu, that expression was a sign that his plan had succeeded. Yuan Tianchu was someone who could see the current situation more clearly than anyone else. Zhang Tianshan said, Sect leader, to recover Martial Path Mountain, we have to repair it. The situation is urgent, so please make a decision. Was it really that realistic? He had just come to Martial Path Mountain to investigate and hadn't even seen everything. He wanted to trick him to repair Martial Path Mountain. He estimated that to repair Martial Path Mountain, he would need a lot of silver. And as the deputy sect leader, I shall leave this heavy responsibility to you, Lin Fan said. Zhang Tianshan blinked and rubbed his fingers. Sect leader, we need this to repair Martial Path Mountain. Lin Fan said, I have no money. He was just so direct. He could be the sect leader, but he had no money. Zhang Tianshan said, Sect leader, I have no money too. Like to prove that he was speaking the truth, he took out his pockets. He was completely poor and there was nothing at all. How could he live like that? Yuan Tianchu kept silent. The bird that poked its head out would be shot. He was just a bystander, so he shouldn't cause any trouble and just watch. Suddenly, Cousin, who was always forgotten, opened his mouth. Cousin, I have money. The moment he said that, he attracted everyone's attention. Zhou Zhongmao took out a handful of silver. There were at least a few thousand. As for the exact amount, he didn't count it. Lin Fan's eyes opened wide. Cousin, where did you get it from? Zhou Zhongmao said calmly, Uncle gave it to me when I left. Then why didn't you tell me? Lin Fan was stunned. Oh my God, he had to teach Cousin a lesson. He was actually hiding secrets from him. With so much money, he should have told him long ago. If he took it out now, wouldn't he be giving it to Marshall Path Mountain for nothing? Zhou Zhongmao said, "Cousin, uncle told me not to tell you. I can only take it out when there is a real problem. I saw that Marshall Path Mountain was a little old, and it was similar to what uncle said, so I took it out to repair Marshall Path Mountain." Hayes. Lin Fan sighed. Cousin, to think that I was so sincere to you, but you did such a thing." Cousin's heart was about to be hurt. Master Zhang's smile was like a flower. His eyes were shining. "This money is enough to repair Marshall Path Mountain. I even have the money to rent the mountain." Rage points plus 66. At this moment rage points came. Liang Yongqi was furious. That was just too despicable. He was so rich and he still snatched his money. That was too much, that was just too much. Yuan Tianchu's emotions were better for a long time. When he saw Zhou Zhongmao take out so much money, he didn't feel anything. He didn't feel any rage. He even felt like he was trying to cause trouble. He was sure that he wouldn't guess wrongly, and there would be a time for him to cry. However, he was wary of Zhang Tianshan. This person was really meticulous, and his methods were no weaker than Lin Fan's. The older, the wiser. Respect, respect. Zhang Tianshan looked at Marshall Path Mountain, and he felt great. He saw the prosperous future of Marshall Path Mountain. Marshall Path Mountain, which had money injected in, would shine brightly. The future was right in front of his eyes. Sect leader, now that our Marshall Path Mountain has money, I think we should call those disciples back to strengthen our sect. Zhang Tianshan said. Lin Fan was speechless. What are you thinking, calling them back? They came back to eat rice and you want to close down? He didn't understand how Marshall Path Mountain closed down for no reason. They didn't eat rice, but they have to pay a monthly salary. Normal disciples get 1 silver a month. Core disciples get 6 silver a month. Zhang Tianshan said. Lin Fan looked at Zhang Tianshan with his mouth agape. Were you joking? The sect recruited disciples and they had to pay them money? What kind of rule was that? Were they bullying him for not reading novels before? Not only was Lin Fan stunned, even Zhou Zhongmao was stunned. So this was the reason why Marshall Path Mountain went bankrupt. Actually, one couldn't blame Zhang Tianshan. His methods of recruiting disciples were a little wild. Just by eating in a restaurant, he could recruit a waiter to be his disciple. Not only did he eat and drink for free, but he also had to pay. If there was no money to pay, the waiter would definitely have to go back to work in the restaurant. Of course, after learning some martial arts, the waiter was no longer an ordinary waiter, but a waiter who knew martial arts. It could be said that he had a skill. Chapter 111. Lin Fan and the others slowly understood the situation of Marshall Path Mountain under Zhang Tianshan's lead. Regret spread in his heart. Cousin's actions weren't good. He should have said that he had money. Why did he have to hide it? To redecorate Marshall Path Mountain, he was sick in the head. He just wanted to stay outside for a period of time, and then return to U City to enjoy life when the time was right. Other things didn't have anything to do with him. But now it was impossible. Zhang Tianshan took 100 silver from cousin, and went to find people to start work. His initial estimation was that he would need at least 1,000 silver to renovate Marshall Path Mountain. This was already a terrifying budget. However, he had no choice. The building was too old and there were too many areas that needed to be repaired. That night, Marshall Path Mountain couldn't be lived in. There was nothing at all. The bed in the room was only left with a few wooden planks. Who knew what Zhang Tianshan did? Even if he closed down, there shouldn't be no place to stay, right? The place they were staying at tonight was quite friendly. Lin Fan had originally wanted to sleep in the carriage with the few of them. However, he had no choice. He incurred the rage of the masses and gained 200 to 300 rage points. He could only bring them to the inn. They couldn't even take a little bit of pain, so how could they talk about reviving Marshall Path Mountain? Regret. Disappointment. Liang Yongqi really wanted to scold Lin Fan. You're just too much. Just make do with it? If you just make do with it, then so be it. You obviously wanted us to sleep, but you, cousin, and this lackey slept at the inn. Do you think we are fools? He had never seen such a shameless person before. Lin Fan looked at the full moon in the night sky and sighed. I want to go home. Only after leaving U City did he understand how much he missed home. Although he had just left for a short time, he missed it a lot. Next day, Zhang Tianshan was really efficient. Money made things easier, and he found many nimble people in Jiang City. They all fought for the job. News of Martial Path Mountain opening up spread like wildfire. Many people rubbed their palms and were eager to try. To the commoners of Jiang City, it was great to be able to enter Martial Path Mountain. Not only did they have food and lodging, but they could also get a salary and learn some martial arts. Where else could they find such a good thing? It could only happen in Martial Path Mountain. Martial Path Mountain. Zhang Tianshan stood with his arms behind his back. Many commoners stood behind him. Sect leader, everyone is here. Martial Path Mountain's restoration has officially begun. He was full of fighting spirit, although he was already middle-aged. However, his heart was unwilling to calm down. It was still beating, still bursting with vitality. In Lin Fan's eyes, these weren't repairs. They were just throwing money at it. Yuan Tianchu and Liang Yongji acted like nothing had happened. It was as if they had nothing to do with it, as if everything had nothing to do with them. This was indeed the case. Yuan Tianchu thought that his motive for coming out was to see through Lin Fan. Liang Yongqi felt like he was just waiting to die. The family didn't need him, and his father didn't need him either, so he was useless. Commoner asked, "This new sect leader, will Martial Path Mountain recruit new disciples after it reopens?" Yes, we are very good at doing things. We are very hard-working." Lin Fan scolded in his heart. "Zhang Tianshan, it would be weird if you didn't go bankrupt. Even normal commoners treated you as a fool, so how could you have any achievements? To be able to last for so long, you were amazing." Zhang Tianshan said excitedly, "Guys, Martial Path Mountain has entered the renovation phase. Once it opens, naturally we will recruit disciples." Lin Fan said, "Are you the sect leader or am I?" He just wanted to slap Zhang Tianshan to death. Could he stop talking nonsense? Sect leader. Zhang Tianshan smiled. He was a little helpless and hadn't changed his mind. Lin Fan coughed. "It isn't impossible for all of you to enter my Martial Path Mountain. Why not help us renovate for free? Once you enter, I will teach you martial arts. It won't be a problem for you to become experts. How about that?" As expected, when he said that, the commoners looked at Lin Fan with their mouths agape. Oh my god. He could even say such words out. Martial Path Mountain's sect leader was just too shameless. Normal commoners had to be exploited and had no future. This sect had no future. And it wasn't magnanimous at all. "Sect leader, we are joking, don't take it seriously." That's right. I am really busy and don't have time to learn martial arts." The moment they heard that Martial Path Mountain had no money and they had to renovate for free, unless one was crazy, who would agree? Lin Fan shook his head. That was too practical. He was just casually saying it and all of them were so terrified. He had never heard of recruiting disciples and giving them monthly wages. Was he teaching people or hiring them to work? Jiang City. Huang family. Back courtyard. "Young master, Martial Path Mountain has reopened. That Zhang Tianshan is back." A servant hurriedly reported. A guy was practicing calligraphy there. His words were like dancing dragons and dancing phoenixes. It was a tragic sight. It was a huge accident in the calligraphy world. "Coup." The guy hollered in rage and kept the brush. "Good." The people around clapped and passed him a teacup. Young master's calligraphy has reached a high level and is at the top of the current generation. Huang Boren was delighted. The praises of the servants made him feel good. He drank some tea and then looked at the servant who hurried over. "What did you say?" "Young master, Martial Path Mountain has reopened. We found many people to repair it." The servant reported. That damn Zhang Tianshan rented Martial Path Mountain for so long. In the end he didn't pay and just ran. Who knew where he ran to? Huang Boren said, "What? He dares to come back and reopen it? Let's go take a look. If he doesn't pay me today, I will smash his Martial Path Mountain." He was the Huang family young master and the eldest. His father's body wasn't good and had been resting, so he was in charge of the Huang family. "Oh, by the way, frame the piece of calligraphy I just wrote." Before he left, he turned his head and instructed. He was in a good mood today. His brush was like a god and he did it in one go. Naturally, he had to frame it so that he could admire it in the future. Yes, young master. To Huang Boren that Zhang Tianshan wasn't a good person. That year, they agreed that Martial Path Mountain would be rented to him, and he would pay yearly fees. At the start, he kept his promise. He gave a few years' worth of rent. But in the end, he ran and didn't pay, which infuriated Huang Boren. How could he be so untrustworthy towards one another? Martial Path Mountain. Lin Fan looked at the busy people. His heart didn't waver at all. He had no sense of belonging to Martial Path Mountain at all. Who would use it after it was repaired? In the future, he wouldn't be able to stay here. Others would benefit for nothing. He was furious. What was going on with cousin? He wasn't like this in the past. Why did he suddenly become so dumb? Sect leader. Do you see the future prosperity of Martial Path Mountain? Zhang Tianshan said. Lin Fan said, no, I just saw my wallet slowly shrink. Hey's money is just an external thing, so why do you care about it? Your father gave me tens of thousands of silver. I remember that he said that money is the root of all evil. It is useless to keep it on me, and it will only add to my worries. Even now, I am unable to reach such a realm. Zhang Tianshan said. Lin Fan looked at Zhang Tianshan with a weird gaze. Was he telling him the truth? His father wasn't having a high heart realm. He was just being dumb. Chapter 112. Suddenly, a disharmonious voice spread out from the distance. Zhang Tianshan, you actually dare to appear. I really overestimated you. Hearing those words, it wasn't a friendly one. Lin Fan looked toward Zhang Tianshan and said calmly, he is here to find trouble with you. Zhang Tianshan's expression was a little uneasy. He knew who it was, but he didn't expect him to come so quickly. Creditor, huge creditor. Originally he wanted to run, but what was the point in running now? No matter what, he wasn't the sect leader. At most, he was the deputy sect leader. Sect leader, it is a long story. Martial Path Mountain still owes us the rent. Zhang Tianshan said. Very quickly, Huang Boren brought the servants over. Zhang Tianshan, you don't keep your word. My Huang family rented Martial Path Mountain to you. We agreed on a price, but you just left. If you didn't pay, you could say it. But you didn't say a word and just disappeared. Don't you think you are too much? Zhang Tianshan couldn't take it anymore and laughed. Young Master Huang, it isn't what you think. It is a long story. Huang Boren said, don't talk to me about all that. I don't care. You rented my mountain, so you have to pay. Once you pay, everything has nothing to do with me. To Zhang Tianshan, that was just too heartless. At least he had to hear him finish. Lin Fan looked at him. This Huang family young master walked with the wind. He raised his head and looked really arrogant. His looks were average and there wasn't anything outstanding about him. Overall, he was average. Average. Normal. Huang Boren shouted towards the surroundings, all stop, all of you stop. If you don't pay the rent today, then don't think about starting. When the commoners who were working saw Huang Boren, they all stopped what they were doing. This was the Jiang City Huang family young master. If they didn't listen and still started to work, wasn't that just asking for trouble? Young Master Huang, why are you doing that? Can you slow down? Zhang Tianshan said. He felt really bitter in his heart. Haze. He thought that he would be able to see Martial Path Mountain rise up, but who knew that such a thing would happen while it was being repaired? Huang Boren waved his hand. There's no time to delay. You're a dishonest and immoral person. If you didn't have the money to pay me back then, I could still understand if you came to the Huang family and told me. But your actions are too vile. I won't believe you. Zhang Tianshan was helpless. I have no money. Shua. Only to see Huang Boren take out an abacus, his fingers moving quickly, the abacus clanging. I will rent Martial Path Mountain to you. 700 silver a year. You didn't pay for 7 years. A total of 4,900 silver. Come to the Huang family to be a servant, 5 silver a month. You have to work for the Huang family for 81 years and 6 months. You won't be able to live that long. It's fine. My Huang family will find you a wife and leave you a descendant for your descendants. My Huang family doesn't owe anyone a single cent, but others can't owe my Huang family a single cent either. Papa. Huang Boren put away the abacus and wrapped it around his waist. Zhang Tianshan's eyes opened wide and his mouth was agape. He was stunned. This is a talent, Lin Fan said. He really couldn't tell that this fellow was actually so smart at such a young age. Yuan Tianchu smiled and didn't say a word. Seemed like he guessed correctly once more. As expected, Zhang Tianshan had a problem outside. He owed so much money and couldn't pay it back. Naturally, he had to find someone to take over, and Lin Fan was the person he was looking for. Maybe next, Zhang Tianshan would push Lin Fan out and say that he was the new Martial Path Mountain sect leader. All debts would be paid by the new sect leader. Zhang Tianshan said, "Young Master Huang, that is a little vicious." Huang Boren didn't agree. "What vicious? My Huang family forced you to rent? Or did I place a knife on your neck and kill you if you didn't rent? If you don't have money, then move. You still drag it on. We owe you money and you still run. Touch your conscience. Who is right and who is wrong?" The servants around him straightened their backs. Coming out to collect debts from young master was really magnanimous and comfortable. Young master never used them. He just spoke loudly, suppressing you so much that you couldn't fight back. Zhang Tianshan knew that this Huang family young master wasn't easy to deal with. Who knew that after a few years, his words made him speechless. Liang Yongqi looked at Huang Boren. The rich family young masters in the big cities all spoke so arrogantly. However, he felt that Huang Boren didn't understand the situation. Of course, he wanted to know how Lin Fan was going to deal with it. Zhang Tianshan said, "Young Master Huang, let's not talk about all this. Let me introduce you. This is the new Martial Path Mountain sect leader Lin Fan. I am only the deputy sect leader. Don't worry, I will pay you a lot." Huang Boren looked at Lin Fan and sized him up carefully. Then he said, "How could a normal person be tricked by this guy? Let me tell you. He owes me 4,900 taels of silver. That's not a small amount. If he doesn't return it, you will." "Young Master Huang, how can you say that I conned him? This is the son of someone close to me. I want Martial Path Mountain to prosper, so I gave up my position," Zhang Tianshan said. This era wasn't easy to live in. Young people were better at talking. For example, this Huang family young master, he might be young and didn't have much skill, but in terms of money, he really knew how to calculate. Lin Fan thought about it for a moment. If you owe money, you should pay it back. No one can change that. You should head to the Huang family to be a servant. Just for 80 years, the gates of Martial Path Mountain will always be open for you. Zhang Tianshan held his breath. "Kid, I am your father's good friend," Zhang Tianshan said in disbelief. His heart felt cold. Yuan Tianchu smiled and didn't say a word. He knew that this would happen. It was impossible for that surnamed Lin to take responsibility. You told him to take over, but he wasn't a fool. He was skilled, so how could he be conned by you? Zhou Zhongmao looked at Zhang Tianshan and shook his head. He was filled with regret. Uncle was right, but he didn't expect it to be so tragic. His uncle had told him something before he left. Zhang Tianshan was his good friend and he knew his roots. He might not have been doing well, but to him, no matter how bad he was, it was good to have a Martial Path Mountain. After all, when he was young, he left him so much silver. How would he expect that? Zhang Tianshan would have squandered all that silver. Martial Path Mountain was a bottomless hole, and the monthly salary given to the disciples was an astronomical figure. It wasn't easy for him to last until now. Zhou Zhongmao walked in front of Huang Boren and took in a deep breath. His body gave out a cracking sound like his muscles were expanding. His expression slowly changed. Huang Boren looked at the seemingly simple and honest but actually a little terrifying man. "What do you want to do? If you owe money, you should pay it back. Money is money, martial strength is martial strength, the two can't be talked about together. It is impossible for you to use martial strength to conquer me. My Huang family ancestor taught that 1 is 1, 2 is 2. If you owe money, then pay it back. If you want to hit me, then you have to pay it back first." Talent. Lin Fan opened his mouth. "Cousin, back off." If he didn't appear, it would be tough to solve this matter. This fellow in front of him. He was also a talent. Chapter 114. The current Huang Boren was someone who didn't care about anything at all. It was still the same sentence. Return money. Return money. Return money. To Huang Boren, anyone who owed money was a big boss. He ran right away and didn't even have a place to find him. Zhang Tianshan rented his mountain and he owed him for so many years. That was trust. Who knew that trust was fed to dogs? Yuan Tianchu felt that this matter wasn't so easy to solve. If he didn't pay up, Martial Path Mountain definitely wouldn't be able to be repaired. But if he did, he wouldn't have money to repair Martial Path Mountain. That was a really problematic matter. Lin Fan walked in front of Huang Boren. "Young Master Huang, let's talk." Huang Boren looked at Lin Fan and felt that this person wasn't like Zhang Tianshan. He nodded his head and walked to the side. "Brother, let's be honest. No matter what, we have to pay up. My Huang family does business with fairness and honesty. We don't cheat people, but we won't be cheated either." I understand, Lin Fan replied. Zhang Tianshan saw the two of them talking in secret and wanted to know what they were talking about. This matter was a little complicated. Huang Boren wasn't easy to deal with. If he didn't return the 4,900 silver to him, he definitely wouldn't leave this place. Martial Path Mountain had already started to be repaired, but who knew that this would happen? If he knew, he would have changed to another mountain. Lin Fan said, "Young Master Huang, do I look like a normal person?" Huang Boren was slightly stunned and sized him up. "And looking at your aura, you really aren't a normal person. But even if your aura isn't normal, you still have to pay up." Lin Fan was a little helpless. This fellow was so stubborn, but it seemed like it worked. He was so stubborn. He had to pay up and nothing else was important. He pointed at Zhang Tianshan and said, "Look at him, does he look like someone who can pay up?" Huang Boren looked over. Truthfully, he didn't look like someone who could pay up. If he could, then he wouldn't have dragged it until now. Zhang Tianshan noticed that the two of them were looking at him. He pinched his goatee and revealed his confidence. He also gave off the aura of a hidden expert. Maybe the sect leader was praising him. Therefore, he had to cooperate well. It doesn't look like it, but he still has to pay it back. I have already thought about it. He will come to my Huang family to be a servant. His descendants will be there until he pays it back," Huang Boren said. Seeing how arrogant Zhang Tianshan was, Lin Fan didn't want to say anything more. He had no self-awareness at all. Damn it, he owed him so much money. He had lived half his life in vain. Lin Fan said, "Brother Huang, do you know that if you let him become a servant of the Huang family, you will be inviting a wolf into the house? Who knows, maybe in a few decades the Huang family will be surnamed Zhang. Don't think that I'm just trying to scare you. Anything can happen. His looks aren't bad. The Huang clan has arranged marriages, and their descendants can be either male or female. No one can say for sure. If the man is extraordinarily handsome, and the woman is as beautiful as a flower, devastatingly beautiful, do you think your descendants will be able to control themselves? Even if he married into the family, then your Huang family will be infiltrated by his descendants. Think about it, is there such a possibility?" This was the first time Huang Boren had heard such an analysis. He nodded his head. There was such a possibility. He was a businessman, and anything that happened in business was hard to predict. The word strange did not come from nowhere. He had witnessed it many times. There is such a possibility, but he still has to pay it back, Huang Boren said. Lin Fan said, "Brother Huang, I see that you are a businessman. Do you want to earn money?" Huang Boren said, "Yes, but I still have to pay it back." Damn it. Couldn't this fellow not say those words? Everyone knew that they had to pay, but it was pointless to keep saying it. Lin Fan said, "I have a business here right now. Brother Huang, are you willing to give it a try?" "No, just pay it back." Huang Boren shook his head. Lin Fan was a little tired. If he owed money, then he had to pay it back. He was a reasonable person, so how was he like those reckless people? Then there is nothing to talk about. You should bring him back to Huang family to be a servant. There is no need for Martial Path Mountain. Just treat your 4,900 silver as a waste. Since that was the case, then there was nothing to talk about. Wait. Huang Boren still wanted to get the money back. Previously, he had said that it would be a loss to make the other party a servant of the Huang family. Tell me what kind of business it is first. He was influenced by his family's way of doing business, and his grasp of the timing to earn money was accurate. He listened to his theory and considered whether or not to implement it. Lin Fan said, "Do you know why Martial Path Mountain closed?" Huang Boren hit the nail on the head. "Of course I do. We recruited too many disciples and didn't have our own business, So how could we support the monthly allowance of the disciples? If Marshall Path Mountain didn't close, who else would? And that makes sense. You know that I am the new sect leader and am prepared to reform, but I lack funds. I see that Brother Huang is a smart person, and naturally your eyes are unique. If it was someone else, I wouldn't say much as they wouldn't understand. They wouldn't understand what my reform was. Brother Huang, can you understand? Lin Fan said. Huang Boren didn't reply. He was someone who liked to be praised. Unique eyes? Smart person? That was indeed him, but if he said that he couldn't understand, didn't that mean that he had no eyes and wasn't a smart person? He couldn't do that. He definitely couldn't do that. Huang Boren nodded, and I can understand. Understand what? Really, why didn't he say what method it was? He didn't even say it and he wanted him to understand. Helpless, he was really helpless. Lin Fan said, why don't Brother Huang take a gamble? Marshall Path Mountain has just started, so continue to inject funds. Maybe in the future, Marshall Path Mountain will become the top sect within 1,000,000 miles. When that happens, Brother Huang will earn a lot. Come over. At that moment, Lin Fan waved towards the servant beside Huang Boren. That servant was shocked, but he still walked in front of Lin Fan. Let me ask you, if I asked you to inject funds into Marshall Path Mountain, would you be willing? Lin Fan asked. The servant said, of course not. Who would be willing to take such a loss? And you can leave. Lin Fan said. Then more servants were called over. Lin Fan asked the same question. He wanted them to inject funds into Marshall Path Mountain, and that there would be huge returns in the future. He just asked if they were willing or not. It was obvious. These servants shook their heads and definitely wouldn't agree. With Marshall Path Mountain's current situation, only a fool would agree. Huang Boren looked at Lin Fan. His expression was really obvious, like he was saying that even my servant said it wasn't reliable, so there was nothing he could do. Even if he knew, even the servant said it wasn't reliable, so how could he think that it was reliable? Lin Fan said, Brother Huang, do you see anything? Huang Boren nodded, I see. He really wanted to say that he really saw through it. He definitely couldn't inject funds into Marshall Path Mountain, otherwise, he would lose so much that he wouldn't even have his underwear left. Even the servant could see through it, so if he couldn't, then wouldn't he be blind? Lin Fan said, that's right. With their eyes, they can only see that investing in Marshall Path Mountain isn't a good thing. But people with foresight like Brother Huang will have a different view. So, Brother Huang is a young master and they can only be servants. Oh my God. Huang Boren opened his eyes wide. Those words made sense. He looked at those servants. From the beginning until now, not a single servant had said anything in agreement. He noticed that Lin Fan was staring at him. It was like he noticed someone else. Your view is unique, Huang Boren said. Lin Fan chuckled, young noble Huang, it's not that my views are unique, it's because I'm an outstanding person, and young noble Huang is also an outstanding person. That's why I'm telling you all this. After all, if I were to tell those commoners, they wouldn't understand. Foresight decides everything. What do you think? He tossed the topic back to Huang Boren. Lin Fan didn't believe that with his ability, he wouldn't be convinced. If you're that good, then he would admit that his foresight wasn't good. If he didn't invest in Marshall Path Mountain, then he would just move. Whoever wanted to stay in this place could stay. That moment, Huang Boren was in deep thought. He was forced into a corner. Lin Fan had already said such words. What else could he say? Suddenly, he thought of an old matter from the Huang family. The reason why the Huang family ancestor rose up was a mysterious story. Back then, the ancestor of the Huang family was also a landlord with some wealth in the area. After the chaos of war, the ancestor of the Huang family in the central imperial city was a small force within a group of forces. He was basically an existence that was swallowed up by others. However, his ancestor only met the general of that small power once and spoke a few words. He actually used his entire family's wealth to support him. The situation was like this. The small power turned around and wiped out the other large powers, which were several times stronger than them, to complete the unification. As the Huang family had the merit of becoming a dragon, they were conferred nobles. However, after 100 years, the Huang family didn't have anyone as capable as their ancestor and declined. However, they were still a rich aristocratic family in Jiang City. How annoying. He felt like he had a choice. It wasn't that he was dumb. It was just that the other party's words were very reasonable, and his heart was slightly moved. That was indeed the case. Especially that sentence, slaves can only be slaves. The reason was because there was a problem with their worldview. Huang Boren was in deep thought. Should he give it a try? If he succeeded, he would have huge gains. If he failed, it wouldn't be a huge loss and he could still take it. Lin Fan looked calmly at Huang Boren. His eyes didn't waver at all. This was the important moment and he couldn't be anxious. To him, Huang Boren was stubborn, but that didn't mean that he was dumb. Instead, he was really smart. Most importantly, and what he admired, was the fact that he dared to try. As long as he dared to try, then this matter would be stable. What did he want in life? Naturally, to eat and wait to die. He could eat and wait to die in U City, but he had a father who would urge him to get married. He was also spurring him on, so his life wasn't as he wished. However, as long as Marshall Path Mountain was on the right track and he was the sect leader, then his days would be great. Who was the big brother? He was the big brother. Who would do things? Of course he would do it. When he had nothing to do, he would look at the mountains, drink tea, walk around Jiang City, wave his hands, and a bunch of brothers would charge forwards. He didn't even need to do anything himself. He just needed to spend some effort at the start. Chapter 115. He had such a dream. Lin Fan felt like he had to work hard. Huang Boren nodded his head. Your words make sense. That is indeed the case. I am willing to take the risk. He thought about it for a long time. He could take the risk. If he really suffered a loss, then he would accept it. Lin Fan was gratified. It wasn't easy to convince this fella. Zhang Tianxian's situation made him feel helpless. He couldn't figure it out. Did his father send him here to gain experience or to help his old friend? Brother Lin, I will invest 5,000 silver. I won't take the rent for 7 years. Once we gain something, then you can return it to me. How about that? Huang Boren said. This was already a huge sum. 5,000 silver wasn't a small sum. Normal people couldn't earn it in their entire lives. Deal. In the future, you won't regret your choice today. Lin Fan said. Huang Boren brought many bills with him. He didn't use them to invest but to buy his life. As the Jiang City Huang family young master, his life was precious. Some people would take the risk to kidnap him. This was why it was best to bring some money with him. That moment, Huang Boren passed the bills to Lin Fan. This is 5,000 silver. I will talk to you about the rest in a few days. You have to be serious when you do business. If not, when you earn money in the future, you won't know. Lin Fan said, okay, no problem. I like such serious people. Zhang Tianxian looked at the scenes in the distance without blinking. When he saw Huang Boren take out money and pass it to Lin Fan, he was shocked. Damn! What happened? Not only did they not pay, but Huang Boren actually took out money? Could it be that this kid was threatening him? That was too bold. Yuan Tianchu frowned in deep thought. What was going on? What did Lin Fan say to him? Huang Boren came to ask for money, but in the end, why did he take it out himself? The problem here was a little complicated. With his brain, he actually couldn't understand it. Lin Fan and Huang Boren were having a good conversation. This was great. He didn't need to pay for the money needed to repair Marshall Path Mountain. Jiang City young Master Huang was really generous, taking out 5,000 silver right away. This money was enough to repair Marshall Path Mountain from head to tail. In the future, their lives would be much better. Sect leader, what did you talk about with young Master Huang? Zhang Tianshan asked. He couldn't wait to find out. He was very curious. Talk about what? They must be talking about those things about you. Talk about what? Young Master Huang took out 5,000 silver to invest in Marshall Path Mountain. Lin Fan said. Zhang Tianshan opened his eyes wide. Amazing. He didn't expect Lin Fan to trick Huang Boren into investing in Marshall Path Mountain. Amazing, truly amazing. Only now did he realize that if Lin Wanyi was so amazing, then how bad could his son be? Yuan Tianchu quietly eavesdropped. But he didn't manage to eavesdrop on any substantive content. Investment? 5,000 taels? Oh my god. This was too fucking fake. The way he looked at Lin Fan had changed. He thought that he could see through Lin Fan, but he still couldn't. To be able to persuade the other party in such a situation and even make the other party take the initiative to fork out money, it was hard to not be impressed by his capability. Cousin, why did you stand in front of young Master Huang just now? You must remember, strength can only make people submit, not willingly. Lin Fan chided. Huang Boren said, even if it is strength, I won't submit. Lin Fan patted Huang Boren's shoulder. Young Master Huang is outstanding and a person with principles. Naturally, he won't submit to strength. Brother Lin too. Huang Boren said. There is no need to call me young Master Huang. It is a little too formal. Just call me Brother Huang. In the future, I am a part of Martial Path Mountain. I hope that Brother Lin can do this well and let me see returns. Of course. However, investments are risky. Brother Huang, remember that. Lin Fan said. Now he was just saying the ugly words out front. He didn't lie, it was a reasonable investment with risks. If he really lost money, then he couldn't blame anyone. Huang Boren looked toward Zhang Tianshan and said, you need to learn from Brother Lin. Running away when you owe money, you have no future. He cupped his fists. Brother Lin, then I won't disturb you. When Martial Path Mountain opens, inform me and I will come over to congratulate you. Okay. Then, Huang Boren brought the servants and left. Damn, this kid's words are just so bad. What do you mean I have no future? I can even be his father. He doesn't respect me. Zhang Tianshan was unhappy. Lin Fan was lazy to say more. Now he really felt that his father must have known that his unreliable friend was doing too badly, so he asked him to come and help. Martial Path Mountain. He was filled with hope. But when he saw the truth, he knew that the hope was actually fear. Stop talking nonsense and let them work. Keep a close eye on them and don't let them fish in troubled waters. Lin Fan said. What if the rich family young master's life was gone forever? There was only one way, which was to slowly revive Martial Path Mountain and become a sect leader who just ate and waited to die. On the way down. Young master, why do you want to invest in Martial Path Mountain? This deal is obviously a loss. A servant asked. If other aristocratic family servants asked such sensitive questions, their legs would have been broken. But the Huang family was different. Their family believed that a single person couldn't compare to a group of people. This was why when they made a decision, they allowed the servants to ask about business matters. When Huang Boren heard that, if it was before, he might have said that it was indeed a loss. But in his mind, he recalled what Lin Fan said to him. The reason why they were servants was because they saw what everyone else could see. They weren't able to see deeper things. Those words made sense. Why didn't he notice it in the past? Huang Boren said, because what he said makes sense. On the surface, Martial Path Mountain is a loss, but if it is a profitable business, then we wouldn't wait for people to invest. My Huang family does business like that. As long as it makes sense, even if it is a loss, we will do it. But if it doesn't make sense and is a loss, then the investment would be a waste. The servant clapped. Young master is amazing. We can only worship you. Huang Boren smiled and nodded. All of you have many things to learn. He was such a confident person. Especially after receiving compliments, his confidence was off the charts. The sun set in the west. The commoners on Martial Path Mountain left one by one. Huang Boren's investment was injecting fresh blood into Martial Path Mountain. Of course, this wasn't important to Lin Fan. His heart wasn't on whether or not Martial Path Mountain could become strong, but whether or not he could have such a leisurely life when Martial Path Mountain became strong. The environment in the room changed. However, it still wasn't at the level that Lin Fan wanted. Just his current dressing didn't show off the special aura of a young master. Small support system column. Rage points. 7823. It hadn't grown in a long time. Now that he was outside, he felt a little pressure. He still had to improve it. He thought about it for a moment. Got it. He spent 3,500 rage points. Lightning Blade 4 strokes, reached perfection. Consumed 4,000 rage points. Lightning Blade 4 strokes reached the peak. Right now he only wanted to raise 2 out of the 3 techniques, Thunderblade 4 styles, Motionless Bright King Body and Mixed Yuan Broken Jade Hand to the Return to True Realm. Among which, Lightning Blade 4 strokes could be refreshed with either Unmovable King Body or Mixed Energy Broken Jade Hand. When he raised lightning blade 4 strokes to reach the peak, his understanding of the blade path became deeper. As expected from the small support system. Although it wasn't overpowered enough, at least he could survive in this world. U City. Lin Wanyi was reading in the reading room. After reading for a while, he left the room and walked to the window. He looked at the night scenery outside, and a look of deep thought appeared on his face. Old master, do you miss young master? Old Wu asked. Lin Wanyi sighed. How can I not miss him? My only son is outside and can't take care of himself. If he causes trouble outside, no one will help him. He might have been spurring Lin Fan on. Actually, he cared about him and hoped that this unfilial kid could become a talent. Even if he didn't, at least he could become a human. Now that he had to send this kid away, he missed him a lot. Old Wu said, Don't worry, old master. Young master is so smart and will be fine outside. Lin Wanyi nodded his head. He could only think that way. How is the barrier? Old Wu said solemnly, Old master, the situation isn't optimistic. There is energy seeping out and changing the environment. It is not far from exploding. Scoff, this time I will go all out against them. Lin Wanyi's eyes shone viciously like he had a deep hatred for them. If they also had a small support system, his rage would probably reach the max morning. Gozi carried a basin in and served him like how he did at Lin Manor. There were noises outside. The commoners came early to repair Martial Path Mountain. In a week, Martial Path Mountain would be able to shine and return to its peak state. Lin Fan brought Go Zi to patrol Martial Path Mountain. Zhang Tianxian's face was filled with joy and radiance. He was looking forward to a good life in the future. Lin Fan wanted to know what was left of Martial Path Mountain. He asked and found out that there was nothing left. As for the most crucial martial path techniques to open a sect, there was none. Of course there were some. Zhang Tianxian took out a few books. They were all normal cultivation techniques. Lin Fan was so furious that he wanted to scold him. You scammer. Just these few techniques, how could you open a sect? If you didn't close down, who would? Haze. Zhang Tianxian acted like he was innocent. Like he was saying that he couldn't open a sect just because he didn't have any techniques? Then how did he open it for those decades? What a joke. Foot of the mountain. A muscular man brought a bunch of people who looked like servants. They raised their heads and looked towards Martial Path Mountain. Martial Path Mountain reopened and didn't come to our Chun family to pay a visit. Young master is furious and wants us to teach them a lesson, to teach that Zhang Tianshan a lesson. The muscular man was the Chun family martial arts teacher. His surname was Li and his name was Kong. His name was a little vulgar, but he wasn't an ordinary person. Yes, teacher. Of course, our young master is unhappy. Who cares if Huang Born invested or not? We have to teach them a lesson. Zhang Tianshan was easy to bully. When Zhang Tianshan was the sect leader, they weren't Chun family servants. But they had heard of it. As long as one had some ability and entered Martial Path Mountain, one would be an old master. Zhang Tianshan didn't dare to offend him. One would even treat them like a master. Just thinking about how the Martial Path Mountain sect leader treated them made them excited. Chapter 116. Kid, don't look at Martial Path Mountain's situation. If it really develops, there will be many benefits. Zhang Tianshan told Lin Fan about how good Martial Path Mountain was. He really had feelings for Martial Path Mountain. A lifetime of youth was spent here. Just smelling the scent here made him feel relaxed and relaxed. Suddenly, there was a commotion and it sounded a little arrogant. Aya, you come over. Lin Fan walked over. Who was it to be so arrogant? Martial Path Mountain hadn't even opened and they came to challenge him. They really didn't hold him in any regard. This voice, Zhang Tianshan frowned. The voice was familiar like he had heard it before. Outside, the commoners who came to work put down what they were doing. They looked at the arrogant fellow standing at the entrance and all of them recognized him. That was the Chun family martial arts teacher. Li Kong. Chun family wasn't easy to offend. Based on what they knew, Chun family used to be bandits. Even if they were clean now, they had a huge connection with the Wolf Ditch stronghold around Jiang City. Or rather, that Wolf Ditch stronghold was a bandit nest that Chun family supported. Xiu. Zhang Tianshan looked at the person and recognized right away. It was the Chun family martial arts teacher. He was a little strong. He was also really overbearing. He was a crude person who didn't give face. In the past, when Marshall Path Mountain was still there, he would come to Marshall Path Mountain to find trouble with him, and he was helpless. All the disciples on Marshall Path Mountain knew that he was the Chun family martial arts teacher. They were afraid of the Chun family. This was why it was tough for him to be the sect leader. He had to say nice things to them and coax them. Sometimes he would lose face, but thinking about Marshall Path Mountain, he bore with it. After all, no matter who it was, when they worked hard to realize their dreams, they would face some resistance. As long as they could overcome it, then they would be the strongest. Zhang Tianshan said, "Kid, this is the Jiang City Chun family martial arts teacher. You need to pay attention and not offend him. Chun family is as strong as the Huang family, but they are really evil. You have to be careful." Yuan Tian and Chu Li were far away. This had nothing to do with him. He knew that things weren't so simple. Leaving Yu City was dangerous. A small martial arts teacher was so arrogant. If this was in Yu City, he would teach him a lesson. However, forget it now. He didn't have that ability. "Brother Liang, don't get too close. Be careful of the shock waves," Yuan Tianchu reminded. Liang Yongqi said, "He dares to hit me?" Yuan Tianchu shook his head. With Liang Yongqi's attitude, he would definitely suffer. "I don't dare to hit you? Outside, people dared to kill you and you didn't even dare to say a word." Li Tsong's face was ferocious and he had a thick beard. His gaze was fierce. "What kind of tone is that? Zhang Tianshan, did you become stronger? You dare to speak to me like that? I heard that your Martial Path Mountain reopened, so why didn't you come to Chun family to greet my young master? Is my young master not good enough for you, or are you getting arrogant?" The servants behind him puffed out their chests and stared at Zhang Tianshan aggressively. It was as if he would beat him up if he dared to be impudent. "Teacher Li, what do you mean by that? When did I, Zhang Tianshan, do that?" Zhang Tianshan said. Lin Fan didn't say anything. He was sad, not for himself but for Zhang Tianshan. "Uncle, are you really my father's friend? My father is such a fierce person. Even if you are weak, you should be a little stronger." He established Martial Path Mountain. As the sect leader, he was actually bullied by a family's teacher. Did he even have any face? Looking at the situation, you really took it in. Li Tsong scoffed coldly, "You didn't get arrogant? If you didn't, then why didn't you come to Chun family? You even worked with Huang family. You don't care about our Chun family at all." Zhang Tianshan wanted to say something, but Lin Fan stopped him. Let me. He really couldn't take it anymore. No matter what. Since Zhang Tianshan was his father's friend, he couldn't just ignore this matter. Not only did Zhang Tianshan lose face, even his father was humiliated. When other people said, "Oh, he was Zhang Tianshan's friend," it sounded weird to others. Lin Fan walked in front of Li Tsong. "I am the new Martial Path Mountain sect leader. Who are you? Shouting so early in the morning. Is there something wrong with you? Or is your face itchy?" Rage points plus 66. Li Tsong was instantly furious. Arrogant. The kid in front of him was really arrogant. Didn't he ask around about Li Tsong's status in Rivertown and how strong he was? He didn't say much else. His strength was one of the top in Jiang City. Now a kid dared to behave so arrogantly in front of him, he was just asking to die. Martial Path Grade 6, do you understand? That was a terrifying strength. He spent a total of 20 years to reach the 6th stage of the martial path. Even so, he considered himself a genius. No one helped him and no resources were given to him. He relied on 20 years of hard work. "You dare to speak to me like that? I am the Chun family teacher. I will give you a chance to apologize. If not, with so many people looking, I will make things difficult for you." Li Tsong hollered in rage. Those commoners shivered. That was Li Kong. A terrifying person. They panicked a little. If this new Martial Path Mountain sect leader was killed by someone, then who would they ask for their wages from? "Don't die. Don't die." The commoners prayed. If they died, then they wouldn't get any money. Zhou Zhongmao couldn't take it. He dared to speak to his cousin like that, then he had to die. He didn't care about the Chun family or the instructor. He was rude to his cousin, and his fist would make him eat dirt. However, he was a little too slow. Lin Fan raised his hand and instantly slapped down. "Pa! Chun family! Pa! Teacher! Pa! Arrogant!" Pa. Difficult. Pa. Where is he? That slap didn't make a sound and it hit empty air. As for that voice, cousin made it up. Perhaps because he saw that his cousin's goal was not achieved, he decided to dub for his cousin. Li Tsong sat on the ground, covering his face and looking at Lin Fan in disbelief. Rage points plus 222. You dare to hit me? Li Tsong really didn't believe that someone actually dared to touch him. Damn. Did that mean that Chen family's name couldn't suppress these people? Lin Fan kicked and directly knocked Li Tsong out. He was really drunk. What was going on? He didn't even know who it was and came to Marshall Path Mountain to shout. His head hurt. There were many things to do recently and now this happened. Annoyed, he was really annoyed. Li Tsong felt really dizzy, his will was dissipating, and he was shouting in his heart. He couldn't faint. He really couldn't faint. He was a martial path grade 6 expert, and his strength hadn't exploded out yet. Pata! Li Tsong's head smacked onto the ground and he fainted. The servants who followed opened their mouths, and their faces were filled with shock. Rage points plus 11. Rage points plus 11. Oh! He obtained a total of 110 rage points. How useless! Based on the calculations of the small support system, the presence of the servants was actually much higher than that of commoners. Was it because of the family? Scram, if you come again I will break your 5 limbs. Lin Fan scolded. The Chun family's servants carried the instructor and ran away. They ran too quickly and they ate dirt. Who cared how much they just ran? Marshall Path Mountain was going to defy the heavens. They were going to fight. Wasn't the teacher really amazing? Why was he so weak today? He didn't even attack and he fainted. He was just too useless. He even brought them out to find trouble, and they were nearly beaten up. Zhang Tianxian felt really good. Preposterous, who asked them to be so arrogant? They were beaten up by the new sect leader. However, he was a little worried. Sect leader, you are too rash. Chun family can't be offended, we need to be low profile outside. He knew Lin Fan's position in Yu City. However, now that he was outside, he couldn't act like he was in his own territory. Lin Wani told him to take care of his kid, so he had to. He couldn't let anything happen to him. Low profile? I want to, but my strength doesn't allow me. What do you want me to do? Lin Fan said. Zhou Zhongmao hurried forwards. Cousin, does your hand hurt? His skin is a little rough, so it definitely hurts. Lin Fan said, it is okay, but his beard is a little prickly. If he dares to come again, I will shave his beard. And if there is such a thing next time, leave it to me. Zhou Zhongmao said. Lin Fan didn't think about killing these people who came to cause trouble. There was no point in killing them. Although he didn't give much rage points, it lasted for a long time. However, after this matter, he noticed that the power structure in Jiang City was a little complicated. Those families definitely weren't harmonious. There were often open and hidden battles. Their relationship was good. With battles he could gain rage points. Jiang City. The Chun family servants carried Li Tsong and ran around the streets. Out of the way, out of the way. The commoners around looked on curiously. When they realized that Li Tsong had fainted, they were shocked. What happened? Li Tsong was the Chun family teacher, and usually he was really domineering. No one dared to offend him. Even those vendors were terrified when they saw Li Kong. They wanted to find a hole to hide in. Thus, when they saw Li Tsong, their first thought was that he was taught a lesson. Heavens, earth. Finally, they opened their eyes. A bunch of servants carried the pig-like Li Tsong and charged in. They shouted, not good, young master, something happened. A blade flew out from who knows where and stabbed into the chest of the servant who shouted, Poochie. That servant lowered his head and looked at the blade in his chest. His eyes were filled with shock. I just shouted, where did the blade come from? My hand slipped while practicing martial arts. Chun family young master took a towel and wiped the sweat off his forehead. He then pulled out the blade. Fresh blood flowed out from the servant's chest. It couldn't be stopped and the ground was dyed red. Pung! The servant fell to the ground and couldn't get up. Before he died, he wanted to roar. Young master, even if your hand slipped, you can't stab me to death. Chan Sha. Yao turned a blind eye to the dead servant and asked, what's going on with him? The servants' faces turned ashen white. No one dared to reply. The way young master held the blade was really terrifying. They were afraid that if they opened their mouths, young master would chop them to death. Thus, all of a sudden no one spoke. Chapter 117. And Chan Shengyao exclaimed, his brows furrowing. Even a servant was so courageous. How could he not answer his question? Suddenly, Li Tsong showed signs of waking up, and then he slowly opened his eyes. Where am I? His brain was a little stunned. It was obvious that his head was buzzing from the beating. Instantly, he recalled. I was beaten up by that so-called new sect leader at Martial Path Mountain. This wasn't Martial Path Mountain. A person appeared in front of him, and when he saw who it was, he cried out, young master, save me. That Martial Path Mountain is so arrogant. I listened to young master's instructions to find Zhang Tianshan, but who knew that he didn't care about young master at all? Also, that new sect leader actually dared to hit me. Ouch, my face is still hurting. My head is still buzzing. Oh no, my brain is broken. Young master, you have to help me. Li Tsong was the Chun family teacher, Martial Path Grade 6, but who knew that he was so useless? He was beaten up so simply and actually cried out like that. Chan Shengyao squinted his eyes. Zhang Tianshan doesn't have the guts, but the new sect leader seems to have some ability. He actually cooperated with Huang Boran. You're at Martial Path Grade 6, but you're not his match? Li Tsong was unhappy. Young master, how can I not be his match? I didn't expect him to sneak attack. He didn't care about Chen family at all, and when I wasn't paying attention he succeeded. You can ask them, they all saw it. The servants nodded their heads. Young master, Teacher Li is right. That fellow did sneak attack. With Teacher Li's cultivation, how could he not be his match? He was sneak attacked. What else could they say? Naturally they had to help Teacher Li. If not, he would find trouble with them. Li Tsong was furious. Bastard. He actually sneak attacked him. With his Martial Path Grade 6 cultivation, he would beat the shit out of him. Chan Shengyao thought about it. He didn't expect Martial Path Mountain to change. After learning that Zhang Tianshan reopened Martial Path Mountain and even worked with Huang Boran, naturally he was unhappy, so he sent Li Tsong to find trouble. Who knew that Li Tsong would be beaten up? To him, Zhang Tianshan didn't have the courage. Only the new sect leader had such courage. Interesting. How interesting. It seemed like if he had the chance, he would have to meet this new Martial Path Mountain sect leader to see where he came from. Even in a place like Rivertown, he was still so arrogant. Even a dragon would have to bow down to this young master. As expected of a bandit family, their descendants all had a strong bandit aura. Martial Path Mountain. Lin Fan obtained 688 rage points. It was obvious that this fellow woke up and was furious, contributing some rage points to him. However, it was too little, so he didn't really like it. But it was okay. He could take it slow. There were still days to come. At this moment, he noticed that Yuan Tianchu and Liang Yongji were sitting there, chatting leisurely. They didn't seem to have any intentions of helping. This made him feel a little uncomfortable. Some people can't be wasted. It would be a waste not to use it. What are you two doing? If you are free, go take a look at what they are doing. If you stay in Martial Path Mountain, I can't raise you for nothing. You all have to work. Lin Fan said. Yuan Tianchu was much calmer and didn't clash with Lin Fan. He knew how terrifying Lin Fan was. If he was not careful, he would step into a conspiracy. Just like what he said. In the entire Martial Path Mountain, there weren't many people who weren't scheming. Of course, Liang Yongji was one. He was a fool and deserved to be chased out of the Liang family. Liang Yongji said, if we all do things, then what about you? Lin Fan smiled. Have you seen any sect leader do things? Damn. The moment he said that, Yuan Tianchu and Liang Yongji were annoyed. Based on what? Just because he was a sect leader, he could do whatever he wanted and not do anything? Needless to say, that was the case. He could indeed do whatever he wanted. Especially Liang Yongji, he was filled with regret. If he knew that this would happen, even if he had to die, he would have stayed in U City. He didn't want to come out. But it was too late. He was already out, so what else could he say? He had no choice. The two of them could only go to work. Actually, they didn't do any heavy work, just to supervise. King Wutong City, a stone quarry. Zhu Xiang's hair was disheveled and his face was covered in dust. He had been working here for several days. He knew that he was cheated. Lucian didn't accept him at all, and sent him here to dig stones to die on his own. He had only been here for a few days, but he had already seen many people die from exhaustion. He roared in his heart. He couldn't die. He definitely couldn't die here. However, it was just too difficult to leave this place. This place was heavily guarded. Every place was guarded, obviously to prevent them from escaping. That moment, the soldiers guarding this place walked over with a person. That person wore armor, but his status was much higher than the soldiers here. Find me some strong laborers. He came here to find soldiers. Now that they lacked soldiers, they needed fresh blood. It was too problematic to recruit from the outside and they had to pay the troops. It was really worth it to find them from here. They were directly cannon fodder and didn't need to be paid. Zhu Xiang had cultivation and his ears were sharp. When he heard that, he instantly felt hope. He definitely couldn't stay here. He had been looking for a chance to head out. Today his chance was here. He didn't say a word, directly filling the basket with stones. It was really full and some even popped out. Just this basket was at least 100 to 200 kilograms. Zhu Xiang didn't dare to make it too heavy. If he made it too heavy, then it wasn't something that a strong person could do. It was obvious that he had cultivated before. Why would someone who cultivated before come here? Lucian wanted him to die. Naturally, he couldn't let Lucian know that he could come out from here. This was why he had to hide it. He carried the basket and purposely walked past the two of them. As expected, the armored male raised his hand and pointed at Zhu Xiang. Count him in, carrying so many stones, he is really strong. The person who accompanied him looked at Zhu Xiang and was a little helpless. Damn! Why did he carry so much? Luckily, he was seen. He didn't want anyone from the stone field to be chosen. If you recruit soldiers, then I won't have anyone here. If I don't have enough people, then I won't be able to complete the mission. I will be punished. What a waste. A higher official could crush someone, much less someone several ranks higher. Even if he didn't want to, he had to agree. Zhu Xiang didn't show any expression. This was the first step. He was still far from his final goal, but he knew that as long as he worked hard and could bear with it, he definitely wouldn't fail. Martial Path Mountain Waste. Zhou Zhongmao stood on the steps like a giant. He looked into the distance and didn't move at all. Cousin was now on Martial Path Mountain, so he had to protect him. Martial Path Mountain was indeed good. There was only one path up, and as long as he guarded here, there would be no problems. That moment, Chen Xinyao came to Martial Path Mountain. Li Tsong was beaten up on Martial Path Mountain. To Chen Xinyao, naturally he couldn't take it. Who could be so arrogant? Of course. He came today to see what kind of person the new Martial Path Mountain sect leader was, not to attack. Very quickly, they met Zhou Zhongmao. To them, Zhou Zhongmao blocking the path was just an eyesore. Chen Xinyao walked in front of Zhou Zhongmao and teased. Dumb guy, scram to the side, I want to pa. A gust of wind blew past. The servants who followed Chen Xinyao opened their eyes wide and didn't dare to blink. What happened? Where did that wind come from? Where was young master? He was just standing in front of them. How did he disappear in the blink of an eye? At that moment, a servant looked around, searching for the young master. When he saw the figure hanging on a tree not too far away, he cried out in an exaggerated and terrified manner, "Young master!" Everyone looked in the direction of the voice. Their faces turned ashen white. How did this happen? Why did young master run to the tree branch? No one dared to stay, running to save young master. At the same time, some servants turned their heads and scolded in fear. You are finished. Do you know who he is? Your Martial Path Mountain is finished. After a Herculean effort, they finally rescued the young master. However, young master was unconscious. His limbs were hanging down, and he spat out bubbles from his mouth. Who knew whether or not he was dead? Dumb. Zhou Zhongmao took a look and didn't care much. He still stood there like a statue, protecting Martial Path Mountain, protecting the cousin in his heart. Jiang City. Move aside. Move aside. The servants carried Chen Xinyao and ran. The commoners around were stunned. What kind of weird thing was happening today? Li Tsong was carried back by a servant, so why was Chen family young master carried back not long later? What kind of fierce beast was outside to actually be so terrifying? Very quickly, people spread the news in the city. Chun family young master was frightened by a beast outside. When everyone heard that, they were shocked. Was that true? Chun family young master Chun Xingyao was frightened by a beast and fainted. That was just impossible. Shortly after, the more it spread, the more exaggerated it became. What Chun family young master was frightened by a wild wolf and fainted. In the end, Chun family young master suffered retribution. He was walking nicely when a bird poop landed on his head and he fainted. The people who heard that, they felt like they were farting. The more it spread, the more it got out of hand. Couldn't they have some professional ethics in spreading rumors? They all knew that it was just a rumor. But they should have spread it so that they could have some fun after the meal. But what was this bird poop that made a person faint? Whoever believed it had a problem with their brain. However, not only did people believe it, but that fool in the city knew that bird poop could make a person faint. He ran away from the bird, afraid that it would make him faint. Chun Manor. The doctor was busy and was so anxious that his head was covered in sweat. This was the Chun family young master. If something happened, they would be unlucky. Pinching his philtrum, acupuncture, everything was tried, but he didn't wake him up. In the end, they invited the old doctor in the city. His mouth was filled with black teeth and he had smoked for decades. He also liked to eat garlic. The moment he opened his mouth, the smell was so sweet and fragrant. After smelling it, he would spit out bubbles. The old doctor's hands trembled as his face got close to Chun Xingyao. His old eyes couldn't see clearly, so he had to get close. As he looked, he opened his mouth. A thread of turbid air floated out. Suddenly, Chun Xingyao's nose moved. The smell was too piercing. Ah! He woke up. He really woke up. The doctors around were shocked and then said, "God Doctorin is amazing." The old doctor, Miracle Doctorin, was a little confused. What was going on? This God Doctor didn't even see what was wrong with young Master Chun, so why did he wake up? However, when he heard all these praises, he nodded his head. It was so easy, it was just a small matter. Chapter 118. Where am I? Chun Xingyao personally felt what Li Tsong experienced. It was even heavier. So smelly. It was really smelly. Ugh. He laid on the bed and vomited. A stench that had never existed wrapped around his nose. He couldn't take it and his stomach started to flip. Ah, what happened to young master? God Doctorin, take a look at what happened to young master. The servants panicked. How badly was young master injured? God Doctorin panicked. What was going on? Didn't he wake up just now? Now he was vomiting. Did he have to be so terrifying? Didn't he wake up? Why did he have to vomit? Were they playing with him? God Doctor An's head hurt. It wasn't easy to be a God Doctor. If he cured him, he would be promoted to a higher position. If he didn't, heads would roll. Don't panic, let me take a look. God Doctorin panicked, but he still got close. Suddenly, Chun Xingyao felt that the source of the stench was this old fart in front of him. Go to hell. God Doctorin was kicked to the ground. He rolled on the ground. He cried out. He cried out. Young master, are you okay? The servant walked forwards and stepped over God Dr. An's body. He didn't care about him at all. God Doctorin felt bitter as he looked at the servants that stepped over him. Reality. They were all too realistic. They praised him for being a God Doctor and were really respectful. In the blink of an eye, they disrespected him. That was just so inhumane. I'm okay. Chun Xingyao sat on the bed. His gaze became really sharp and terrifying. Martial Path Mountain new sect leader, I want your lives. He was really furious. Before he went up, he faced that silly guy who attacked him right away. He obviously didn't care about him at all. Flames of rage burned in his heart. Rage points were sent over. Li Tsong, where did you die? Chun Xingyao hollered. The servants around knelt on the ground in fear. They had to kneel. Young master was furious. He had to kneel. If he didn't, young master would be annoyed by him and send him to eat dirt. Li Tsong was lying on the bed and was prepared to rest. When he heard that the young master called him, he immediately ran over, not daring to waste a single second. Young master, I'm here. Li Tsong hurried over, enduring the pain on his face. Young master, what are your orders? Chun Xingyao waved his hand. All of you scram. The servants felt as if they had been released, and they left dejectedly. Only the doctors in the room were a little dissatisfied. We eagerly came here to treat your illness. Even if we couldn't cure you, you shouldn't have refused to pay us at least a tael of silver. He was even the Chun family's young master. He was too stingy, but there was no other way. Fear. He could only leave in a bad mood. Next time I definitely won't come to treat you. I don't even have the money to treat you. What a bastard. Chun Xingyao stared at Li Tsong. I want everyone on Martial Path Mountain to die. Can you do that? Li Tsong panicked. Could he? That must be a little. Yes, don't worry, young master. I will head to Wolf Brigade right away and tell them to wash Martial Path Mountain in blood. I will bring Zhang Tianshan's head to young master. Li Tsong said. Chan Shunga said, why do I want his head? I want the new sect leader's head and also that dumb guy's head. Yes, Li Tsong replied. How would he dare to ask more? He really wanted to know who that dumb guy was. He didn't even know how to send his head over. However, to him that wasn't a problem. He would kill everyone on Martial Path Mountain and see who was dumb. That would be the dumb guy. Huang family. When Huang Boran learned that Chan Xingyao brought people to Martial Path Mountain to cause trouble, he was a little unhappy. Was this fellow sick in the head? If he wanted to fight with him, then fight properly. Why did he go to Martial Path Mountain to find trouble? Or did he see that he was working with Martial Path Mountain so he was unhappy and wanted to cause trouble to Martial Path Mountain to bring bad luck to him? If that was the case, then he wouldn't say anything. Chun Xingyao was a fool. Do you think that just anything can bring bad luck to this young master? Martial Path Mountain. Lin Fan was stunned. Rage points increased for no reason. Rage points plus 111. Rage points plus 222. Rage points plus 666. Damn, who brought the rage points? Was it that teacher from before? Impossible. How could such a useless fellow bring so many rage points? He felt that the small support system was a little bad. Who gave him rage points would at least mention a name. Doing good deeds without leaving one's name was a saying in the past. Now, he had to rely on human flesh. That was just too problematic. At this moment, he saw his cousin return from the foot of the mountain and was a little confused. Cousin, what were you doing at the foot of the mountain? Lin Fan asked. Zhou Zhongmao replied, Cousin, I didn't do anything. I just stayed there and looked. Lin Fan thought about it and couldn't think of anything. Who was it? When he thought about it, he couldn't sleep well. When Yuan Tianchu saw Lin Fan pass him, he frowned in confusion. What was that surnamed Lin person thinking about? He had to dodge it. Zhang Tianxian saw that Yuan Tianchu was slacking and immediately pulled him out. Why are you slacking? Quickly supervise them. To Zhang Tianxian, he was the deputy sect leader. As for the rest, he could just give them to the grand disciple. Once Martial Path Mountain reopened, he would recruit disciples. It was tough to recruit disciples now. What kind of benefits did he have to give so that people would come? He had to study this problem. Yuan Tianchu looked at Zhang Tianxian, his eyes filled with disdain. This fellow was using a chicken feather as a token of authority. However, this person wasn't someone to be offended. He looked dumb, but he was actually really cunning. Heavens! In such a small place there were only a few people. How many of them were good people? Li Tsong brought young master's orders and rode his horse towards Wolf Brigade. That was the biggest bandit lair within 100 miles of Jiang City. They were really vicious and vicious. Who knew how many people were robbed by Wolf Brigade? From Jiang City to reach there, one needed half a day. Going back and forth was a day. They attacked crazily. Dust and lightning. What he needed to do was to reach Wolf Brigade in the shortest time and bring young master's orders over. When night came, Li Tsong panted and felt his butt hurt. The road was too tough and sitting on the back of the horse, his butt felt really uncomfortable. Looking out, the lights in front of the stronghold were bright. Who is it? Report your name. A person jumped down from a tree and said solemnly. In the dark night, the weapon in his hand gave off a cold glow. Li Tsong said, It is me, Chun family's Li Kong, so it is Teacher Li, please enter. As expected, that was the case. Wolf Brigade and Chun family had such a close relationship. Li Tsong entered the depths of Wolf Brigade and saw many carriages filled with goods. Many bandits were unloading them. It was obvious that they went out to do something and obtained huge gains. He entered the room. Zhongyi Hall. A male sat on the main seat. He wore a thick leather shirt and had a bald head. There was a knife scar at the corner of his eye that stretched to the corner of his mouth. He looked really vicious and terrifying. Even if he was a martial path grade 6 expert, he still panicked. He felt like he wasn't facing a person but a lion. There were many people sitting around. These were the elites of Wolf Brigade. Li Tsong cupped his fists and said, "Leader, young master ordered me to come out and wash Martial Path Mountain in blood." The leader didn't say anything. The people sitting below said, "Martial Path Mountain? Didn't they close down? Why did they open up a mountain again?" They all knew about Martial Path Mountain. That was a joke. Any random person wanted to open up a mountain and even give money to disciples. What a joke. "All of you shut up." The leader opened his mouth. His voice was really heavy, giving one an irresistible feeling. "Since it is young master's orders, then our Wolf Brigade will complete it beautifully. Second brother, third brother, bring people and teacher Li back to wash Martial Path Mountain in blood. On the way back, rob the villages around Jiang City and snatch some women. Recently there are many more brothers in the stronghold, and we don't have enough women." "Yes, big brother." Second brother stood up. A maniacal glow flashed in his eyes. Second brother's body was a little thin and weak, but his facial features were really tight, giving one a dark and vicious feeling. Li Tsong frowned. "Leader, it isn't good to rob the villages around Jiang City, right?" That was indeed the case. "Ha ha ha." The leader smiled. "What is not good about it? As long as our Wolf Brigade heads out, then we have to bring things back. What can Martial Path Mountain have? There is nothing at all. I can't let our brothers head out for nothing." Li Tsong smiled. Damn. Why was he thinking so much? As long as he completed young master's mission, who cared about those villages? At most, if something happened, he would inform the Wolf Brigade that Jiang City wanted to stop them, so they had to be calm and not fight head-on. Anyways, it wasn't like such a thing had never happened before. One just had to get used to it. Li Tsong said, "Then please follow me back to Jiang City. Martial Path Mountain has a total of 6 people, and we don't have any scale." Third brother said in disdain, "Scale? Even if it was the previous Martial Path Mountain, we could come and go freely. Could they stop us?" Wolf Brigade was just so confident. They had won every battle. They robbed merchants, and no matter whether or not they had experts, they would kill anyone they met. They didn't stop at all. Li Tsong said, "Of course the Wolf Brigade is really strong, so naturally Martial Path Mountain is nothing. However, it isn't convenient for young master to attack, otherwise, why would he bother all of you?" He was annoyed with the Wolf Brigade long ago. All of them were so arrogant. As the Chun family teacher, I have never been so arrogant. How infuriating. Let's see if I complain to young master when I return. The leader said, "Young master's matter is naturally our matter. Okay, let's not talk anymore. Let's head to Jiang City and solve these problems for young master." The second master and the third master gathered 30 of their brothers, brought their sabers and rode away. Bringing 30 was enough. Their Wolf Brigade was famous outside, and people were terrified when they heard their name. Not many people had the ability to fight back when they saw them. They left. The leader's face slowly turned cold. "Big brother, we are so strong, so why do we need to listen to Chun family?" Someone said. They felt that they were really strong. They didn't need to listen to anyone at all. Especially that Chun family young master, who treated them like lackeys and ordered them around. It really made one feel uncomfortable. The leader said, "Not enough." That night, Lin Fan studied the small support system. His own ability was already really strong. Physique, 240 Martial Path Grade 8, Internal Strength. 240 Martial Path Grade 8, Heart Cultivation. Purple Sun 4 Saint Scripture Grade 10 Cultivation Technique. Vengeful Tiger Blade Technique. Returning to True, Bug Controlling Technique, Basics. Unmovable King Body, Unlearnt, Lightning Blade 4 Strokes. Reach the Peak. Mixed Energy Broken Jade Hand. Mastery through Comprehension. Rage Points. 3740. He picked up the blade he brought from U City and held it in his hand. Instantly, a thin layer was attached to the blade. That was the blade glow. Lightning Blade 4 Strokes was really strong, and it could slash out sparks with lightning. Wang. Internal strength injected in. The blade glow was extremely strong, and the entire room was extremely bright. He retracted his technique. The blade glow dissipated, and everything returned back to normal. I know I am strong, but I have no place to use it. What a headache! Lin Fan exclaimed. He was really strong now. He wasn't bragging, but it was the truth. He thought that he would be able to use it when he came out. But now it seemed like he thought too much. Could the Martial Path Mountain matter be solved with strength? That was something that could only be solved with money and brains. However, for some reason, he felt that his father sent him out because he didn't want him to experience something. He could feel the greatness of a father's love. When there is chaos, money and brains are useless. What is useful is still strength. His brain spun as he recalled some things that happened in the past. He suddenly comprehended something. He had never seen his father crave money, and one could even say that he had no emotions at all. If anyone did such a thing, then there were only two possibilities. One was that he was blind. The other was that he knew that money was useless. For some reason, his brain became more and more agile. It wasn't like that in the past. It seemed like after he raised the purple sun for Saint Scripture, there was such a change. Maybe this cultivation technique made him smarter the more he cultivated. That might be the case. However, he didn't like to be too smart. If not, he would be strong and smart. Then, he wouldn't be giving him a chance to live. Within Jiang City, Chen Xinyao looked coldly at Martial Path Mountain in the distance. Tomorrow, at most tomorrow, that place would be a sea of flames. Offending me, Chen Xinyao. Don't you know who I am? This young master is very narrow-minded. 20th of July. Morning. Hualulu. Far away from Jiang City, the Wolf Brigade bandits rode horses over and finally reached their destination. Li Zong said, "It isn't convenient for me to appear, so I will head back to inform young master. What happens next will depend on all of you. However, I hope that all of you can act at night, that way you won't cause too much of a commotion." After which, Li Zong rode the horse and left. If others saw him mixing with these bandits, it wouldn't be good. The blade in his hand would be dyed in blood once more. TSK, what is this to act at night? Our Wolf Brigade doesn't act at night. Only in the day would we be really majestic. Second leader said in disdain. Ha ha ha, the bandits laughed out loud. They were all amused by their second in command. The other bandits were used to moving at night. But their Wolf Brigade was different. The brighter the sky, the better. If not, who would know who did it? Let's go wash Martial Path Mountain in blood. Kill to our heart's content, and once it ends, we will pillage villages and snatch beauties. Ride! 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 He galloped on his horse, causing a thick layer of dust to ripple. In the distance, commoners passed by. When they saw those people, they were so frightened that they sat paralyzed on the ground. Their pants were a little wet. Bandits! Bandits are here. They panicked and panicked. They didn't even pack their things and just ran towards the city. He was going to inform others now. The Wolf Brigade bandits were here, so he had to be careful. Martial Path Mountain. The sound of horse hooves continued. The Wolf Brigade bandits didn't get off their horses and directly rode up. What they wanted was this aura. 1,000 troops couldn't block it. One look and they were terrified, so terrified that they peed their pants. The Wolf Brigade bandits cried out, waving the weapons in their hands. They were totally prepared to pillage. In the past, when they charged into the village like that, the people in the village were stunned. They were so terrified that they covered their heads and fled. They had no ability to block at all. On the mountain, everyone stopped what they were doing. Where did the horse hooves sound come from? Where did those cries and howls come from? Oh my God! These sounds in the day were really terrifying. Very quickly, a bunch of people appeared. They were tall and strong, giving off an aggressive aura. Ah, they are bandits. The Wolf Brigade bandits are here. Why did they come? The commoners who came to work were so terrified that their souls were about to fly away. What they were most afraid of were bandits. These were people who killed without blinking. The commoners fled in all directions. No, I just came to earn some money. Even my life is going to be sacrificed, what a loss. Woo woo woo. Before the blade even landed, the commoners started to cry out in pain. Maybe this was what they said in legends. One could even scare oneself to death. Zhang Tianshan said, "Heroes, let's not interfere with each other. Let's talk nicely. There is no need to use weapons. Second brother jumped off his horse. Scram. I heard that Marshall Path Mountain has a new sect leader. Let him come out. The bandits looked at the chaotic situation on Marshall Path Mountain, and they were filled with delight. Did you see that? These were true bandits. They didn't do anything, just standing there, and they could scare a bunch of people to death. Zhang Tianshan felt like he had lost face. No matter what, he was the deputy sect leader and he had face. Although they were bandits, they couldn't be so arrogant, right? I am the deputy sect leader. The sect leader isn't here, so I am in charge of Marshall Path Mountain. If you have something to say, then say it. It is broad daylight, and I don't believe that you dare to attack. Zhang Dashan suppressed his anger. Kung. A long blade stabbed right in front of Zhang Dashan. You don't dare to attack? Are you sure? Second brother asked with a dark and sunken face. A drop of sweat appeared on Zhang Dashan's forehead. Damn. He was just saying. How could he be sure that he didn't dare to attack? What is going on? Why aren't you sleeping so early in the morning? Why are you running out to do this? Lin Fan was woken up by the noise. Didn't they look at the time? Are you animals? Even if you don't sleep, you have to let me sleep. Young master, wear your clothes, it is cold. Go Zi chased over with his clothes. Young master was wearing his pajamas and it was cold. What if he caught a cold? Lin Fan was furious. He didn't wake up naturally, so he had a temper. Second brother said, You are the new Marshall Path Mountain sect leader? Lin Fan scolded, Fuck your mother. Are you a bunch of bastards sick? Is there a hole in your brains? Why are you crying like ghosts and howling like wolves in the morning? Are you guys looking for death? Yuan Tianchu was shocked. He had never seen Lin Fan so angry before. Was this Lin Fan's true face? When a person was unconscious, the personality that he showed was his true self. That was possible. It was really possible. Second brother was stunned by Lin Fan's scolding. No one had ever dared to speak to him like that. Rage points plus 666. The bandits behind him looked at Lin Fan in shock. This new sect leader was a little fierce. Or was there something wrong with his brain, and he didn't see what was going on? The commoners didn't dare to say anything. New sect leader, can you not be so overbearing? These are the bandits of Wolf Brigade and they are really fierce. If you anger them like that, you will drag us down. We acted like we were dead and hoped that after they killed you, they would let us off. You are not letting any of us off. Ha ha, second brother, I think he is a fool. Third brother laughed. He couldn't stop himself from laughing. Maybe he had never seen such a scene before. Rage points plus 777. Second brother lost all his face, and he lost all his face in front of his brothers. What could he do? You are asking to die. Second brother hollered in rage and charged forwards. He slapped out with his palm, and light was absorbed from his palm. His martial path cultivation wasn't weak, at least grade 6 or 7. Pung. Lin Fan used mixed energy broken jade hand and slapped forwards. Pung pung. A huge force spread over and second brother retreated a few steps. His hand hurt badly, and his expression was solemn. Kiki, I thought you were a fool, so you have some ability. However, even so, you have to die today. Attack, don't leave a single chicken or dog on Marshall Path Mountain. Lin Fan wasn't in a good mood, cousin, beat them up. Leave the people and horses alive. Zhou Zhongmao suppressed the rage in his heart. This bunch of arrogant bandits didn't care about his cousin at all. However, he was annoyed that he wanted to leave them alive. Pung. Zhou Zhongmao's footsteps landed on the ground and cracks appeared. He instantly appeared in front of the bandits. He hollered. He gave out a shocking roar of rage. The horses knelt on the ground. The bandits on its back were stunned by that roar, and they all rolled off their horses. Zhou Zhongmao crossed his arms and his aura boiled. Thick internal strength seeped out from his body. Heaven and earth reversal. With such a stance, a shocking thing happened. The bandits felt like they couldn't control their bodies as they gathered towards the center. Zhou Zhongmao's crossed arms were like a ball, directly controlling the bandits. What technique is that? Second brother was shocked like he had seen a ghost. When had they ever seen such a mysterious and indiscernible technique? He didn't even touch the person. Pung. 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 The bandits felt a huge force pressing down on their bodies, and they were unable to move at all. Lin Fan was lazy to look. Capture them. Once I sleep, I will slowly deal with them. He didn't even look at the bandits, turning around and leaving right away. He wanted to go back to sleep. The bandits looked at Zhou Zhongmao. Who was this honest and even a little silly fellow? Also, what did that new sect leader mean? Why did it feel like he didn't care about the Wolf Brigade people at all? Damn! Wasn't he defeated way too quickly? Chun Yao, who did you offend? We were all wiped out. Let's not talk about second brother. Just talking about third leader. He had already thought about how to kill the people from Martial Path Mountain. He even thought about the specific steps. However, when he fell off the horse, he knew that he was finished. As expected. He didn't even pull out his blade and was beaten to the ground. How embarrassing. At that moment, Zhou Zhongmao stood in front of them and looked at them coldly. You all are so annoying. My cousin doesn't like to be disturbed when he is sleeping. Brother, we came to slaughter Martial Path Mountain, and you told me that your cousin didn't like to be disturbed when he was sleeping. Can you give us some face? You didn't care about us at all, right? Chun family. Young master, I am back. Tonight, the Wolf Brigade will attack and we will be able to see fireworks. Li Tsong said. Chun Zhou nodded his head. Very good. He felt really good in his heart. This was the effect that he wanted. The Wolf Brigade was vicious, and no one on Martial Path Mountain would be able to live. Suddenly, a servant walked in and panicked. Young master, not good. The Wolf Brigade bandits are heading towards Martial Path Mountain. What? Li Tsong was stunned. Who did you hear that from? Damn. We agreed to attack at night, so why are you so anxious? Even if you are anxious, can you not let others see? Isn't this causing trouble for young master? The servant said. A commoner said it. Now everyone in the city knows that the Wolf Brigade bandits are heading to Martial Path Mountain. Chan Xingyao took in a deep breath and told the servant to leave. He then looked towards Li Tsong with an unfriendly gaze. When Li Tsong saw that gaze, he was terrified. Young master, I told them to attack at night, but I didn't expect them to not wait and attack right away. Young master, truthfully, I feel that the Wolf Brigade doesn't listen to you. They said that after wiping out Martial Path Mountain, when they return, they will rob villages. Chan Xingyao's expression became more and more ugly. The news that Li Tsong brought back wasn't good. That was true. What did the Wolf Brigade want to do? Rebel? Rebel, what nonsense. He didn't believe that even if he gave them 10 guts they wouldn't dare. Li Tsong said, Young master, do you want to head to Martial Path Mountain to take a look? Chan Xingyao said, no, if we go, it will be problematic. We won't be able to see the flame ocean at night, what a waste. The Wolf Brigade didn't listen to his orders and acted on their own, which made him unhappy. When he had time, he had to head to Wolf Brigade and have a good chat with the leader to see what he was thinking. Beneath Martial Path Mountain, a bunch of people were hiding in the darkness. What do you think will happen above? It will be a battle to the death, blood will flow like a river, and corpses will be split into several pieces. Ah, so cruel? Cruel? What is this? You can't imagine how cruel the Wolf Brigade bandits are. Do you know that fool in the city? He wasn't a fool in the past, but he became a fool later on. I heard of this before. It seems like his father's head was smashed by the Wolf Brigade bandits. He saw the scene and was agitated, which was why he became like this. See? So terrifying. There was no movement on Martial Path Mountain. It was just so silent. There were no shocking screams and there was no thick smoke. To them, the Wolf Brigade bandits were good at killing and arson. It was normal that they didn't kill anyone, but they had to see some thick smoke. As for heading to Martial Path Mountain to take a look, forget it. Even if they were 10 guts, they wouldn't dare. Who were those people? They were all vicious bandits. They didn't want to live and ran. To send themselves over, wasn't that just asking to die? On the mountain. Second brother, what should we do now? Third brother knelt on the ground and asked. He observed the situation around. It was still safe and there was nothing to do. The current situation was a humiliation to them. The Wolf Brigade bandits were actually captured. They had lost so much face. Don't worry, they won't dare to do anything to us. Otherwise, we will take revenge. Second brother said. This was the utmost confidence he had in his family's strength. That moment, footsteps spread out. The bandits raised their heads and looked. It was the new sect leader that they saw in the morning. At first glance, there wasn't anything special about him. However, it was because of this that they were all wiped out. They are all here? Lin Fan asked. Zhou Zhongmao said, cousin, they are all here. Second brother got up and said, Martial Path Mountain sect leader, we have fallen today. But as long as you let us go, Wolf Brigade and Martial Path Mountain won't interfere with each other. How about that? Wolf Brigade's reputation was still really strong. Normal people would know what to do. Lin Fan said, I didn't tell you to stand up, so you just stood up. That is a little arrogant. Cousin, break your legs. Yes. Gotcha. Zhou Zhongmao was really quick. The second leader didn't even have time to react. When he felt the pain of his legs being broken, he finally realized that his legs were broken. Ah! Screams exploded out. Second brother laid paralyzed on the ground. His hands didn't know which leg to hold. Anyway, it was really painful. How could this happen? His methods were just too vicious. Rage points plus 999. He didn't hate Zhou Zhongmao, but he hated Lin Fan. He was the main culprit. How vicious. Yuan Tianchu witnessed everything. His methods were really amazing. When Lin Fan said that he was going to break his legs, he didn't react at all. It was like he was talking about something really normal. Lin Fan said calmly, I am a serious person. I hope that you can be more serious with me. Second brother cried out. Third brother looked at Lin Fan in shock. The other bandits were so shocked that they were speechless, unable to say a single word. Cousin, trash their cultivation. Lin Fan said. Damn. The bandits panicked. How can you do that? You can't trash us, the Wolf Brigade won't let you off. They shouted and scolded, but it was useless. Zhou Zhongmao only listened to his cousin. He attacked really quickly. Pa! Pa! One palm for one, trashing all the bandits. He didn't show any mercy at all. The feeling of having one's cultivation trashed didn't feel good. Especially when Zhou Zhongmao did it so violently. It was so painful that it was unbearable. Rage points plus 222. Rage points plus 333. Oh! Rage points plus 888. No matter who it was that had their cultivation trashed, naturally they would be furious. These bandits had many rage points. They had all reached their peak. In just a short while, it directly rose to over 10,000. How terrifying. He finally understood that unity was strength. With so many bandits working together, their strength was indeed terrifying. Zhang Tianshan said, Kid, send them to the city. Lin Fan said, why send them to the city? Don't you see that our Martial Path Mountain has become stronger? 32 free laborers helping to repair Martial Path Mountain is such a good thing, don't you think so? That's right. Zhang Tianshan nodded his head. My dear nephew is really smart. Why didn't he think of this method? Right. Free labor. He had already offended them. What was there to be afraid of? Kid, can I raise a suggestion? Zhang Tianshan said. Change the way you address me. Lin Fan said. Zhang Tianshan was helpless. Why were you treating me like an outsider? I am your uncle, but forget it. Sect leader. Lin Fan said, speak. Zhang Tianshan said. I think we should give them some motivation. If they don't repair Martial Path Mountain in 3 days, we will kill them. What do you think? Damn. Who asked you to look down on me? You are unlucky. The bandits didn't care about the pain, staring at Zhang Tianshan. You are a demon, right? Lin Fan nodded his head, and a good suggestion. Let's do that. If they don't do it in 3 days, we will kill them all. Damn. Not only was one person a demon, but all of them were demons. Save me. Stop playing. Chapter 119. The Wolf Brigade bandits all panicked. We are bandits. Dignity. Do you know what is the dignity of bandits? Just a few simple words and they decided our life and death. That was just too much. For some reason, they noticed that washing Martial Path Mountain in blood wasn't a wise choice. Chan Xingyao purposely conned them. The commoners around were still panicking. The arrival of the Wolf Brigade bandits had a huge impact on them, making them really uneasy and terrified. They wanted to find a hole to bury themselves in such that the bandits wouldn't be able to find them. But now the situation changed. Take a look. The bandits were defeated. They suddenly realized that bandits didn't seem so terrifying anymore. When they heard their screams, they actually felt a little pitiful. Oh my God. Many commoners were shocked by their own thoughts. As a commoner, they actually had such terrifying thoughts. Marshall Path Mountain is so amazing. Even the Wolf Brigade bandits were taken down. That's right, I don't dare to believe it. Marshall Path Mountain is accepting disciples? I want to join Marshall Path Mountain. They were tempted. They felt that Marshall Path Mountain had changed. Lin Fan left. He didn't care much about this matter. Bandits were not bad and gave him many rage points. Maybe this was their peak. Zhang Tianshan looked down at the bandits and said calmly, "Although I am not the Marshall Path Mountain sect leader, I am the deputy sect leader. Don't be disrespectful to me. Actually, with my age, I can be your father. However, forget it, there is no point in talking so much. Get to work, you only have 3 days. Once the time is up, I don't need to mention the outcome." The bandits raised their heads and looked at Zhang Tianshan. They didn't see it, they really didn't. The former Marshall Path Mountain sect leader was actually so petty. In the end, he even played them. 3 days? Looking at this old and broken Marshall Path Mountain, they panicked. This meant that they had to work overtime all night. Yuan Tianshu looked on silently. He saw it. Zhang Tianshan was really cunning to even think of such a method. It was obvious that he was eager to repair Marshall Path Mountain. These bandits were all vicious people. They were vicious to others and even more vicious to themselves. Especially now that Marshall Path was trashed and they only had 3 days, they would definitely crazily repair Marshall Path Mountain. With the addition of 32 free laborers, they could also reduce the expenditure of the commoners' funds. It was a good plan. Yuan Tianchu no longer looked down on Zhang Tianshan. If one was bolder, Marshall Path Mountain's decline might have been done by Zhang Tianshan on purpose. But he didn't dare to think like that. If that was the case, it would be too terrifying. It was terrifying to a certain extent. Staying on Marshall Path Mountain was asking to die. His body shuddered, and a large portion of his nutrition disappeared. His lifespan was shaken by fear for a few seconds. He scattered the speculations in his mind. He couldn't think like that. Otherwise, he would really scare himself to death. The people waiting at the foot of the mountain were getting impatient. Oh my God! What was going on? Wolf Brigade's efficiency was just too slow. If you wipe out Marshall Path Mountain, can you head down so that we can collect their corpses? There was no movement at all. This was too much of a scam. They were anxious to death. They were anxious to collect the corpses. Apart from looking at Wolf Brigade's killing methods, they also wanted to see whether or not they had silver. If they had enough, they would collect the corpses of the people on Marshall Path Mountain. Some people were so anxious that they stomped their feet. If they weren't too afraid, they would have stepped up Marshall Path Mountain. At this moment, there were people who were even more anxious than them. That was the Chun family young master. Such a long time passed, so why wasn't there any news at all? What was going on? Was there something good on Marshall Path Mountain? Young master, don't be anxious. We all know how amazing Wolf Brigade is. They are definitely torturing Marshall Path Mountain people. Li Tsong said. He wasn't happy with those bandits from Wolf Brigade, but one had to say that they were really strong, at least much stronger than him. Chan Shinga said, "How can I not be anxious? So much time has passed and there is no news at all. Did something happen?" No, Marshall Path Mountain doesn't have any strong people and they are weak. The second and third leaders of Wolf Brigade are here, so how could anything happen? Don't worry, young master. Nothing will happen. Let's just wait and there will be good news soon. Li Tsong explained. As the Chun family teacher, his status was not bad. At least in the city it was really high. As for the Chun family, she would definitely make the young master comfortable. When Huang Boren learned that Wolf Brigade headed to Marshall Path Mountain, he was shocked. He knew that Chun Xingyao was petty, but he didn't expect him to be so petty. Other people might not know about the relationship between Chen family and Wolf Brigade, but his Huang family knew. However, even if they knew, it was useless. No one would believe that Chun family had something to do with bandits. Gather people to head to Marshall Path Mountain, Huang Boren said. Chan Xingyao personally headed to Marshall Path Mountain to find trouble, so he wouldn't care. However, the situation wasn't right. He actually called the bandits over. This was harming the interests of his Huang family. He just invested 5,000 silver, and he didn't even see any returns before it was gone. He definitely couldn't take it. Yes, young master. The servant replied and immediately went to gather people. Huang Boren's cultivation wasn't high, but he had money. With money he would have helpers. In broad daylight, bandits were roaming around Jiang City, so how could he take it? Jiang City entrance. When Huang Boran brought his helpers out of the city, Qian Shengyao appeared. Brother Huang, where are you going? Qian Shengyao walked over and smiled as he asked. He really wanted to see Huang Boran's expression. Didn't you invest 5,000 silver? I will make it all go to waste in less than 3 days. Huang Boran said, good plan, but aren't you afraid of getting into trouble? Move aside, I am too lazy to talk to you. Qian Shengyao's face was innocent. Oi, brother Huang, I don't know what you are talking about. Why don't I understand? Damn, you're going to cry one day, you rascal. Huang Boran didn't want to say more. As expected from a bandit aristocratic family, their methods were just so dark. He hoped that he could rush over in time. He didn't think that with Martial Path Mountain's current ability, they could block those bandits. Qian Shengyao smiled happily. Li Tsong suggested that they head to Martial Path Mountain to take a look at the situation. It would definitely be a blood ocean, broken corpses and arms, a tragic sight to behold. Maybe they could even see Huang Boran's pained expression. No one's money came from nowhere. 5,000 silver wasn't much to Huang Boran, but it wasn't little either. He didn't even see anything and it was gone, so how could he feel good? You little brat, let's go, Qian Shengyao said. Li Tsong was delighted. Young master's praise made him feel good. Like every pore on his body had opened up. For Qian Shengyao, he really couldn't wait to see the situation at the scene. Huang Boran brought his helpers to the foot of Martial Path Mountain, and when he saw a bunch of sneaky people hiding there, he hollered. Who are you? Those commoners who were hiding at the foot of the mountain, waiting for the wolf brigade to leave, were shocked by that voice. They thought that it was the bandits, but when they saw who it was, they heaved a sigh of relief. Young Master Huang, don't misunderstand, we are commoners. Everyone stood up, lifting their clothes to prove that they didn't bring weapons. They definitely weren't bandits. Commoners really didn't dare to offend these aristocratic families. If they didn't like you, then they would mess with you. Who could take that? Young Master Huang was not bad. His attitude towards commoners wasn't so bad. What are you all doing here? Did you see the Wolf Brigade bandits head up Martial Path Mountain? Huang Boran asked. We saw them, they went up a long time ago and didn't come down. We were actually waiting for the bandits to end so that we could collect the corpses of the Martial Path Mountain people. We were all kind and didn't have any other thoughts. A commoner said. Who would believe you? Those words could only be used to bluff fools. How could he not know what these people were doing? It wasn't like he hadn't met them before. They were just shameless and despicable. The bandits robbed the village, and they waited behind. Once the bandits left, they would go and kill them. In some cases, they would even kill each other when there was a conflict, and in the end, everything would be pushed to the bandits. However, Huang Boran wasn't in the mood to talk to them. He had a bad feeling in his heart. After going up for a long time, they still hadn't come down. Go, let's head up, Huang Boran said. Brother Lin, you have to stay calm. You can't be wiped out by the Wolf Brigade. Stay calm, you have to stay calm. 5,000 silver wasn't a lot, but it wasn't a small amount. Don't fall, let me see some hope of getting a return on my investment. The helpers that followed held their weapons tightly. They took in a deep breath and then exhaled. They knew that they were about to face the most terrifying bandits within 100 miles of Jiang City. They killed numerous people, raped, pillaged, and did all sorts of evil. When they faced them head-on, it would be a lie to say that they weren't afraid. However, so what if they were a little nervous? They had many people, so they could just use the human wave tactic. They didn't believe that they couldn't kill these bandits. Huang Boran was protected in the middle by the helpers, and his footsteps slowly became heavier. He panicked. However, not long later, he felt that something wasn't right. The savageness of the Wolf Brigade bandits was obvious to all. However, what was going on? Why weren't there any screams at all? That didn't make sense. Of course, he didn't hope for Martial Path Mountain to be wiped out. But the development of the situation wasn't right. Dong! Dong! There was a knocking sound. Huang Boran frowned. What was that sound? It wasn't screams, but it was more like something was being hit. He was delighted. There was still hope. It seemed like Martial Path Mountain was defending against the Wolf Brigade. Go, let's go, Huang Boran hollered in rage. He waved his hands and brought his men to charge up. Brother Lin, hold on, I am coming. Huang Boren charged up Marshall Path Mountain. However, the situation in front of him stunned him. The workers were frightened by Huang Boren and thought that the bandits were here again. Both sides looked at one another. To the commoners, what was young Master Huang doing? Huang Boren didn't know what to say. What was going on? Didn't they say that the Wolf Brigade bandits went up the mountain? Where did they go? Flew away? Or were they blown away by a gust of wind on the way up? Young Master Huang, why did you come? When Zhang Tianshan saw Huang Boren, it was like he saw a pile of riches waving at him. Riches had a special attraction. To Zhang Tianshan, he had no resistance at all. Lin Fan walked over. Brother Huang, you brought so many people to help? Thank you, but it is too late. It has already ended. If you came earlier, you would have been able to see the situation. Huang Boren didn't bother about Zhang Tianshan. He walked in front of Lin Fan and said in shock, it ended? Lin Fan said, it ended. There are no problems, just a small fight. Those people are too mischievous. Damn. He really knew how to act. Those were the bandits of the Wolf Brigade. He actually said that it was a small fight and that they were mischievous. If other people said that, he would have slapped them. Stop bragging. If they had the ability, then go fight the Wolf Brigade. Those people are the bandits of the Wolf Brigade. Huang Boren asked. He wanted to confirm whether or not they were talking about the same person. There is a second leader who looks weird. His features are really tight, right? Lin Fan said. When Huang Boren heard that, it was true. Amazing, Brother Lin, you are really amazing. For some reason, I suddenly feel that this investment might be the smartest one I have made in my life. Huang Boren gave him a high evaluation. Those were the bandits of the Wolf Brigade. He thought that Marshall Path Mountain wouldn't be able to hold on, but who knew that the outcome would be like that? Joyous, it was just too joyous. The bandits of the Wolf Brigade were busy repairing Marshall Path Mountain. Death waved at them. If they didn't work hard, they would die. Second brother, do you think we will be fine? Third brother asked. Even if they completed the mission in 3 days, the outcome wouldn't be much better. However, they had no choice. If they didn't work hard, they would die now. If they worked hard, they could live for 3 more days. Within these 3 days, there might be hope for it to happen. Second brother said no. And third brother found it weird. Second brother, you are so sure. Do you have a plan? Second brother said, no, let's finish this matter first. We can live for 3 more days. If we don't return in 3 days, Big Brother will know that something happened to us and will think of a way to save us. Do you think that this place can stop Big Brother? However, for some reason, second brother felt bitter in his heart. His cultivation was trashed and he would be a piece of trash in the future. Cultivate again? Don't be a fucking joke. He felt that he was a genius. However, it had taken him 15 years to cultivate to this level. Life. How many 15 years could there be? Especially after he started this job. His cultivation didn't increase. However, Big Brother's cultivation continued to rise, and that was for a reason. Big Brother split all the good things. What they distributed were the common things such as gold, silver notes, and so on. Shush, work, that fellow is here. Second brother said. He saw Lin Fan walk over. Damn. Wait and see. Once Big Brother comes, you are all finished. Lin Fan pointed forwards and said, there, they are useless. They are too ugly, so they can only do manual labor. Those words were a little hurtful. Second brother heard it and was about to cry from anger. However, he had to bear with it. He was a bandit, the second brother of Wolf Brigade, who was terrified of him. How could he cry? Huang Boren's eyes opened wide. How amazing. He had never thought that someone would use the Wolf Brigade bandits as manual labor. Brother Lin, respect. Lin Fan smiled, not at all. You invested 5,000 silver in Marshall Path Mountain, which means that you have high hopes for us. We need to show some of our strength. What do you think? Our strength is okay, right? Huang Boren smiled. How is it okay? It is totally out of my expectations. Brother Lin, I have high hopes for Marshall Path Mountain's future. That's right. However, Lin Fan didn't have high hopes for himself. He wasn't sure how long he would stay in Marshall Path Mountain. Maybe his father would wave his hand and tell him to go home. He would definitely go home right away. What a waste. Father didn't let him go home. Until now he didn't even send a letter. He didn't miss him too much. Lin Fan said, Brother Huang, since it is okay, why not continue to invest? The bigger the investment, the bigger the returns. Yuan Tianchu, who was smashing bricks, glanced. Bastard. He was bluffing such a pure teen again. Couldn't he have some morals and let him off? With his understanding of Lin Fan, he could avoid any danger. It was no longer possible for Lin Fan to scam him. He was immune to poison and didn't fear any schemes. This was what he comprehended during this period of time by Lin Fan's side. Huang Boran thought about it for a moment. Brother Lin, we can invest, but not now. We need to see some results. He wasn't a fool. How could he casually invest? He just invested 5,000 silver, and he had to invest again. That wasn't good. It was too rushed, and he had to take it slow. Okay, I won't force you to invest. Lin Fan said. It was good that someone invested. His life was really carefree. Fish and meat were provided for them every day, and they made do with it. Their days were not bad. Huang Boran asked Brother Lin, how are you prepared to settle them? Lin Fan took a look. 3 days later, behead them. Pata. Third leader's tools fell to the ground. The other bandits were really worried. Didn't you say that as long as we repair Martial Path Mountain in 3 days, you would let us go? Second leader asked. Who said that? Lin Fan asked and looked towards Zhang Tianxian. Zhang Tianxian shook his head right away. I didn't say anything. His expression was one of someone who didn't want to admit it. He was heartless, a true man. I don't want to do it anymore. Third leader tossed his tools to the ground. His face was filled with determination. He wasn't going to do it anymore. If he wanted to kill him, then kill him. He was a bandit and he had to be tough. Cousin kill. Lin Fan waved his hands. Third leader knelt down in a daze, picking up his tools and working hard. He shouted, don't, I am joking. I will do it, can't I? Lin Fan said, if you don't want to do it, you will die now. If you do, you can live for 3 more days. Choose yourself, I won't bully you. Liang Yongqi, who was in the distance, pouted. Not bullying. You nearly rode on his body to bully him, and you still say you won't bully him. How cunning. He just wanted to return to you city. If he wasn't welcomed in the family, then so be it. It was better than staying here. He still had to work. He didn't care about him at all. Huang Boran said, Brother Lin, I don't suggest you kill them. Wolf Brigade is the biggest bandit lair within 100 miles. I heard that the leader is really strong. If you kill them, it will attract unnecessary problems. That was what he thought from his perspective. Wolf Brigade had already formed a huge power. It would be really tough to wipe them out. Moreover, Wolf Brigade had many people. If they went all out to take revenge, it wouldn't be a joke. Even if Martial Path Mountain was several times stronger, they wouldn't be their match. Second leader listened in and felt really good. This Huang family young master was a logical person. He knew that Wolf Brigade couldn't be offended. Not bad, not bad. Continue to speak. Speak more about how strong Wolf Brigade was. Let this kid be afraid and then let them go. As long as he released them, he would counterkill them. Hee. Just thinking about it made him excited. Pa. Zhang Tianxian smacked second leader's head and scolded. What are you laughing at? Do your work? Damn. The rage in second leader's heart was about to spit out. He really wanted to press Zhang Tianxian to the ground and beat him up. He was the second leader of Wolf Brigade and he dared to treat him like that. Didn't Huang Boran say how terrifying Wolf Brigade was? Didn't he feel any fear in his heart? However, he had no choice. His cultivation was gone. He was also threatened by others, living under someone else's roof. It was tough and he could only face these people with a beaten-up face. But don't forget, every dog has its day, and they will regret it. Lin Fan smiled. Brother Huang, why did you release them? If Wolf Brigade comes, then come. Why would we be afraid of them? He really wanted to ask when had he ever been afraid. Of course. His father didn't count. He kept forcing him to marry and have kids. He was really afraid. It was good that he came out to hide. Once the situation cleared up, he would return. Huang Boran said, Brother Lin, you can't think that way. Some things have to be given. I live in Jiang City and understand Wolf Brigade. They do all sorts of evil things and fight over every little thing. If we get tangled up with them, we won't be able to get to where we are today. Second leader was furious, but when he heard those words he felt really comfortable. Those words sounded like something a human would say. If one didn't personally witness how strong Wolf Brigade was, one wouldn't understand. Second leader said, "Sect leader Lin, let us go. I can guarantee that we won't find trouble." Pa! Zhang Tianshan smacked second leader's head in rage and scolded, "Do your job. If you speak any more nonsense, I will kill you." Damn. Thank you, Brother Huang, for your good intentions, but it is okay. If Wolf Brigade finds trouble, I will wipe them out. Wouldn't that prove Marshall Path Mountain's value? Wouldn't Brother Huang be able to invest? Lin Fan said. For some reason, Huang Boren panicked. He felt like someone was looking at his wallet. This feeling was really magical. He hoped that it was an illusion. Foot of the mountain. Chen Xinyao was really anxious. Damn, what was going on? Could he give him some news? Was Marshall Path Mountain wiped out? He just wanted to see the new sect leader and that dumb guy's head. He didn't want to see anything else. Young master, don't rush. There will be an outcome soon. Li Tsong said. Pa! Chen Xinyao slapped him. Of course you won't rush. You aren't the one being beaten up. Li Tsong felt wronged. Young master, why did you treat me like that? I was beaten up too. Could it be that in your heart I'm really that unimportant? Go up and take a look. Chen Xinyao said. Li Tsong blinked. Young master, you are serious. Go up? Thinking about it, it didn't seem like much. Let's just go. Wait. Chen Xinyao stopped him. He noticed that Huang Boren had come down from the mountain. He was delighted. Brother Huang. What is the situation on the mountain? Is there a river of blood? Is it really intense? I told you that the Wolf Brigade people are all vicious people. How many of those who face them can have a complete corpse? When I formed the Bandit Suppression Guild, I took in money to wipe out the Wolf Brigade. Unfortunately, no one understood. Look at what happened. Chen Xinyao sighed. Who could he blame? If he wanted to blame someone, he could only blame the person who had no foresight. Huang Boren stared at Chen Xinyao like he was looking at a retard. What was he even saying? He didn't know the situation and just spoke nonsense here. Who didn't know that the Wolf Brigade came because of his orders? Unfortunately, they failed. He smashed his own foot with a brick. It was so painful that he cried out. Chen Xinyao said, Brother Huang, you invested 5,000 silver into Marshall Path Mountain, and now those bandits are benefiting for nothing. Haze, if they came earlier, Brother Huang wouldn't need to spend so much money. Huang Boren was lazy to talk nonsense with him and left right away. On the other hand, Chen Xinyao was rejoicing in Huang Xiaolong's misfortune. Brother Huang, don't go. Let's continue. To him, Huang Boren didn't say a word because he felt heart-pained. Young master, I said it was done. Li Tsong smiled. However, that was weird. Since it was done, then why didn't they send the head over? Looking at young master Huang's situation, it was obvious that he didn't face the Wolf Brigade, otherwise it wouldn't be like this. Where did they go? Forget it. Don't think about it. Anyways, it was done. Maybe those bandits left long ago. However, to Li Tsong, those bandits didn't do things well. They couldn't even do what they said. Young master wanted to see the head, so why didn't they just send it over? Young master, do you want to go up and take a look? Li Tsong asked. Chen Xinyao shook his head. Haze, no. I am such a kind person and can't bear to see such gory scenes. Go up and search whether or not there is that dumb guy's head. If you find it, bring it back to me. Li Tsong's eyes opened wide. He told him to search for the head in the corpses. That was way too fucking ruthless. How disgusting. He didn't want to go. However, if he didn't go, he wouldn't be able to live his life. Young master would definitely beat him up. Okay, young master, I will go find that head right away. Li Tsong said. Go, I will head back first. Chen Xinyao was in a good mood. He wanted to find a girl in the city to play with. Li Tsong looked at young master's back view and exhaled. He was helpless. He could only brace himself and climb up the mountain. Needless to say, it was a little sinister. After a long while, Li Tsong heard movement on the mountain and frowned. What was going on? There were still people here. He peeked at her furtively. Suddenly, he saw second brother who was moving bricks. He couldn't be wrong. Second boss's face was so unique. Just one look and you would never forget it. What is going on? Li Tsong's body shook. Didn't they say that Marshall Path Mountain was wiped out? Who the hell was the second head? Why was he moving bricks here? Suddenly, a gaze locked onto him. Li Tsong noticed that dumb guy. With a yelp he broke into a run. Damn! Damn! He was cheated. Martial Path Mountain was fine, the ones that were the bandits of Wolf Brigade. Young master, don't be happy, we were cheated. When Li Tsong returned to the city, Chan Xinyao was teasing a girl. That girl was really cute. She didn't shout and didn't cry. Instead, she showed an embarrassed expression. After all, Chan Xinyao was the young master of a big family. There must be a lot of young ladies who are looking for a partner. Li Tsong hurried over and stuttered. Young master, no. Not good, Martial Path Mountain is fine, the Wolf Brigade bandits were all captured. Chan Xinyao wanted to attack her chest, but when he heard that, his hand hung in midair. He turned his head and looked at Li Tsong. What did you say? The girl was prepared to accept young Master Chen's molestation. Seeing that young Master Chen didn't do anything, she was a little anxious. She moved forwards and exclaimed in shock. Young Master Chen, how can you do that? Pa! Unfortunately, what welcomed her wasn't more teasing, but a slap. Her head spun and she nearly fainted. How is that possible? Chan Xingyao's face was dark and sunken. Martial Path Mountain captured the Wolf Brigade bandits. Impossible. Definitely impossible. Young master, I personally saw it. Li Tsong said. He couldn't forget Second Brother's face, Second Brother's crooked back when he moved bricks, as well as that melancholic gaze. Chan Xingyao's gaze became really terrifying. When he thought back to Huang Boren's gaze, he felt that it wasn't sadness, but that he treated him like an idiot. Bastard! Since he knew he was still acting in front of him. Go, head to Wolf Brigade and tell them what happened here. Chan Xingyao instructed. Li Tsong was stunned. Young master, you really didn't treat me as a human, right? I just came back today and you told me to head to Wolf Brigade. That was too much. Yes, young master, I will head over now. Li Tsong hurried over and left. In the alley, only Chan Xingyao and that girl were there. The girl curled up at the side and looked at Chan Xingyao in fear. You heard it. Chan Xingyao's face was dark and sunken. The girl shook her head. No, I didn't hear anything, I really didn't. Chan Xingyao laughed coldly. He slowly walked in front of the girl, grabbed her head and smashed it against the wall. Pung! 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 Blood covered her face and he still didn't stop. The girl shouted in her heart. You said you would tease me, so why did you do that to me? Only when there was no more aura did Chan Xingyao loosen his grip. He lowered his head in thought, thinking about this matter. When he left the alley, a servant came in, picked up a sack, and placed the little girl inside. His actions were really familiar. Expert. Martial Path Mountain. Lin Fan felt that sometimes one couldn't be too anxious. Who knew when someone would come to deliver things? 32 free laborers, 32 horses. This was slowly strengthening Martial Path Mountain. Rage points. 20839. Another huge amount of rage points. Lightning Blade 4 strokes had been cultivated to reach the peak realm, and he needed to raise it to returning to true. Improve. Consumed 4,500 rage points. Mixed Energy Broken Jade Hand had been cultivated to the Mastery realm, and if he continued to raise it, it would reach returning to true. Then, the switch between the three techniques would be perfect. Improve. Consumed 3,500 rage points. Consumed 4,000 rage points. Consumed 4,500 rage points. Mixed Energy Broken Jade Hand reached the peak physique. 240 Martial Path Grade 8, Internal Strength. 240 Martial Path Grade 8, Heart Cultivation. Purple Sun 4 Saint Scripture Grade 10 Cultivation Technique. Vengeful Tiger Blade Technique Returning to True. Bug Controlling Technique Basics. Unmovable King Body Unlearnt Lightning Blade 4 Strokes Returning to True. Mixed Energy Broken Jade Hand Returning to True. Rage Points. 4339 Dante think that there were a lot of rage points. They were consumed really quickly. However, his own strength had increased by a lot, and within Martial Path Grade 8, he was definitely unparalleled. Chapter 120. The commoners who worked at Martial Path Mountain returned home. However, they were eager to tell everyone about what happened today. Very quickly, the news of the Wolf Brigade bandits being caught on Martial Path Mountain spread out. At the start, some people didn't believe it. What a joke. Marshall Path Mountain went against Wolf Brigade. Even if they used their lives, it wasn't enough. However, more and more people spread it. The people who went to Marshall Path Mountain to work all said that, so the truth of the matter was huge. Some people didn't believe that Marshall Path Mountain was so strong and headed over to take a look. In the end, he chose to believe his eyes. It was true. Marshall Path Mountain was too strong. After returning to Jiang City, he became the messenger to spread the truth. He worked hard like he was the one who took down the Wolf Brigade bandits. Let me tell you that it was true. I just came back from Marshall Path Mountain. Marshall Path Mountain is really amazing. The Wolf Brigade bandits aren't their match. To the Jiang City commoners, this was a huge matter. The Wolf Brigade hurt them a lot. When they did business outside, they had no choice but to hand over all their wealth when they faced them. However, luckily they only robbed and didn't kill. However, they were too arrogant. Each time they robbed, they would tell them to work hard to earn money and let them continue robbing. They were really arrogant when they said that. Very quickly, the rumor spread to Chen Shengyao's ears. His heart was filled with rage. He smashed things to release the rage in his heart. Marshall Path Mountain, you made me lose so much face. Chen Shengyao gritted his teeth. He was someone who cared about face. He lost it to anyone but Huang Boran. However, now, he had lost all his face. He couldn't forget the way Huang Boran looked at him. That gaze was vicious. He killed his heart. That night, the Wolf Brigade lived a life of meat and wine every day. Everyone gathered together, eating meat and drinking wine. They hugged the girls beside them. The quality of the girls wasn't high. However, it was better than nothing. Why aren't they back yet? The leader frowned and was confused. At this time they should have returned. The celebration was to wait for second and third brother to return. However, it was already so late. There wasn't even a single person. It was really weird. Could something have happened? The leader had a bad feeling. However, he quickly tossed this premonition to the back of his mind. Although second brother looked weird, his cultivation was decent. Marshall Path Grade 7. In the vicinity of Jiang City, he was a top expert. Moreover, third brother was strong too and brought so many people. How could anything happen to Marshall Path Mountain? Everyone knew about Marshall Path Mountain's situation. He was really a piece of trash. He had never heard of a sect giving its disciples a monthly allowance. It was laughable. If he hadn't seen it with his own eyes, he would have found it hard to believe. Big brother, why are you frowning? Is there something on your mind? Tell little brother. Little brother will chop off his head and use it as a dish for big brother. The fifth boss said. The fifth boss looked a little vulgar. He had a thick neck, thick limbs, thick everywhere, and a loud voice. Pa! The fourth boss angrily slapped his fifth brother's head. If you don't know how to speak, then don't speak. Your head will be used as food for big brother. Are you saying that big brother will eat human flesh? Fifth elder said awkwardly, my bad, my bad. I meant to use it as a urinal. Hayes. Fourth brother stared at him in rage. He didn't know how to speak and his words weren't accurate. Fourth brother was a proper person and had studied in the past. It was tough for him to speak amongst this bunch of bandits who didn't. The leader said, I saw that second brother and third brother still haven't returned, so I am afraid that something will happen. Fourth brother said, big brother, it won't happen. Second brother and third brother are really strong. It is just Marshall Path Mountain, so how could something happen? Look, from their words, one could tell how much they looked down on Marshall Path Mountain. Zhang Tianshan was really pitiful in the past. He made Marshall Path Mountain the only sect within 100 miles of Jiang City. However, bandits didn't care about it at all. How sad was that? Maybe second brother and the others robbed the village and had a good time. Anyways, they will definitely come back. Fourth brother said. The leader nodded, I hope so. However, for some reason he was really worried. This feeling was just too magical. At this moment, Li Tsong dissed in his heart. What a beast. No matter what, the teacher had some status. Young master was too vicious. He had just rushed back from Wolf Brigade, and now he wanted him to head to Wolf Brigade. Couldn't he change to someone else or slow down a little? Not to mention anything else, his butt was hurting badly. This horse was a little fierce. It galloped like it was flying, causing his butt to jump up and down, and he didn't have a moment of peace. Marshal Path Mountain, why do you have so many problems? Being wiped out by Wolf Brigade. Just let my young master be happy. Why do you have to resist? You are sick in the head. Li Tsong scolded. Very quickly, he saw the brightly lit Wolf Brigade. They were finally here. However, thinking about how he had to rush back through the night, he wanted to spit out a mouthful of blood to protest against such actions. I am Chun family teacher Li Tsong, please open the gate. I have an urgent matter to find the leader. Li Tsong hollered. The bandit guarding the gate opened it. If there were many people, he definitely wouldn't open it just because of one sentence. However, there was just one person. If he opened it, then so be it. Would one person dare to be so arrogant? Li Tsong entered the stronghold and hurriedly got off the horse. He ran towards Loyalty Hall and shouted, Leader, I am Chun family teacher Li Tsong. I have an urgent matter to report. The leader was thinking about something, and when he heard Li Tsong's voice, his heart creaked. Damn! It can't be that something really happened, right? There was a high possibility. If not, why would Chun family teacher come to Wolf Brigade? Unless something happened. Loyalty Hall was totally silent. Everyone looked towards Li Tsong. Their gazes made Li Tsong so nervous that he wanted to die. Damn! For some reason, he felt like a naked girl was tossed into a wolf's den. Could they not look at him like that? He panicked. What happened? The leader suppressed the uneasiness in his heart and asked. Li Tsong cupped his fists and said, Leader, something happened. Second leader of Wolf Brigade headed to wash Marshal Path Mountain in blood, but they captured him. My young master ordered me to inform you to personally head out to wipe out Marshal Path Mountain. As expected, the leader's heart sank. Something really happened. He didn't see second brother and the others return in a long time and felt that things weren't right. It didn't take long to wipe out Marshal Path Mountain. Even if they robbed the village, it wouldn't take long. However, they didn't return, so it was impossible for nothing to happen. How did that happen? We all know about Marshal Path Mountain's strength. They don't have the ability to capture second brother and the others. Fourth leader stood up in shock. That was indeed the case. How strong could Marshal Path Mountain be? They all knew about Zhang Tianshan, and it wasn't an exaggeration to say that he was the weakest sect leader in history. However, Marshal Path Mountain, which had the most trash sect leader, actually captured second brother and the others. No one would believe it if they said it out. Li Tsong said, Leader, Marshal Path Mountain's sect leader isn't Zhang Tianshan but someone else. He didn't understand the new sect leader's background. Anyways, he only knew that his name was Lin Fan. He was a young fellow. He didn't look special. However, it was this fellow who caused the Wolf Brigade to suffer a huge loss. Would you believe it if I said it? Fourth leader was in deep thought. Someone else? Big brother, I will head to Marshal Path Mountain. Fourth leader said. The leader frowned. No, we can't send them one by one. Second brother and third brother are together and they are really strong. Even the two of them were captured, so it is useless for you to go. Tell the brothers to prepare. We will head to Marshal Path Mountain tonight. He was prepared to head out personally. This matter revealed a sense of danger. If they didn't treat it seriously, they might be in trouble. Li Tsong was delighted. This relationship was great. With the leader of the Wolf Brigade personally heading out, what could Marshal Path Mountain do? Teacher Li, thank you for informing me. The leader said. Li Tsong said, No, we are all serving young master, so we should do that. The leader waved his hands. Tell the brothers to prepare. We will head out tonight. Very quickly. Each shout was louder than the last. Pack up. Those who aren't wearing pants wear them. We will head to Jiang City Marshal Path Mountain. Motherfucker. Someone actually dares to offend our Wolf Brigade. He must be tired of living. I am going to start a massacre. He was filled with the bandit aura. Extremely overbearing. This was the Wolf Brigade, a bunch of wolves gathered together. Even if it was a dragon, it would be bitten to pieces. Damn. Li Tsong was impressed by these bandits. They were really bandits. What did he see just now? A bandit hugged a girl and shouted who dared to offend them. There were even people helping to push his butt. Damn. What a beast. Can't you have a little shame? With so many men watching, don't you feel that your actions are a little offensive to public decency? Especially that girl, she was really unrestrained. She even shouted a few times like it was really comfortable. If this was in Jiang City, she would definitely be thrown into a pig cage. Teacher Li, while we are packing up, tell us who you like and we will let you feel good. A bandit suggested. Li Tsong was furious. Feel good your head, even if you don't find it dirty. I do. I am a person with principles. Of course. He still smiled. Thank you for your good intentions, there is no need. His heart was filled with sadness. When he returned, he had to tell young master that these people were all beasts to do such things. In the future, he really didn't want to come to Wolf Brigade. He was just too blind. The leader stood on the steps. On his back was a giant blade that was as long as a person. Although he didn't say anything, his expression was terrifying. Wolf Brigade started to get busy. It had been a long time since they went all out. For one Martial Path Mountain, the leader wanted to go all out. One had to say that he overestimated Martial Path Mountain. If other people saw this, they would definitely think that there was a need to go all out for just one Martial Path Mountain. However, to the leader it was really necessary. Second and third brother being captured was enough to reveal a piece of news. There were experts there. If one underestimated them, one might suffer losses. Li Tsong looked on as the Wolf Brigade organized up. He muttered in his heart. Although it seemed chaotic, everyone knew what they had to do. Especially that bandit nature, it was just too strong. The entire Wolf Brigade was covered. Even he was suspecting. Could Chun family really control the Wolf Brigade with such a strong bandit nature? All the bandits rode on their horses, and they were filled with killing intent. Li Tsong felt like he didn't fit in. Mixing in a bunch of bandits made him feel uncomfortable. Let's go. The leader waved his hands and the bandits moved out. There were hundreds of them, and some were left behind to guard the Wolf Brigade. My butt. Li Tsong wanted to cry but no tears came out. He had to rush but he had no choice. He was here to do a tough job, and he could only bear with it and wait until he returned to the city before resting. The bandits rushed. The sound of horse hooves rang out. They were really fierce and no one dared to block them. A cold glow flashed in the leader's eyes. Especially the blade on his back, it added a really suppressive feeling to the dark night. The sky slowly turned bright. The Wolf Brigade bandits finally arrived near Jiang City. They rested on the spot and didn't act rashly. Leader, should we charge in right away? Li Tsong asked. He really couldn't wait. It was good for everyone to settle this matter earlier. His young master wanted to see heads. You don't know, my young master was interested in teasing that girl, but because of Martial Path Mountain he lost interest. Based on his estimation, that girl would be cut off from the world. The leader said, there is no rush. Li Tsong dissed in his heart. You aren't in a rush, but I am. Forget it, you are the head of the bandits and you have the final say. Leader, I will return to the city to report to young master. I hope that leader can wipe out Martial Path Mountain soon. Li Tsong cupped his fists. He couldn't spend too long with bandits. If others saw it and it spread out, it wouldn't be good. Moreover, the longer he spent with these bandits, the more uncomfortable he felt. Look, that bandit even dug his nose, and after that he even used his tongue to lick it. How disgusting. His overall quality was really low, and it exceeded one's imagination. The leader nodded his head. He didn't say much, like he had entered another state. Right. Li Tsong headed towards Jiang City. He wanted to report to young master now. He hoped that young master could understand him. He didn't sleep for the entire night. His butt was about to explode. Don't give me more missions, just let me go back and have a good sleep. Big brother, what should we do later? Fourth leader asked. Second brother and third brother were captured on Martial Path Mountain. He was really anxious and he wanted to charge in right now to save his brothers. However, he had to listen to big brother's orders and couldn't act rashly. The leader looked at the sky. It is still early. Later, tell all the brothers to rest on the spot and keep quiet. Don't walk around. Once we deal with Martial Path Mountain, they will have a good time. Yes, fourth leader replied. He immediately ordered for all the brothers not to act alone. Wolf Brigade's discipline was not bad. However, the long-term victory caused some of the brothers to explode. Such things had happened in the past. When everyone was waiting for the merchants to pass by, some brothers actually went to the surrounding villages to find a girl to play with. That behavior wasn't good. Jiang City. Li Tsong rode back and hurried into the manor. He came outside young master's room and shouted, "Young master, I am back." Chen Xingyao's mood hadn't been good since yesterday. "How is the matter going?" Chen Xingyao's voice spread out from within. He had been suppressing a fire in his heart and was waiting to vent it out. Li Tsong entered and reported the situation. "Young master, the leader of Wolf Brigade personally led the brothers to wait outside of Jiang City. When the time comes, we will act right away." "Still waiting. Tell him to wipe out Martial Path Mountain now. Go." Chen Xingyao instructed. What was there to wait for? Since they were already here, then attack. Wipe out Martial Path Mountain. Lift that bastard's head over. Li Tsong was filled with despair. "Young master, you really didn't treat me as a human. Look at my eyes." There were dark circles under his eyes, and his eye bags were hanging down. "Even if you didn't praise me, you had to let me go back to rest. You're draining my life force like this. What a beast." "Yes, young master, I will head over now." Li Tsong hurriedly left. Chen Xingyao's face was cold. The Wolf Brigade's actions made him unhappy. They did what he told them to do, and they actually dared to wait. Once this matter ended, he had to meet them to have a good talk. Li Tsong returned to the leader and told him about young master's orders. What he didn't expect was that the leader only replied with 2 words. "There is no rush." Damn! Li Tsong really wanted to die. It wasn't that he was in a rush, but that young master was. Couldn't he just act right away and complete the matter? He didn't stop and ran back to report the situation to young master. When Chen Xingyao learned that the leader went against his orders, his face was dark and sunken. "Go tell him, is he going against my orders?" Li Tsong looked at young master. His heart was filled with despair. What did they treat him as? A messenger pigeon or a runner? Couldn't they just say it face to face? It was so simple. "Why is there a problem?" Chen Xingyao frowned and asked. Li Tsong shook his head right away. "No, I will go right away." Then, Li Tsong ran back and forth. To him, this leader was sick in the head. He wasn't in a rush, Why didn't he give a reason so that he could explain to young master? Now that he gave such a perfunctory reply, how was he supposed to explain? Young master and the leader's questions made Li Tsong want to spit out blood. He wasn't angry, but running back and forth caused his breathing to rise, and he showed signs of being restless. The time has come. Finally, the reply he heard wasn't that there was no rush. Li Tsong sat on the ground and panted. He was really tired. He just wanted to sleep. "Leader, I will tell young master." Li Tsong got up and quickly returned to Jiang City to report to young master. The leader wrote a letter. "Fourth brother, send this letter to the new Martial Path Mountain sect leader. Remember, don't be rash." "Yes, big brother." Fourth brother replied. He didn't ask much. Big brother had his own thoughts, so he just had to send the letter over. He got on the horse and galloped towards Martial Path Mountain. All the bandits waited solemnly. Some pulled out their blades and spat out phlegm, wiping their blades. When they fought, it would be easier to slash people. Martial Path Mountain. Fourth brother went up and took a look. It was really old, and one couldn't tell that this sect had the ability to take down second and third brothers. Suddenly, a familiar back view, especially under the sun, it gave off a sad feeling. Before he even said that, the silhouette carried a few bricks and slowly walked away. The silhouette was on the verge of collapse, as if it could fall at any time. No, how could that be second brother's back view? Fourth brother shook his head and tossed that thought to the back of his head. "Who are you?" Suddenly, Zhou Zhongmao noticed an uninvited guest and asked warily. Cousin was here on Martial Path Mountain, so he had to pay attention to all strangers who came up. "I am the fourth brother of Wolf Brigade, I damn." Before he could finish his sentence, he saw the simple and honest big blockhead in front of him reach out and grab him with his 5 fingers. Damn! Even bandits like us won't make a move before the other person has finished speaking. That was too violent. He focused. That claw was tough to dodge. Energy flowed around his fingers, and there was a suction force. The fourth boss staggered backwards. His cultivation was okay, Martial Path Grade 6, and he was ranked high in Wolf Brigade. However, at this moment he felt that things weren't right. Zhou Zhongmao stepped forwards and with a paw, his fingers seemed to be able to shrink the ground as he directly grabbed fourth brother's head. He used strength and pressed down with one hand. Fourth brother's head smashed into the ground, causing it to crack and form a small hole. He showed mercy and didn't use too much strength, otherwise, his head would have exploded. What are you doing? Zhang Tianxian patrolled Martial Path Mountain to see who was slacking. He saw Zhou Zhongmao beating someone up. Why did he beat him up so early in the morning? He even pressed his head to the ground. Didn't he think about whether or not his head hurt? If he turned into a retard, would he take care of him? Nothing. Zhou Zhongmao said. Zhang Tianxian looked at Zhou Zhongmao. How did Lin Wani have such a dumb nephew? He was scarily dumb. When he looked at the fellow who fell to the ground, he exclaimed. He felt that this person's face was familiar, like he had seen it before. He lifted his head up. He looked closely. Oh my God. Wasn't that the fourth brother of Wolf Brigade? Why did he come here? That was impossible. Did he say anything just now? Zhang Tianxian asked. Zhou Zhongmao replied. He said that he was the fourth brother of Wolf Brigade. What else? Zhang Tianxian asked. Zhou Zhongmao thought about it. He seemed to have said one word. Oh, me? Zhang Tianxian was confused. What did that mean? Zhou Zhongmao nodded his head. That was the last word he said. It was me. Then I attacked. Damn. You are so dumb. Zhang Tianxian was speechless. How did Lin Wani teach his nephew? Could he wait for him to finish before attacking? The fourth brother of Wolf Brigade appeared here. That wasn't a good sign. What are you doing? Lin Fan woke up, holding a bowl of shark fin stewed with bird's nest. His conditions were average, so he just ate it. Sect leader, look at what your cousin did. He didn't even finish and he knocked him out. How can he be so violent? Zhang Tianxian grumbled. Lin Fan took a look. Who? Zhang Tianxian said. Fourth brother of Wolf Brigade. Lin Fan found it weird. Why did people from Wolf Brigade come here? To save their comrades? But just one person, didn't they look down on him a little too much? There is a letter. Zhang Tianxian saw a letter beside fourth brother. He picked it up and opened it. He sucked in a deep cold breath. Damn. Lin Fan took the letter and looked at it carefully, occasionally nodding his head. The content of the letter was roughly like this. I am the leader of Wolf Brigade. I heard that you captured my second and third brother, so we have to talk. If you don't want to suffer, then release them, otherwise you will have to bear the consequences. Sect leader, what should we do? Wolf Brigade is going all out, and we have so few people we aren't even enough. Zhang Tianxian said. Lin Fan was really calm. What are you panicking for? Their second, third, and fourth brothers are all here, so why are you panicking? Zhang Tianxian thought about it. That made sense. They had a bargaining chip. Yuan Tianchu got close. He saw that the situation wasn't right and knew that something huge had happened. As expected, Wolf Brigade moved out. This was a huge matter. Brother Lin, can I take a look at the letter? Yuan Tianchu said. Lin Fan passed the letter to Yuan Tianchu and thought about what would happen next. Many people would definitely come. If he let them go just like that. Even if he agreed, the heavens wouldn't. If the heavens wanted to, they would scold him. What did it have to do with him? He agreed. Yuan Tianchu frowned and read word by word. There was a problem. There was a problem with this letter. He looked at the fellow lying on the ground. Wolf Brigade was probing. This letter wasn't the final goal, but it was for this person to probe the Martial Path Mountain situation. If Lin Fan let this person go, then Wolf Brigade wouldn't hesitate to attack. Now Lin Fan kept this person here to threaten the Wolf Brigade. He looked at Lin Fan. As expected. Who said that Lin Fan was a fool and a piece of trash? That was because they didn't see the current situation. As expected, his thoughts couldn't be guessed. He had absolute control over everything. Terrifying, this person was really terrifying. Yuan Tianchu's heart was beating really quickly. The more he interacted with Lin Fan, the more he realized how terrifying Lin Fan was. It seemed like he had to thank him for not killing him in Yu City. With his personality, he wouldn't have been able to block Lin Fan's schemes. Luckily, he grew quickly and was able to follow Lin Fan's thoughts. It wasn't that he was able to follow Lin Fan's thoughts, but that Lin Fan didn't know where they came from. He was sick in the head. Sect leader, what should we do now? Zhang Tianshan asked. Although he didn't panic anymore. If he didn't solve this matter, he would feel bad. Lin Fan said, do what you need to do. drag him away and continue to work. It wasn't that he didn't want to do it, but that he didn't think of a way to deal with it. He would just leave him alone and think of a good idea. Yuan Tianshu muttered in his heart. He didn't panic in the face of danger. The enemy was already here, but he was still able to keep calm. If not for him being too dangerous, he really wanted to sit down and drink a few cups with him and chat. Liang Yongqi was really carefree. When he saw that Yuan Tianshu was talking to someone, he knew that this fellow was thinking about something. What nonsense was he thinking about? None of it worked. Wolf Brigade bandits. And the leader frowned. So much time had passed, so what was fourth brother doing? Why wasn't he back yet? The reason he sent the letter was to let the other party know who was coming, what their purpose was, and what they should do. It was just so simple. What the hell? Such a simple matter, but now he was nowhere to be seen. Where did he go? Big brother, fourth brother isn't back yet. Was he captured by them? Fifth leader said. Don't speak nonsense. We bandits know the rules of the world and don't kill envoys. Marshal Path Mountain is a sect, so how can they not know? The leader hollered in rage. Fifth leader nodded, that's true. A long while later, the leader was a little impatient. It had already been 2 hours. Where was he? He wanted to ask, where was he? Fourth sister, don't tell me you're struggling with some old woman halfway through your life. Suddenly, a person walked over from the distance. Big brother, someone is here. Fifth leader exclaimed. That person wobbled as he walked over with much difficulty. The moment he opened his mouth, he cried, Leader, you are finally here. Why is it you? Where are my second brother, third brother, and fourth brother? The leader asked in rage. The bandit said, Leader, they were all captured. This is the letter they told me to send to you. He took out the letter and passed it to the leader. The leader hurriedly took it, tore it open and read it carefully. The rough meaning was that they were all here, and if they wanted them they had to pay to redeem them. There were 33 of them, and he would give one to them for free. Damn! What kind of people were they? They were actually so shameless to such an extent. They even dared to extort bandits. However, the threat of this letter was really strong and the leader was stunned. Who had such boldness to dare to talk terms with their wolf brigade? The leader asked, What is the situation on Marshal Path Mountain? The bandit said, Leader, Marshal Path Mountain has a total of 6 people. The rest are our brothers. 96 people. The leader was shocked. No wonder. He looked at the brothers behind him. He only brought 100. The bandit nodded his head. He didn't hear any problems, big brother. Head to Marshal Path Mountain to save our brothers. They deserve to die. The leader calmed down, head down first. We need to consider this matter carefully. He wasn't thinking about Marshal Path Mountain but about Chun family. There were so many people on Marshal Path Mountain, so why didn't Chun family tell him? They even wanted him to send people over. Wasn't that like sending sheep into a tiger's mouth? Was it Chun family wanted to clean up Wolf Brigade, which was why they came up with such a plan to let them fight to the death with Marshal Path Mountain? He was the one who reaped the benefits. The more he thought about it, the more possible it seemed. The leader knew that he had done some things that made Chun family feel uneasy. The bandit was anxious. Leader, what are you thinking about? There are only 6 people on Marshal Path Mountain, and if so many of our brothers charge up, won't we wipe them all out? The leader got off the horse. He pulled out the human-tall blade on his back, stabbing it into the ground. He straightened his back and looked towards Marshal Path Mountain. There were fierce tigers there. Then he looked at Jiang City. The Chun family there was like a drooling wolf. Both sides would suffer heavy losses, and Chun family's plan would succeed? No. As the leader, he had to think about the brothers behind him and definitely couldn't fall for their trap. That moment, the leader was in deep thought. One wrong step and he would fall into the abyss. A huge choice appeared in front of his eyes. If he chose wrongly, he would fall into the abyss. This matter wasn't just about him. His brothers trusted him, so he couldn't let them die. 5th brother. The leader said. 5th brother said, Big brother, what is the matter? Quickly return to the stronghold and bring 30,000 silver over. We will redeem them. The leader said. He had already decided. He wouldn't fight Marshal Path Mountain, but to ensure the safety of 2nd brother, 3rd brother, and 4th brother. 5th brother was shocked. What did Big Brother mean? However, he listened to his big brother and immediately replied. He turned his head and left, rushing back quickly. With his writing skills and ability, he went all out. 6 hours was enough for him to return. Chapter 121. Lin Fan had no choice but to let a bandit go and bring the letter back. He couldn't think of any good ideas. Lin Fan was annoyed. He had to admit that he was smart and his brain was developed, but it wasn't enough. Moreover, the Wolf Brigade bandits sent a letter to discuss terms. That was a humiliation. Other people could take it, but he couldn't. You came to discuss terms with me, I will discuss terms with you too. Who was afraid of who? Qian. Sect leader, how would Wolf Brigade agree? Zhang Tianshan said. He didn't dare to believe that this kid would actually write a letter to blackmail them, to let them take money to redeem him. That was just too overbearing. We only have 6 people here. What could we use to fight? If Wolf Brigade directly attacked, they would definitely flatten Martial Path Mountain. Yuan Tianchu said, they will give. When he said that, Yuan Tianchu was really confident. He had seen through everything. That surnamed Lin person was really amazing. Lin Fan looked at Yuan Tianchu with a weird expression. Little brother trusted him so much? He wrote that letter just for fun. How could he treat it seriously? Now, he said that they would give it. That was a little mysterious. Nonsense, what do you know? Wolf Brigade will give money. I will be the deputy sect leader for you. Zhang Tianshan didn't like young people to be arrogant. It was okay if Lin Fan was arrogant, but he was the sect leader, so what could he do? At most, he was half a grand disciple and he dared to say such words. Young, he was still too young. Yuan Tianchu didn't retort. But he was confident in his heart. He had absolute confidence that Wolf Brigade would send the money over. There were 2 points. One was that Wolf Brigade still hadn't attacked, which meant that they were hesitating and weren't sure about Martial Path Mountain. Lin Fan's calm and collected actions gave the other party immense psychological pressure. 2 was that Wolf Brigade's 3 leaders and 29 brothers were here. Wolf Brigade was probably thinking about how to save them. When they weren't confident, they would choose the middle method. However, he was a little suspicious. What method did Lin Fan use to make Wolf Brigade believe that Martial Path Mountain was extraordinary? He really didn't see that point. 4th, why are you here? When the second head saw number 4, he was extremely shocked. It was fine that they were captured, but wasn't number 4 with Big Brother? Why was he also captured? 4th leader said, Martial Path Mountain doesn't care about morals. I came to send a letter and they actually captured me. To think that they are still a sect actually being forced like this. 2nd leader's anger burned. How could there be such a shameless existence? Even bandits like them knew not to capture envoys during negotiations. When they learned that their big brother had brought their brothers from the stronghold, they felt much more at ease. There would definitely be no problem with Big Brother taking action. However, the more he thought about it, the angrier he became. No morals at all. More bandits than us bandits. Rivertown Chun family. Li Tsong felt really bitter. He was sure that young master really didn't treat him seriously. No, I'm very tired now. I just want to go back and sleep. But the young master didn't let him go down to rest. He was still spouting nonsense. I want Martial Path Mountain to be destroyed. I want to see that blockhead's head. Wait, that's all I'm talking about. That gentle young master didn't act anymore. There was no one around and he directly showed his cards. He was just such a violent person. Li Tsong consoled him. Young master. Don't worry, the Wolf Brigade will definitely move. Martial Path Mountain will definitely be covered in blood. Killing everywhere. Very quickly, someone will send a head to him. He said those words to calm the young master down. Also, can you be considerate and let me go to sleep? His eyelids started to fight, and he just wanted to close his eyes. Chandinyao said, head to Martial Path Mountain right now and keep an eye on that place. If there is any movement, report back right away. Li Tsong was stunned. Young master, you are amazing, so heartless. I understand. Li Tsong replied. He left the manor and rode his horse towards Martial Path Mountain. Li Tsong was really tired. Logically speaking, Martial Path Grade 6 could increase one's fatigue resistance. However, he was still a human. He wasn't a monster like Zhou Zhongmao who couldn't sleep for a few days. After getting close to Marshall Path Mountain, he didn't head up right away, but he hid in a hidden place and looked on. Logically speaking, the Wolf Brigade should have already headed up. He just needed to wait for them to descend the mountain, and that was when he would act. However, when he laid down, a wave of sleepiness swept over him. He couldn't block it at all. His eyelids drooped. He was getting more and more sleepy. He would close his eyes for a while, but he definitely wouldn't sleep. Once there was movement, he would definitely wake up. With this thought in mind, Li Tsong fell asleep with a peace of mind. She fell into a deep sleep. Huang Boran walked around the room. His face was solemn and he was really worried. What should he do? What should he do now? He had no choice. Even if he brought the guards to help, they would basically be wiped out by the Wolf Brigade. Chen Xiao, do you need to make such a big deal? He really didn't expect Chen Xiao to be so petty. Wasn't it just a small conflict with Marshall Path Mountain, and he sent the Wolf Brigade to wipe it out? Too vicious, he was just too vicious. To him, the 5,000 silver was probably going to be wasted. As for winning, what a joke. The leader of the Wolf Brigade personally came out, so how could they win? That was totally different from before. Before it was just a small fight. Now it was huge. The news of the entire Wolf Brigade moving out couldn't be hidden at all. Many commoners passed by and saw the Wolf Brigade from afar. They were so terrified that they found a place to hide. They even wanted to dig a hole and bury themselves. After which, the news was brought back to the city. Everyone knew that the Wolf Brigade had moved out. The people in the city were terrified. Of course, they knew that the Wolf Brigade didn't dare to behave arrogantly in Jiang City. However, with their strength even in the city, when they heard the words Wolf Brigade, they were so terrified that they shivered. After a long while, Chen Xiao was a little impatient. Damn, you bunch of bastards. Did you make a move or not? It's been so long. He was so angry that he was dumbfounded. Why did it take so much effort to wipe out Marshall Path Mountain? Did the Wolf Brigade really want to rebel? Chen Xiao was filled with killing intent. It was best to kill a dog that didn't listen. If he continued to keep it, it might become a problem and hurt him. What was Li Tsong doing? He told him to head to Marshall Path Mountain to take a look, so why wasn't he back yet? If the Wolf Brigade didn't attack, he should have reported back. The more he thought about it, the angrier he got. He picked up things and smashed them on the ground. The people around him didn't listen, and that made him feel so annoyed. The servants outside didn't dare to get close. When young master was angry, don't go in, people would die. Marshall Path Mountain. Lin Fan looked into the distance. What was the situation now? Were Wolf Brigade going up or not? The waiting made him a little annoyed. Or was he really not going to care and just let these people die on their own? That was just too heartless. He walked in front of the few leaders and said, "So much time has passed, and no one has come to save you. Did he give up on you?" The fourth head was infuriated. Despicable, shameless. Rage points plus 111. A little useless. He tried his best to provide that. "My big brother definitely won't abandon us," second leader said. He was really confident. This was his trust in Big Brother. Lin Fan said, "He won't abandon you. What about the people now? Until now, no one has come up, and you still say that he didn't abandon you?" Damn. The three of them were furious. Could they stop saying such things to sow discord among them? Anyway, they wouldn't believe it. Big Brother would definitely come to save them. Sect leader Lin, if you let us go now, I can go back and tell Big Brother that we will forget everything and that we won't come again. Fourth leader said. He was someone who read books. He would lie. Like second and third brother, they basically said whatever they wanted and wouldn't lie. He wanted to calm them down. Maybe without Big Brother coming to save them, they would be able to leave safely. Fourth brother, why are you talking nonsense with him? Big Brother is here, so how can we be afraid of him? Second leader said. Damn. Fourth leader wanted to scold him. Second brother, can't you just shut up? If you don't know how to speak, then don't speak. Why are you as dumb as fifth brother? Of course. He definitely wouldn't say it out. He was fourth brother and this was second brother. If he said it, he would be beaten up. Second leader hated Lin Fan a lot. Their cultivation was trashed. Even if they returned to Wolf Brigade, what position would they be in? Their brothers wouldn't be happy. Just at that moment, A wolf brigade bandit went up the mountain. Marshall Path Mountain sect leader. My leader agrees to your request. This is 30,000 silver, please release them. That bandit stood at the entrance of Marshall Path Mountain and shouted. He didn't dare to enter. He was afraid that he would be captured by Marshall Path Mountain like the few leaders. Fifth leader wanted to come, but the leader was afraid that Marshall Path Mountain was plotting something, so he sent him over. Damn. Little brother was also one of the brothers. Why didn't they care about him at all? Lin Fan was shocked. What was going on? They really sent money over. Wolf Brigade was just too cowardly. Marshall Path Mountain only had these few people, and only 2 of them could fight. They were actually suppressed just like that. Weird. That was really weird. Yuan Tianchu smiled. As expected, it was exactly as he expected. Zhang Tianxian was stunned and then he was delighted. They actually sent money over. Why was that? Or was it because Marshall Path Mountain was famous and the Wolf Brigade was afraid of us? If that was the case, then he shouldn't have closed Marshall Path Mountain. Today, the ones who were the most shocked weren't the 3 leaders, but the 3 leaders. Damn, what was Big Brother thinking? Wasn't it just Marshall Path Mountain? Why did they send money over? He should have waved his hand and let the brothers of Wolf Brigade trample Marshall Path Mountain and turn the entire place upside down. Now they actually sent money over. Was this still the style of their Wolf Brigade? They were bandits. Only they snatched money from others, so there was no reason for them to give money to others. Fourth leader said softly, second brother, third brother, don't be anxious. This might be Big Brother's stalling tactic to numb them and then take them down. His words made sense. The 2 of them nodded their heads. Out of the brothers in Wolf Brigade, only fourth brother had read a few books and was a knowledgeable person, although it didn't seem like much outside. But over at their side, fourth brother was the Grand Secretary. Lin Fan said, let me take a look. The bandit was a little nervous. For the leader to send silver to redeem someone, he definitely wasn't ordinary. Although he hadn't entered Wolf Brigade for long, he had been through dozens of missions, but he had never faced such a situation. 30,000 silver was a thick stack. Zhang Tianxian's eyes opened wide. He didn't expect to see so much money today. Marshall Path Mountain had a chance to rise up. The bandit said, this is a letter from the leader. Another letter. The 2 sides weren't far from each other. Couldn't he just come over to talk? Why did he have to write a letter? How problematic. He took a look. The content was simple. A man has to keep his word. 30,000 silver, let them go. He was afraid that Lin Fan would kill them, which was why he said that a man had to keep his word. He was a little smart. However, he really didn't understand. He didn't do anything, so why was he so afraid? It was weird. The bandit looked at Lin Fan nervously. He was waiting, but he was really afraid. Should he let them go or not? If he didn't keep his word and didn't let them go after taking the money, then he would really be unlucky. Lin Fan said, I am a man of my word. Since you have given the money, then let them go. Cousin, let them go. The bandit heaved a sigh of relief. Seemed like he had some morals. Those bandits who didn't rest on Marshall Path Mountain were so emotional that they wanted to cry. This place was too dangerous, too terrifying. He didn't treat them as humans at all. They worked day and night. They didn't even have enough to eat. Sometimes they were beaten up. Now that they could leave, they were so happy that they wanted to cry. They wanted to vent the sadness in their hearts. Fourth brother didn't say much. It seemed like Big Brother was worried about them in case they were injured in their hands. This was why he wanted to save them first, and then he would directly trample Marshall Path Mountain. What a good plan. Second brother, third brother, don't speak. Let's leave this place first. Once we leave, it will be time for us to take revenge. Fourth brother said. And I know. The bandits who were kidnapped by Marshall Path Mountain stood together with haggard expressions. Your leader is not bad. He took money to redeem you. I am a man of my word, so I will let you leave. However, I advise you to run quickly. Let's go. Lin Fan waved his hands and told them to leave. Their luck during this period of time was really good. Not only did they get free labor, but they also got 30,000 silver. He didn't think that money would come so easily. The bandits couldn't be angry anymore. Their willpower had been worn down. Marshall Path Mountain sect leader was a little fierce. and it wasn't good to offend him. It was best if they fled. The path down the mountain wasn't long. Fourth brother thought about it. Big brother, come out quickly. Let's bring our brothers to kill. However, there was no movement. The area around was silent. Or was this halfway up the mountain and Big Brother and the others were waiting below? Fourth brother, where is Big Brother? Second brother asked. Didn't you say that Big Brother just wanted to save us first? Why wasn't there even a ghost? The bandit said, second brother, leader is waiting for us there. Fourth brother smiled. Big Brother really cared about people. He didn't wait at the foot of the mountain but waited for us to arrive. He dressed up and brought his brothers to charge up. Was he thinking about our reputation? He thought that we were captured and felt uncomfortable. So he wanted to wait for us to charge back together to get rid of the trauma in his heart. As expected from Big Brother. He would follow him for the rest of his life. In the next life he would follow him. There were horses at the foot of the mountain. The bandits brought them over to welcome the leaders and brothers. Martial Path Mountain. Yuan Tianchu looked at Lin Fan. He knew that things weren't so simple. With his understanding of Lin Fan, these bandits wouldn't leave so easily. Zhang Tanxian said, Sect leader, we are rich. They were really rich. 30,000 silver. What investment did they need? Just this money was enough to develop Martial Path Mountain. Recruit disciples. Eat well and drink well. Their days of enjoyment were finally here. However, he noticed that Yuan Tianchu's gaze towards him was a little off. What did he want to do? Didn't he say that if he really sent money, he would be the deputy sect leader for him? Hiki. He even believed a joke. He was still too young. Lin Fan stood on the spot and didn't move. He calculated in his heart. The bandits should have reached the foot of the mountain and left Martial Path Mountain. He was a very particular person, and he was also a very trustworthy person. Since they used money to redeem him, then naturally he had to let him go. Now that he was out of Martial Path Mountain, the agreement was completed. Lin Fan said, cousin, a bunch of bandits came to the foot of the mountain and did all sorts of evil things. I can't take it anymore. And cousin is right. Zhou Zhongmao said. He said so much. Why didn't he understand? He blamed himself for being dumb to say such deep words to his cousin. Cousin, kill. Lin Fan said. Okay. His words were really simple. Zhou Zhongmao knew what cousin was thinking. Wasn't it just killing? There was no need to say so much. Zhang Tianxian's mouth was agape. Damn. He just released him, and when he reached the foot of the mountain he sent his cousin to kill him. His face changed too quickly. Yuan Tianchu understood. He guessed it right once more. As expected, he was going to attack. But from this, one could see that surnamed Lin was a person who paid attention. He let him go, and once he exited Martial Path Mountain, then he would acknowledge him. At that time he didn't need to care about him. Liang Yongqi didn't think so much. He just felt that way. How despicable and cunning. He said that he would let him go, but now he sent his cousin to kill him. That was just too despicable. Zhou Zhongmao's speed was very fast. He directly rushed down the mountain wanting to kill those bandits. The bandits who left Martial Path Mountain hugged the necks of their horses. They had no strength at all. Tired. It was great to be able to return to freedom. Once they recovered, they had to head to the surrounding villages to find some girls. Suddenly, they heard the low rumble of thunder behind them. Everyone turned their heads and looked. They saw a person jump into the air and then land on the ground, forming a huge hole. He then jumped up again. It was really shocking. Every time he bounced, he would cover a distance of 100 meters. Damn! What was going on? What was that? Fourth brother's expression was really solemn. After taking a look, his expression changed. Go, split up and gather with the main group. He didn't expect that Martial Path Mountain wouldn't keep their word. After letting them go, they sent people to kill them. Damn! Some bandits exclaimed, pulling the necks of their horses and shouting, Ride! Ride! Run faster, run faster! Heavens! Why didn't the sects have any morals at all? They had already agreed, so why didn't they keep their word? Too much. That was really too much. Some bandits turned their heads and saw a terrifying scene. That fellow appeared beside their comrade, waving his arms and slapping. His comrade and his horse exploded into pieces, blood splattering in the air. Terrifying. It was really terrifying. Was he even human? Zhou Zhongmao was only martial path grade 9, but he was really strong in terms of brute strength. Before he even started cultivating, he was much stronger than normal people. Lin Wanyi saw that he had such potential. The current Zhou Zhongmao could casually throw out a palm strike that contained an extremely terrifying power. Pung! Pung! The explosion continued. Even if they split up, Zhou Zhongmao could still get to their side. He stretched out his arm and slapped. Thick internal strength formed a terrifying power that exploded out. The air was about to explode from the pressure. Second brother, third brother, quick. Fourth brother shouted. This person was really strong and he wasn't someone they could block. He really didn't expect that Martial Path Mountain wouldn't keep their promise. Damn. At this moment, Zhou Zhongmao was like a human-shaped tank. Facing these bandits, he didn't need to use any techniques. He just used the most explosive strength to smash them into pieces. That explosion scene was like that of hell. Don't run, my cousin said that he wants all of you to die. Don't let me complete my mission and disappoint him. Zhou Zhongmao hollered. The vengeful energy on his body became thicker and thicker, and he became faster and faster. He moved. A horse galloped past him. He stretched out his hand, grabbed the horse's tail and exerted force. The horse ran too quickly, and its inertia was too strong. It was directly ripped into half. The bandit on the horse opened his mouth. Time seemed to have stopped. The bandit didn't know what was going on. Pung! Zhou Zhongmao's palm was really thick. He pressed down on the bandit's head and smashed it to the ground, causing it to explode. What kind of demon is this? The bandits who had escaped were crying. They were already crying from fear. This fellow was even crueler than them. It made one feel despair, and there was no way to fight back at all. Fourth brother looked on as more and more people died. He was really anxious. Big brother, save us. Second and third brother were terrified. They only knew to run forwards, and they didn't dare to think about anything else. Wolf Brigade gathering ground. The leader looked into the distance and frowned in deep thought. Why wasn't he back yet? Did he keep his promise? Suddenly, his brothers appeared in his line of sight. A smile appeared on his face. Seemed like they were back. However, shortly after, the situation changed. He saw a mysterious person appear in front of his brother. With a slap, that brother was gone. Right. He didn't see it wrongly. He was gone just like that. Big brother, save me. Fourth brother shouted. Damn. The leader reacted. He got on the horse and charged into the distance. He was furious. What was going on? He went back on his words. Out of the 30 bandits, only a few were killed by Zhou Zhongmao. Only second brother, third brother, and fourth brother were still alive. Zhou Zhongmao looked towards fourth brother, who shouted the loudest and chased right away. He raised his hand and was about to slap him. As long as he hit, fourth brother would definitely split into pieces. Fourth brother felt death cover him. He turned his head and his face turned ashen white. No, stop. The leader was furious. He stepped on the horse and jumped into the air. He pulled out a blade and slashed towards Zhou Zhongmao. Zhou Zhongmao was solemn. He didn't continue to kill fourth brother, but he slapped towards the leader. He used his body to block the blade. However, Zhou Zhongmao's palm gave off a glow. It looked like the mixed energy broken jade hand, but it wasn't. There was a difference between the two. Pung! They clashed. Their auras clashed. Both of their internal strength was really thick. The ground cracked. Expert. Zhou Zhongmao was shocked. He didn't expect the leader of Wolf Brigade to be so strong and be able to fight him head-on. The leader's hand that held the blade trembled. So strong. The person in front of him was really strong. He wasn't confident that he could take him down. Your Martial Path Mountain is so untrustworthy. I have already given the money, so why do you still want to kill my men? The leader asked. Zhou Zhongmao said, my cousin doesn't like bandits. The reason was just so simple. After clashing with Zhou Zhongmao, the leader felt more and more like Chun family was conning his Wolf Brigade. With such an expert here, if he didn't personally head out, he would basically be asking for trouble. However, Chun family didn't tell them about such a situation. As expected, they hoped to see Wolf Brigade and Martial Path Mountain both suffer heavy losses. Very good. Since they were heartless, then don't blame me for being unjust. Big brother. Fourth leader turned his head and shouted. He was pulled back from the brink of death. Until now he still hadn't come back to his senses. The leader said, "Bring the brothers and leave, I will block here." Big brother, go. There was no point for them to stay here. They would drag him down for nothing. Fourth leader was unwilling, but he understood what Big brother meant. He also knew that if they stayed here, not only would they not be able to help, but they would drag him down. Second brother, third brother, let's go. Fourth leader hollered. Zhou Zhongmao didn't say any nonsense and attacked right away. Cousin said to kill, so he had to kill. The two of them were experts. Maybe Lin Fan didn't expect the leader of Wolf Brigade to be an expert. At the start, the two of them were on par. But gradually Zhou Zhongmao was suppressing the great leader. The two of them were educated differently. The leader might have been untrained, but Zhou Zhongmao was different. Lin Wani personally taught him, and there was a huge difference between the two of them. The leader was waiting for a chance. Once the brothers retreated, he would find a chance to leave. They continued to fight. He felt that there was a high chance that he would fall to his hands. Martial Path Mountain. Lin Fan waited. Cousin went out for a period of time, so why wasn't he back yet? He forgot to tell Cousin not to chase a cornered enemy. If the bandits fled, then don't chase. In the dense forest, the leader fled quickly, and he cursed in his heart. Damn! Are you still fucking human? Just fight enough, was there a need to chase so closely? After he noticed that the brothers had retreated, he retreated too. He thought that he would give up after chasing for a while. Who knew that this fellow would be so vicious, and he wouldn't stop until he caught him. He chased relentlessly, giving him a huge headache. Damn! The leader gritted his teeth and looked at the blade in his hand. Love blade, I am sorry. He then tossed it behind. Xiao! The blade broke through the air. Zhou Zhongmao flipped and grabbed the blade. It was heavy and it slowed down. The leader took the chance to flee. He ran. Zhou Zhongmao stood on the spot and shook his head. He returned from where he came from. It was a waste that he didn't kill this person. How was he going to tell his cousin? He was going to disappoint him, how annoying. Zhou Zhongmao's thoughts were really simple. He would do whatever cousin said. He just had to complete the mission that he gave him. If he didn't, he would be really sad. Chen Xinyao was about to go crazy. Where were they? Where did they all go? What was going on with Wolf Brigade? Did they wipe out Martial Path Mountain? Li Tsong, you dog, where did you die to? He was really angry now. He felt like the rage that he had accumulated for so many years had exploded out today. In the courtyard there were already servants who were killed. Many of them were so frightened that they didn't dare to breathe, afraid that they would attract young master's attention. Beneath Martial Path Mountain, Li Tsong woke up. He slept really well, and there was even saliva hanging at the corner of his mouth. This sleep replenished his life force, and he felt like he was alive. He was curious, why was there no movement? The sky was about to turn dark. Did Wolf Brigade settle the matter or not? Their efficiency was too low. Young master was definitely anxious to death. Forget it. He should personally head up the mountain to take a look. Just at that moment he saw a person. He immediately hit on the spot and didn't move. Wasn't that the silly guy from Martial Path Mountain? Why was he still alive? Was it? When he thought about that, Li Tsong's expression wasn't right. Wolf Brigade failed, and they didn't wipe out Martial Path Mountain. Or did they not fight with Martial Path Mountain at all? Damn! What was the reason? If he knew that this was the case, he wouldn't have slept. He actually didn't understand the situation. How was he going to explain when he returned? He wouldn't tell young master that he was too tired, so he fell asleep there. He didn't know what happened next. If he really said that, then he would just sleep. There was no need to wake up. Li Tsong thought about it. Thinking about Wolf Brigade's attitude towards young master, he thought about a possibility. Wolf Brigade definitely didn't attack. Right. He would say that when he returned. Jiang City, Chun family. Young master, I am back. Li Tsong shouted. Instantly, an expensive flower vase flew out from the room. Where did you die to? Why did you only return now? Chen Xinyao scolded in rage. That dog, he really was a dog. Li Tsong said, young master, it isn't that I didn't want to return, but Wolf Brigade didn't attack at all. Only when they left did I leave. They were lying to you. A pained expression appeared on his face. It was to show how sad he felt for young master that they didn't do anything for him. They dare. Chanjiao didn't believe it. Did Wolf Brigade really want to rebel? They even dared to not listen to my orders. Li Tsong said, young master, they really dared. I personally saw that dumb guy jump back from the foot of the mountain. Nothing happened at all. Everything he said was true. He personally saw it, so he was definitely right. Scram. Chan Xingyao's eyes turned red as he scolded. He lost all his face. The commoners might not know, but Huang Boren definitely did. Wolf Brigade came, but nothing happened. In the future when they met, would there be less mockery? Young master, calm down, I will scram now. Li Tsong cried out. He was really agile and quickly scrammed. If he stayed now, he would be a fool. Didn't he see how angry young master was? Even if he was the Chun family teacher, it was useless. Martial Path Mountain. Zhou Zhongmao returned with the leader's weapon. Cousin, we didn't kill them all. A few of them ran and we only snatched this weapon. His tone was low and he felt a little bad. Lin Fan's expression was a little weird as he patted his cousin's shoulder. Very good. Cousin didn't say anything. It was really good. Looking at the time, he went out for such a long time, so he probably chased for a long time. However, he was a little careless. In the future, he couldn't let cousin take risks. He should have told cousin not to chase a cornered enemy and not to run too far. If he faced a tough one and something happened to cousin, he regretted it. Zhou Zhongmao said, cousin, I failed. Lin Fan said, you didn't fail, you succeeded. Cousin is happy. Chapter 122. Since his cousin was back, they would break up. Lin Fan was a little hungry and told Go Zi to prepare some good food. He missed Yu City and his father. Yuan Tianchu chased up to Zhang Tianshan. Does what you said before count? What? What did I say? Zhang Tianshan asked curiously. He showed an expression like he didn't understand what Kid was saying. Could he be clearer about it? Yuan Tianchu said. You said that if Wolf Brigade would send money over, you would pass the deputy sect leader position to me. You said that, right? Good lad. His heart was not in the right place. You actually want to snatch the deputy sect master from me? Zhang Tianshan was confused. Is that so? I didn't say that. Why do young people like to bully the middle-aged and old? Do they think I'm old and have a bad memory? Or do they really think I'm so casual? You think you can bully just anyone? Then he patted Yuan Tianchu's shoulder. Young man, don't bite off more than you can chew. Work hard and you'll get what you deserve in the future. Fuck. Yuan Tianchu wanted to beat Zhang Tianshan up. How shameless. He had clearly said those words, but he actually turned his back on them. Very good. Yuan Tianchu didn't want to say more and left directly. He could see that Zhang Tianshan was the same as that surnamed Lin, scheming. Even if he said it to their faces, they wouldn't admit it. Whoever believed it was a fool. Zhang Tianshan looked at Yuan Tianchu's back view and smiled. Young people thought too much and should be down to earth. Did I say that? Definitely not. Now that Martial Path Mountain had 30,000 silver, their future was limitless. Even Wolf Brigade ran and didn't dare to invade. This future. Haha, just thinking about it makes me feel terrible. The Huang family. No way, so strong, so fierce? After Huang Boren learned that Wolf Brigade retreated, he was stunned. Can you believe it? In any case, he did not dare to believe it. It was like a huge army attacking Jiang City. Jiang City was obviously very weak and basically had no hope. However, at this moment the huge army ran away. If there was no story behind this, he would not believe it. How narrow-minded was Chan Shunga? That was really small. It was definitely impossible for him to let Wolf Brigade leave. Therefore, this revealed a piece of information. Martial Path Mountain was different. Fuck. Huang Boren regretted it a lot. Lin Fan had asked him to invest a second time, but he hadn't. Now that he thought about it, it was too late for regrets. He had let go of such an opportunity. If he was given another chance, he would invest without hesitation. He really wanted to see Chan Xingyao's expression. Perhaps even uglier than eating shit. Haha. It was so comfortable that his hands were itching to write. The study was filled with his masterpieces. With his status, many people would fight over these masterpieces. If it wasn't for the Huang family's status, these masterpieces would have been used to clean up the mess. Wolf Brigade. Loyalty Hall. When the leader returned, all the brothers heaved a sigh of relief. But when they thought of how some of their brothers had died, they felt heartache and even more fear. It was too terrifying. That person was like a devil. The great leader was someone who cared about his face. He didn't say that he couldn't beat him, nor did he say too much nonsense. To put it bluntly, we were tricked by the Chan family. Big brother, I can't take this lying down. Second brother was sad. His cultivation was crippled and he would be a cripple in the future. He didn't have the face to stay in this position anymore. Third head said, that's right, we're going to kill our way back. Kill our way back. Kill our way back. Many of the brothers shouted. They were all holding back their anger. The big head looked at his brothers with a solemn expression. He had heard everyone's thoughts. However, he just wanted to say something. Can't you guys just calm down for a bit? However, he couldn't say that. Fourth head said, silence, let the leader speak. Everyone looked towards the leader with burning eyes. Everyone was prepared. As long as he gave the order, they would grind their blades and charge back. The leader said, brothers, we failed this time, but it wasn't because Martial Path Mountain was strong, but because Chun family wanted us to be wiped out. Uproar. Everyone looked towards the leader in shock. What did he mean? Why did Chun family want them to be wiped out? They knew that the Wolf Brigade was closely related to the Chun family. Or rather, the person controlling the Wolf Brigade behind the scenes was the Chun family. But gradually, after a person like the leader appeared, the relationship between the Wolf Brigade and the Chun family changed subtly. Fourth head said, Big brother, you are saying that Chun family wants to harm us. The leader said, right, we don't understand Martial Path Mountain's situation. Chun family rushed us to act. If we knew that Martial Path Mountain had such an expert, would we have been so careless? Second brother, third brother, and so many brothers, nothing would have happened. I really want to kill that bastard from Chen family. The leader was furious. All of this started because of Chen family. If they didn't give them accurate intel, such a thing wouldn't have happened. Fourth head said, Big brother, since that is the case, then what should we do in the future? Chun family wants to deal with our Wolf Brigade, so the place we are at will be really dangerous. Fifth head said, what are we afraid of? If he has balls, then he will come. After so many years, who knows how many of the things we snatched have been given to Chun family. Now that he wants to burn the bridge, at most we will fight him to the death. Fifth brother, drink your wine. Fourth head said. He looked towards his big brother and said, Big brother, I think we should bring our brothers and leave this place. Chun family has deep roots in Jiang City and is really strong. If Chun family wants to wipe out the bandits and gather their troops, we won't be enough. Fifth head said, then are we just going to let second brother, third brother, and those brothers off? Anyway, he was unhappy. Second brother and third brother's cultivation was trashed, and if he didn't take revenge, he wouldn't feel comfortable. Second head said, fifth brother, listen to fourth brother. He is educated and knows logic. We can't push Wolf Brigade into the abyss because of us. Big brother, I agree with fourth brother. Let's move away. As long as we are still here, we will have a chance to take revenge. The leader said, brothers, what do you think? Everyone looked at one another and then said, we will listen to big brother. Okay, then we will move away and strengthen our strength. When we have a chance, we will take revenge. Martial Path Mountain will be wiped out, and so will Chun family. The leader said. In his heart, he was also thinking about moving. They couldn't stay here for long. However, if they left just like that, it would hurt second and third brothers' hearts. Now that Chun family wanted to wipe out Wolf Brigade with their strength, they couldn't fight Chin family. They could only let all their brothers die for nothing. That night, Wolf Brigade was very quiet. A person crawled out from the dog hole of Wolf Brigade. He disappeared into the darkness. July 21st. Morning. Early in the morning, Martial Path Mountain welcomed the first batch of people. The commoners who worked at Martial Path Mountain returned. What a joke. What happened yesterday had already spread. Martial Path Mountain showed shocking strength. They returned to repair Martial Path Mountain. Zhang Tianxin's complexion was great, and he felt great. He immediately told those commoners to repair Martial Path Mountain. He was eager to see how prosperous Martial Path Mountain would be after it opened. Suddenly, he saw a rich man. "Young Master Huang, what wind blew you over?" Zhang Tianxian immediately walked up and greeted. This was a rich family. Although Martial Path Mountain didn't lack funds, there was no harm in making the rich feel comfortable. Huang Boren said, "Deputy Sect Leader Zhang, I came to find Sect Leader Lin. He just wanted to earn money. Now that Martial Path Mountain's future was really bright, he wanted to invest more." Nowadays, some of the powerful sects all had the shadow of aristocratic families. It didn't mean that those sects were created by aristocratic families. But when those sects were first formed, those aristocratic families gave them financial support. They slowly got stronger and formed huge sections. Those aristocratic families' gains came. Martial Path Mountain allowed him to see such a possibility. So, he wanted to continue to invest in it to build a foundation for his descendants. Please enter." Zhang Tianxian was really warm. However, the deputy word didn't sound nice. If only he could remove the word vice from the title. That would be perfect. However, it was okay. If he continued to work hard, maybe one day, he would be able to remove the deputy word. Zhang Tianxian brought Huang Boren in. The current Martial Path Mountain had some areas that were repaired to perfection. He pushed the door open and entered. Lin Fan and the others sat there to eat breakfast. However, looking closely, everyone's status was obvious. Lin Fan was the highest. Look at what they were eating. Bird's nest stewed with milk. There were also red dates and a few ginseng roots. Zhou Zhongmao also ate all of that, big bowls. In Lin Fan's words, cousin was still developing and needed to replenish himself. Originally, Gozi could eat all of that too. But Gozi didn't want to and wasn't willing to eat. He just wanted to be young master's servant. Now outside, Gozi cooked all 3 meals a day. Don't underestimate Gozi. Although he didn't cook in the Lin family, he really had culinary skills. As for Liang Yongqi and Yuan Tianchu, they were pitiful. Youtiao sesame seed cake, soy milk porridge. The two of them bit on the youtiao and stared right at Lin Fan. Not fair. Not fair at all. Why did the two of them have to eat this? Could they consider their status? They were rich young masters in Yu City. You bunch of beasts, why didn't you tell me? I was supervising outside and you all just ate and drank. That's too much. Zhang Tianxian hollered. Too practical. These people didn't think about him at all. Wow, bird's nest so good. Let me have some. Just as Zhang Tianxian was about to make a bowl, Zhou Zhongmao smacked his hand away. My cousin is eating that, you go eat that. As you kid you. Zhang Tianxian wanted to lecture him. But when he saw Zhou Zhongmao's fierce expression, he was terrified. He was strong, so he just ate the porridge. Zhou Zhongmao stared at Zhang Tianxian and then said, cousin, eat more, you can't lose weight. Lin Fan said calmly, and he looked at Huang Boren and smiled, brother Huang. Why did you come to Martial Path Mountain so early in the morning? Come, let's eat together. Huang Boren said, Sect Leader Lin is too polite. I came to talk to you. Eat first, after you finish we can talk. Liang Yongqi whispered to Yuan Tianchu. I have had enough, this is not fair at all. Yuan Tianchu drank the porridge and laughed coldly. The unfairness is yet to come. With your ability, you shouldn't be with us. Liang Yongqi found those words a little ear-piercing. What did he mean? He said that I couldn't make it? Very quickly. Lin Fan placed down the bowl. Cousin, I am full. You can drink the rest. And I know. Zhou Zhongmao picked up the half-filled bowl of bird's nest and gulped it down. He had consumed too much and needed replenishment to maintain his strength at its peak. Liang Yongqi and the others felt heart-pained when they saw those scenes. Pig. He could eat so much. He didn't even know how to share some with them. Outside, Lin Fan and Huang Boren walked around. After a while, Brother Huang, just say what you want, Lin Fan said. He knew why Huang Boren came. He just wanted to brag and then say that he would continue to invest in Martial Path Mountain. Of course, he was really casual. Just invest, he didn't mind the money. Huang Boren said, Brother Lin, I want to continue investing in Martial Path Mountain. Martial Path Mountain allowed him to see the future. In the future, when Martial Path Mountain became strong, then the entire Huang family would rise. Let's talk about now. If he sent the Huang family's wealth to those sects and said that he wanted to invest, He wouldn't even have a chance to enter and would be chased out. He would even be scolded. Dumb. Those sects couldn't be underestimated. After they became strong, they would be really strong. In front of those sects, Huang family wasn't worth mentioning at all. Lin Fan said, sure, no problem. Huang Boran said, Brother Lin, really? Of course, how can I fake it? Lin Fan smiled. He just wanted to have a good life as a rich family. It was not bad now, eating and drinking every day, looking at the scenery, looking at the sky. His life was really carefree. Huang Boran laughed, good, this is great. This time my Huang family will give Martial Path Mountain 20,000 silver. This was already a huge sum. This was also because Huang Boran had high hopes for Martial Path Mountain's development. Brother Lin, don't worry. Huang family will continue to invest. Huang Boran said. Lin Fan smiled, okay, but Brother Huang, please remember that investments are risky, and in the end it might all be for nothing. Huang Boran said, understood. Huang Boran was curious about what happened yesterday, and wanted to know what happened. Why did the Wolf Brigade bandits leave? These things weren't a secret. When Huang Boran learned that Lin Fan extorted 30,000 silver from Wolf Brigade, he was so shocked that he was numb. Amazing. Really amazing. Chen family. Chen Xingyao was in a bad mood, and his face was dark and sunken. Martial Path Mountain still existed, and to him that was something he was really unhappy about. However, he had no choice. Wolf Brigade went against his orders, and that made him really annoyed. What could he do? At this moment, Old Master Chan learned about the situation with Wolf Brigade. Old Master Chan didn't find Chen Yao. Anyways, it was enough that he knew that Wolf Brigade wanted to betray Chen family. They deserved to be killed. They couldn't be allowed to live. Wolf Brigade was formed by the last family head. At that time, it was used to rob and strengthen Chen family's wealth. After all, Chen family was born as a bandit, and naturally, they knew what the fastest way to amass money was. At that time, it was easy to control. No one dared to go against Chen family's orders, and they listened to them like dogs. Or rather, they were the dogs that Chen family raised. However, this leader Ren didn't listen to him. If he wanted to set up his own sect, then he had to see whether or not he had the ability. If he didn't plant a spy in Wolf Brigade, he wouldn't know so much. July 22nd. That night, Old Master Chan personally led a large group of people out of the city and disappeared into the night sky. Wolf Brigade. Tonight was really busy, but it was filled with sadness. Loyalty Hall. The leader raised his cup and looked at everyone. Brothers, after tonight, we will leave this place. We have lived for so long and are used to this place. Let us toast. From today onwards, our Wolf Brigade will be free and won't be anyone's tool. Cheers. How heroic. All the bandits raised their cups. After drinking, they raised their heads and looked at the leader, waiting for him to continue. The leader said, you all know the rules of Wolf Brigade. Being together means that we are brothers, and we help one another. However, if anyone is tired of such days, then say it. As the leader, I promised each brother that if you want to back out, I will give you a sum of money to let you live your own lives. I won't stop you, and no one dares to stop you as you deserve it. Now, does anyone want to back out? A short silence. Everyone shouted loudly. No, we will follow the leader to the end. Right, if anyone backs out, I will look down on him. The leader looked around and said, okay, brothers, let's drink this bowl of wine. Within the room, the fragrance of wine spread all around. Everyone drank it in one gulp. There is one more thing. We snatched many girls, but tonight is the night that Wolf Brigade disbands. It is also the night that a new Wolf Brigade is formed. In the past, we said that we won't force anyone to stay. If any girl wants to leave, just give them enough silver and they can leave. Here, I thank those girls for letting my brothers not be lonely at night. At that moment, someone shouted, First Master, my little brat is already 3 years old. That little girl is already dead set on me. How can she leave me? If she leaves, where can she find someone like me who suits her? Ha 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 ha. The bandits laughed out loud. You are so shameless. I wanted to leave you long ago, okay? Nonsense, how is that possible? The leader raised his hand. Okay, since that is the case, then bring them all. We won't abandon our brothers and won't abandon their girls. As long as they are from Wolf Brigade, then we will bring them all. Suddenly, there were noises outside. There's an enemy attack. The bandit guarding outside roared out these words, then fell to the ground dead. Damn, brothers, get your weapons and face the enemy. Fifth leader hollered in rage. Outside Wolf Brigade, many torches lit up. Old Master Chan looked coldly at Wolf Brigade. He really didn't want to personally destroy this place. However, he had no choice. If someone betrayed him, then he had to die. Old Master Chan might be old, but his methods were really vicious. Kill. Old Master Chan waved his hand. A large number of people charged in with blades. Not long later, screams spread out. Even the kids weren't let off. How did this happen? Why can't I even pick up my blade? I have no strength at all. The Wolf Brigade bandits noticed a terrifying thing, which was that they had no strength at all. Very quickly, the battle within calmed down. The great leader and the others were surrounded, and all of them had injuries on their bodies. Qinzhong, I saw that you were loyal, so I made you the leader. Is this how you repay me? Old Master Chan rode his horse and walked over slowly. He looked coldly at the leader. The leader's eyes turned red. And he said in rage, Chan Daoyun, you poisoned us. He had already noticed. Also, he himself was the same. He was poisoned and had no strength at all. Old Master Chan said coldly, didn't you say that we are brothers? How does it feel to be poisoned by your own brother? After which, a small bandit walked out and stood beside Old Master Chan. Fifth leader raged, you bastard. To that small bandit, he didn't care if he scolded him. Anyway, he was sent in by Old Master Chan to monitor Wolf Brigade. Old Master Chan said, remember, I can support you, so I can kill you. Everything you have is given to you by me. Betraying Chan family will only lead to death. Kill. Just at that moment, a few small bandits charged out. In their hands were the goods that they robbed last time. Those were explosives. They tied them to their bodies and shouted, Leader, run, we will open a path for you. Remember to take revenge for us. Those small bandits hollered in rage, charging towards the guards surrounding them and lighting them up. Pung! It exploded. Blood and flesh scattered all over the ground. Many guards died and the scene was really tragic. Old Master Chan was protected at the back. Scoff, run. Old Master Chan looked at the few of them who couldn't even walk properly. He waved his hands, chase. The leader didn't expect things to turn out like this. He wasn't afraid to fight Chen family head-on as he didn't fear anything. However, he didn't expect that his own brother would harm him. Poison. How despicable. Even if they were bandits, they wouldn't bother to poison people. With their current situation, they couldn't run at all. Qinzhong, why are you still running? Stop running. Since you thought about betraying me, your fate was decided. Hayes, I can't bear to. After raising a dog for so many years, I do have some feelings for it. Old Master Chan sighed. Although he said that, the meaning was clear, which was to kill. They were stuck at the edge of the cliff. Below was a sky-covering wave. They couldn't see anything at night. But just by listening to the sound, one could tell how ferocious the waves were. Fourth leader was injured and shouted, Big brother, we won't drag you down. Jump down and you have a chance to live. If you survive, take revenge for us. We will stop them for you. Fifth leader said, Big brother, this is the end of our brotherhood. In the next life, we will still be bandits with you. We will still be brothers with you. Do you still want us? Ha ha ha. Fourth leader said, Fifth brother, after so many years, this is the best thing you said. We will still be bandits with Big brother in the next life. Yes, yes, forever. Leader hollered. Second head and third head also smiled. The four of them looked at one another and nodded. They raised the blades in their hands and charged towards Old Master Chan. Big brother, jump. The leader's eyes turned red. Brothers, wait for me. After taking revenge, I will continue to lead you all to be bandits. He jumped and was swallowed by the darkness. Poochie! Poochie! The four of them drank the poisoned wine. In front of these guards, they were unable to fight back at all. All of them were sliced to death. But even if they died, they still hugged onto those guards, blocking the path to buy time for their big brother. A guard came to the edge of the cliff and looked down. The sound of the waves was really huge and terrifying. Old master, if we jump from here, we definitely won't survive. The guard turned his head and said. Old Master Chan got off the horse and came to the edge of the cliff. He looked down, and after confirming that there was no problem, he waved his hands. Gather all the corpses of the Wolf Brigade bandits. When they were alive, they had to bring benefits to Chun family. Even after death, it was the same. Weren't the Jiang City commoners afraid of Wolf Brigade? Then, he would let them see what Chun family did. The cliff was slanted and the slope was really huge. The leader didn't die and hung on the vines. They did that in the past to leave a trump card for themselves. If they faced a disaster, they could hide. Who knew that? To date, he was the only one who used it. His strength slowly weakened. The leader opened his eyes wide, biting his tongue. He had already bitten it, but he definitely couldn't let go. There was only one voice in his heart. Live. He had to live. He wanted to take revenge. 23rd of July. Morning. All the commoners of Jiang City were shocked. The Chun family manager stood there and shouted, "Come and take a look, these are the corpses of the Wolf Brigade bandits. My old master knows that you were harassed by bandits, so he brought people to uproot them. It wasn't for anything else but for everyone in Jiang City to live in a happy and safe place. Tell me, isn't this a good job?" The commoners rubbed their eyes in disbelief. Oh my God. Did they see it wrongly? The Wolf Brigade that was deeply rooted out for a long time was wiped out just like that? This was a huge piece of news. It made every commoner in Jiang City pumped up. The Chun family manager shouted, "What do you think?" Damn. These bunch of retarded commoners were all stunned. He asked them if they were okay. Could they reply? Okay, that's great. Long live Chun family. Chun family is amazing, getting rid of evil for the people. The Chun family manager was satisfied. That was more like it. That moment, Old Master Chun walked over with the support of the people. He coughed, his face was ashen white, and he stuttered when he spoke. Guys, this is what Chun family should do. As long as Chun family is in Jiang City, we won't let anyone harm the people of Jiang City. The Chun family manager said, "What are you all standing there for? Why aren't you clapping? My old master personally led the troops to wipe out the bandits and got a cold. Look, my old master is so old, and he could have handed these things to others. But he said that for the safety of the Jiang City people, he had to do it personally. Touched, I am really touched, woo. The Chun family manager's eyes turned red, and tears flowed down just like that. Not far away, Li Tsong's mouth was agape. Damn, he saw the gap between them. That fellow really knew how to talk. No wonder he could become a manager and he could only be a teacher. That was the gap. However, one really had to say, Old Master was really vicious. He knew about the relationship between Wolf Brigade and Chun family, because they didn't listen. He wiped them out that night. He was really amazing. At the same time, he taught him a lesson. He had to listen to young master, even if it was tough and tiring, he had to do it. If not, he might end up like Wolf Brigade, wiped out. Just thinking about it was terrifying. The commoners were infected by the emotional words of the Chun family manager. There were really people who cried out, "Wah, he is the same age as my grandfather. My grandfather is lying on the bed, but old Master Chun can still wipe out Wolf Brigade for us. I am so touched." That's right. Although Chun family young master is annoying, there are still good people in the Chun family. In the future, we should understand that young Master Chun is still young and hasn't grown up. It is okay for him to be a little bad. No matter what. This matter caused huge waves in Jiang City. When Huang Boran learned about it, he was astonished. How generous. Chun family actually wiped out Wolf Brigade. Why was that? A small half of Chun family's wealth came from Wolf Brigade. Wasn't wiping them out the same as destroying an arm? Or rather, because Wolf Brigade didn't wipe out Marshall Path Mountain, they angered Old Master Chun. However, that was impossible. Chun family wasn't so stupid. He didn't understand. He really didn't understand. When Chan Xingyao learned that his father wiped out Wolf Brigade, he was delighted. He laughed out loud in the room. He was thinking to himself that Wolf Brigade made them not listen to his instructions, so they ended up in such a tragic state. Even if they regretted it, it was too late. As for facing Huang Boran, he wouldn't lose face. One could even say that he could casually wipe out a dog that didn't listen to him. Such overbearing words. Outside the city, Lin Fan came down from Marshall Path Mountain and was prepared to walk around Jiang City when he saw so many corpses outside. He was also a little confused. Damn. Wolf Brigade was wiped out. That was way too fucking fast. He also saw Old Master Chun. His first impression was that this old man wasn't a good person. He could tell from his face. He should be a cunning person. At this moment Old Master Chun saw Lin Fan. He walked towards him with the support of people. Sect leader Lin, this is the first time we have met. I have long heard of you. Old Master Chun said. Lin Fan smiled. Old Master Chun, I have long heard of you. Old Master Chun said. Congratulations for Martial Path Mountain to reopen. In the future, we will be able to provide more jobs for the people of Jiang City. Damn. Those words sounded a little weird. Or did he treat him as Zhang Tianxian and gave his disciple a salary? Dream on. After which, the two of them just casually said some nonsense. They didn't talk about anything important. He just felt that this old man was a little cunning. He looked like a bad person. Before Old Master Chun left, he patted Lin Fan's shoulder, even 3 times. What did that mean? He came to my room in the middle of the night to be gay? Scram. Scum old man. He even reached out to such an outstanding guy like him. Why didn't he look at what he looked like? Cousin, this person isn't a good person. Lin Fan said. Zhou Zhongmao nodded his head. Cousin, I can see it. Lin Fan nodded his head. Cousin was smart, not bad. Let's go, let's head into the city to shop. However, when they entered the city, he still looked at those bandits. There was a problem. There was definitely a problem. Huang Boren told him that Wolf Brigade and Chun family had a close relationship. Chun family supported them, and they were also a tool for them to earn money. But now, Chun family wiped out Wolf Brigade. What kind of sinister plot was going on here? It was a little complicated. His brain buzzed as he thought about it. Forget it. Who cares? No matter what schemes they had, it had nothing to do with him. He would either go head-on or he wouldn't. Chapter 123. The last time he entered Jiang City was to find Zhang Tianxian. He didn't take a look and left right after finding him. Father's friends were all so weird. Logically speaking, strong people should know strong friends. How did father know Zhang Tianshan, that old fox? Right, he was an old fox. He didn't see how skilled he was. Even if he established Martial Path Mountain. In the end it closed down, so what else could he say? Jiang City was not bad, and the environment was much better than Yu City. Have you noted down the things you want to buy? Lin Fan asked. Gozi followed behind. Young master, I have. I will go ask where to buy those things. Wolf Brigade redeemed 30,000 silver. Huang Boren invested 20,000, a total of 50,000, which was already a huge sum. It wasn't an exaggeration to say that he was rich. Even when he was at home in Yu City, he had never seen so much silver. Gozi asked the passers-by and returned, Young master, I got it. A few hundred meters ahead is the biggest market in Jiang City. They have everything there. Lin Fan wanted to buy some things to change his living environment. He was the sect leader now, so naturally, he had to give him the treatment that a sect leader deserved. Very quickly, the 3 of them came to the Jiang City market. Looking out, it was majestic. It wasn't that it was beautiful, but that there were many goods placed there. Just like what that person said, one could buy anything in the Jiang City market. The shouts were continuous. People walked to and fro, and many people were picking things in the market. He found a shop that sold beds. There were many beds inside and outside the shop, and there were many different styles. Lin Fan walked in and touched the beds. He wasn't used to it, he was most used to the ones with the Simmons in the past. Young master, do you need anything? The shop owner was middle-aged and a little fat. He looked really smart, and he warmly welcomed Lin Fan in. Lin Fan said, I want to buy a bed and recommend a few. The boss smiled and led Lin Fan and the others in. Young master, take a look at this. It is made of top-quality rosewood, and there are no problems with the material. It is majestic, beautiful, and comfortable to sleep on. Moreover, even if it is broken, it will be repaired. It is definitely worth it, just 20 silver. Lin Fan didn't say anything. He touched it and it felt really good. He then looked towards Gozi. He didn't know the price, so he had to ask Gozi. Gozi said, Boss, 15 silver. My young master will buy it. The boss was in a difficult position. Aya, that's too low. You're reducing the price by 5 taels at once. Alright. Since this young master likes it, I'll sell it. It was mainly because he saw that Lin Fan was about to leave that he relented. Earning a few taels of silver was enough. Just one look at Go Zi and he knew that he was someone who understood the price. He definitely wouldn't be able to kill him, so he decided to just earn less. Go Zi paid and said, "Send the bed to Martial Path Mountain. Don't think about changing it. I will check carefully. Don't worry. I'm an old merchant. What matters most is credibility." The boss hurriedly said, "Oh my god, this servant is really hard to deal with. Martial Path Mountain?" These people were from Martial Path Mountain. Seeing Lin Fan and the rest leave, the boss shook his head and didn't think too much about it. Then he chuckled. Today was a good day. He had his first customer. Go Zi said softly, "Young master, these merchants are really cunning. If you like anything, I will take a look." Lin Fan smiled. "Okay, I don't worry about you." Young master's praise made Go Zi feel a little smug. Wasn't his biggest wish to make master satisfied? He felt like he had already achieved that. However, he still needed to work hard. Lin Fan said, "Take a look for yourselves and buy whatever you need. We have a huge sum of money on us now." "Oh," Zhou Zhongmao replied. He didn't have anything to buy and wasn't interested. Anyway, it was the same. He would look at his cousin in the day and at night he would cultivate. Go Zi didn't need anything. His current life was good. Go Zi followed the list and bought everything that young master needed. He understood what young master was thinking, which was to raise his living conditions to that of the Lin Manor. That wasn't difficult at all. Even if it was difficult, he would think of a way to help young master solve it. All the way until noon he finally bought everything. However, he spent 100 silver. To normal people this was a huge sum. He then ate a full meal at Weifu restaurant. He had nothing to do, so he returned to Martial Path Mountain. Lin Fan thought that under normal circumstances at least something would happen, like some small problems. However, regretfully, everything went too smoothly. By the time the sun was about to set, there were already merchants delivering goods one after another. "Good fellow, they are going to decorate Martial Path Mountain. Not bad, not bad." Zhang Tianshan rushed over right away. He surrounded a bed and looked closely. The smile on his face was like a blooming flower. It was like he thought that these things were for him. Yuan Tianchu was really calm. Looking at how happy Zhang Tianshan was, he didn't want to say anything. Keep dreaming. How could these things be yours? He didn't expect that surnamed Lin to be so kind to buy things for him. Keep dreaming. He just didn't understand. They had already spent a period of time together and went through some things. How could he not understand what kind of person he was? Was it because he couldn't think straight or what? "We might not have a share," Liang Yongqi muttered. Listen. Even he knew that they didn't have a share, so why didn't he understand? Right as Zhang Tianshan was about to touch it, Go Zi came out and said, "Don't touch, this belongs to my young master." Zhang Tianshan looked at Go Zi with a weird expression. "What about us?" Go Zi shook his head. "None for you." "What?" Zhang Tianshan exclaimed. "I can understand if the two of them don't have one. After all, they are just disciples. But as the deputy sect leader, how can I not have one? What did it have to do with them? Could he not drag them down when he lost face?" Yuan Tianchu giggled. "Can't you see the reality? None for you, your deputy sect leader position is similar to ours. Stop talking about it, it is so pointless and you are asking to be humiliated." Liang Yongqi didn't think that they would have a share. Who knew what was going on with Zhang Tianshan? He was asking to be humiliated. Helpless. He couldn't understand. "Move the things and follow me. Slow down, don't break them. If you break them, I won't admit it." Go Zi brought the various merchants towards young master's courtyard. Young master was a proper person and didn't like things that clashed. He reminded the merchants and hoped that they would pay more attention. Naturally, the merchants knew about Martial Path Mountain. However, their impression of Martial Path Mountain was naturally the closed Martial Path Mountain from a long time ago. As for the current Martial Path Mountain, they were a little shocked. It seemed like it was not bad. Zhang Tianshan looked at these things with red eyes. Thinking about the things in his room, it was like heaven and earth. "No, I have to find him and talk to him. How can I not have these things?" Zhang Tianshan left in a huff. Yuan Tianchu followed closely behind. He wanted to go too. However, he definitely didn't say anything. If he could gain some benefits, that would be great. If he couldn't, then he wouldn't lose anything. Liang Yongqi pouted. Zhang Tianshan going to find Lin Fan was a waste of time. However, when he saw Yuan Tianchu follow, he instantly felt that there was a problem. Damn. He had to go too. Even if he didn't know the exact situation, he definitely couldn't let them take advantage of him. For some reason, Liang Yongqi felt that life was tiring. He didn't feel as carefree as when he was in Yu City. These days, lonely, dangerous, boring. Within the courtyard that Lin Fan lived in. Sect leader, that is too much. Why don't I have them? Zhang Tianshan asked right away. His expression was a little bitter. No matter what, he was the deputy sect leader. If they got closer, he would be his uncle. His status in Martial Path Mountain was below 1 person and above 4 people. Logically speaking, he should have a share too. Lin Fan and cousin stood in the courtyard. In a while there would be a huge change here. Lin Fan saw Zhang Tianxian walk over and said calmly, "Excessive luxury will cause one to fall. As the deputy sect leader of Martial Path Mountain, you should set a good example for the disciples." Zhang Tianshan said, "I don't fall, I don't spend. It is okay, just decorate my room." In the future, Martial Path Mountain lacks funds. We need to be thrifty and not extravagant. Lin Fan said. Damn. Were those words even spoken by a human? He actually said that they lacked funds. Those 50,000 silver wasn't money. Zhang Tianshan pulled Lin Fan to the side and lowered his head. Kid, I am friends with your father. No matter what, I am your uncle. I understand that you don't want those 2 people to get good things. I can act out a show and then you can help me decorate my room. How about that? Yuan Tianchu was filled with disdain. Even if he didn't hear it, he knew what he was talking about. Lin Fan said, "I really don't have money." What? Zhang Tianshan stared at Lin Fan like he was saying, "That kid. Uncle already said that to you and you still didn't give me a chance. Were you really so stingy?" Lin Fan saw that Zhang Tianshan was looking at him and nodded his head. "I really don't have money, you know that." What did he know? He didn't know whether or not he had money. How could those shiny banknotes be fake? He was finished. Martial Path Mountain's new sect leader was so stingy. Their future days would be tough. Brother Yuan, will our future days be tough? Why don't we sneak back to Yu City? Liang Yongqi said softly. Yuan Tianchu said, "I don't want to go back. I understand why I came out. You are weak and aren't suitable to stay here. You can go back yourself." Damn. What a beast. This was a fucking insult. I just suggested and you said that I was weak. Great, I won't go back. I want to see how long you can last. Liang Yongqi didn't think as much as Yuan Tianchu. But he knew that Lin Fan was a little cunning. If he followed beside him, he wouldn't be able to enjoy good things, but he would have to share the pain with him. He wanted to see how long Yuan Tianchu could last. He really knew how to brag. He made it sound like he was really amazing. Gozi brought the merchants in and instructed them to place the goods at the fixed spots. He knew how young master liked to place them. This was something that a personal servant should know. Zhang Tianshan was filled with despair towards this kid. He couldn't pry open his mouth at all. He was Lin Wani's son, but why wasn't he as easy to talk to as his father? In the past, when his father obtained good things, as long as he said something nice and licked it, he would be able to get it. He said that he had no money. Could he believe it? If he did, then he would be a fool. Not long later, the entire courtyard was brand new. It was much better than Yu City's environment. Lin Fan was really satisfied. This was the kind of day he wanted. That night, Lin Fan was cooling off in the courtyard. Cousin was at the side. Suddenly, he looked into the darkness and said furiously, "Who is it?" A person slowly walked out from the darkness. "It is you." Chapter 124. Zhou Zhongmao recognized who it was right away. He had just fought. Lin Fan didn't recognize him and had never seen him before. Cousin, who is he? That was impossible. Even cousin knew who he was, so why didn't he? Zhou Zhongmao said, "Cousin, he is a bandit from Wolf Brigade. Last time he ran, so I snatched his weapon." Oh. Lin Fan nodded his head. That person walked out from the darkness. He was muscular and the knife scar on his face looked really terrifying. However, Lin Fan felt that this person's mental state wasn't good. Now that you sent yourself to me, I will take you down. Zhou Zhongmao's fists clashed, and he was prepared to take him down. He was sure that he would be able to take him down this time. Wait. Lin Fan raised his hand to tell his cousin not to be rash. Wolf Brigade was already wiped out by Chun family, so why did this bandit come to find him? What was going on here? Who are you from Wolf Brigade? Why did you come to Martial Path Mountain? Lin Fan asked. An eye for an eye and an eye for an eye. Your Wolf Brigade was wiped out by Chun family, so even if you wanted to take revenge you had to go to Chun family. Why did you come to Martial Path Mountain? I am the leader of Wolf Brigade. I came here to discuss a cooperation with you. The leader's voice was really hoarse, and it didn't have that heroic feeling from before. His will was really low, and there was no emotion in his eyes. Lin Fan's mind worked quickly. He immediately thought about why this fellow came to find him. I am sorry, I don't lack people to work with here. You can find people to work with elsewhere. Lin Fan said. He was living a peaceful life now. He didn't want to cause too much trouble. Wolf Brigade was wiped out and the leader was still alive, so why did he want to work with him? He definitely wanted to take revenge. If he wanted to take revenge, he had to fight Chun family to the death. They weren't related, and a few days ago they even fought. There was no reason for them to work together. Zhou Zhongmao said, my cousin said that if we don't work together, then leave. Otherwise, don't blame me for taking you down. 100,000 silver, help me. The leader said word by word. He didn't know who to find for help. Chun family couldn't be offended. After escaping from the cliff a few hours later, his cultivation recovered, but the entire Wolf Brigade was in ruins. The rage in his heart couldn't be extinguished, and he just wanted to take revenge. He thought about Martial Path Mountain. This was because Martial Path Mountain had extorted him for him to pay for the ransom, which meant that they needed money. At the same time, they also had conflicts with the Chun family. This was why he came to Martial Path Mountain to work with them. Yes, Lin Fan did not want to get involved in such matters. But suddenly, the words 100,000 silvers were extremely piercing to the ears. It was a little hard for him to accept. 100,000 taels. This isn't a matter of money. The key is pa. The great master placed the bag on his back on the ground. Inside was a thick stack of silver notes. He had hidden the money somewhere. When he was tired in the future, he would take his brothers to enjoy it. However, he didn't expect that before he could enjoy it, he would be gone. What was the point of keeping the money? The leader said, as long as you help me, I will give you 100,000. Martial Path Mountain and Chun family have conflicts. Our Wolf Brigade came to wipe out Martial Path Mountain on orders from Chen family. Now that Wolf Brigade is gone, Chun family won't let this matter rest. One day they will trample Martial Path Mountain. What he said made sense. Lin Fan pondered and looked at the silver from time to time. However, this huge sum of money was not easy to earn. He was a person with principles. Lin Fan personally came to Martial Path Mountain with silver. If he really wanted to take it, he could just let cousin attack. Lin Fan was definitely not his match. However, he was a person who cared about morals. Could he do such a thing? He definitely couldn't. The old man he saw in the morning gave him a really annoyed feeling. He looked like a bad person and his words were really unclear. He felt like he was revealing bad news. Lin Fan said, your words make sense. Do you want to kill Chun family young master or old master Chun? Or wipe out the entire Chun family? He had to make things clear. He hadn't gotten all the rage points and his strength hadn't risen to its peak. If he did, it would be a little problematic. Although 100,000 silver was great, he had to consider his own strength. Kill Chen Daoyun, the leader said with a dark expression. Listen to that voice. One could hear that there was a huge grudge between them. If they didn't fight to the death, then they definitely wouldn't be able to solve it. Lin Fan said, do you know how strong old Master Chun is? Are there any experts in the manor? The leader said, he is a little stronger than me, he should be peak grade 9. I don't know whether or not there are experts in the manor, but there should be. Damn, this was a problem. Peak Martial Path grade 9. Cousin had just entered Martial Path grade 9 not long ago. 2 at Martial Path Grade 9 and 1 at Peak Grade 8. Who knew how difficult it would be for the 3 of them to attack together? The key was if Old Master Chan had experts by his side. With the 3 of them, they would probably be wiped out. It was a huge headache and wasn't easy to deal with. Zhou Zhongmao said softly, cousin, maybe we can try. Silver isn't important, but I feel that Old Master Chan wants to kill us. Why not use this chance to kill him? Do you have confidence in fighting him head-on? Lin Fan asked. Zhou Zhongmao wasn't sure, but if he was Peak Grade 9, he had some confidence. 60%. Lin Fan thought about it. Money wasn't easy to earn. The big leader didn't force him, instead he waited quietly. He didn't have any helpers left. Even if he took 100,000 to find a so-called expert, maybe the moment he gave the money, they would work together with the Chun family to scam him to death. This was why he would rather find Martial Path Mountain than others. If Zhang Tianxian knew about the situation, he would definitely exclaim, "Big business, this was a huge business." Why did Martial Path Mountain go bankrupt in the past? It was because they had no business and no silver. After a long while, Lin Fan was unable to resist the temptation of money. I can work with you, but you have to wait. I need to understand the exact situation. I can't be like your Wolf Brigade, not understanding the situation of Martial Path Mountain before sending people over. The leader didn't study. Or rather, in the entire Wolf Brigade, only Fourth Brother read a few books and had some knowledge. When he thought about Fourth Brother, he wanted to cry. He then turned the sadness into rage and sent it all to Old Master Chan. If he gave it to Lin Fan, he would definitely explode. Okay. The leader nodded his head. Before we confirm it, you stay in the deepest part of Martial Path Mountain. Don't come out and run about. If people see you, I can't help you. Also, I have a habit of working with people, which is to collect money first. Lin Fan reached out. His meaning was obvious: to pay up. He couldn't just pay up for that kind of cooperation. He had thought of many possibilities in his mind. For example, when there was a war, the leader charged forward and died together with Old Master Chan. However, he didn't pay up. When he asked where the money was, the leader wanted to say, but he instantly died. If that really happened, he wouldn't be able to find a place to cry. Lin Fan said, "Don't worry, I am a person with principles and never lie." He really was such a person. Like a while ago when the Wolf Brigade sent money to redeem people. Did he go against his words? No. He released them just like that, directly letting them leave Martial Path Mountain. However, once they left Martial Path Mountain, it had nothing to do with him. Bandits, they did too many bad things. As an outstanding man, how could he allow bandits to roam around Martial Path Mountain? He could only let cousin chase them. The leader passed the bag to Lin Fan and raised his head. I hope you can keep your promise, otherwise, even if I become a ghost, I won't let you go. Don't worry, if there is someone to do it, then why not? Do I look like such a person? Lin Fan waved his hands. The leader was sad and didn't have the mood to diss. If it was in the past, he would have dissed. One look and you looked like such a person. After which, he called Gozi and told him to arrange a faraway place for the leader to stay. He couldn't be seen by others. If someone recognized that he was the leader of the Wolf Brigade, they would definitely report him to the Chun family. That would be a huge problem. Within the room, "Cousin, tell me the truth, do you have confidence?" Lin Fan asked. Zhou Zhongmao said solemnly, "Cousin, I have confidence. If I attack with that fellow, I have a 60% chance of killing Old Master Chan. 60% isn't high, just half and half. What if you add me?" Lin Fan said. Zhou Zhongmao found it weird and then said, "Cousin, don't take the risk. Otherwise, I will have to protect you, and I won't have any confidence at all." Instantly, Lin Fan grabbed cousin's hand. Thick internal strength surged towards cousin's body. They were going to compete in internal strength. Zhou Zhongmao was shocked and filled with disbelief. Oh my god. Since when did cousin become so strong? If his uncle knew about this, he would be very unhappy. What about now? Lin Fan asked. Zhou Zhongmao said, 70% and above. However, cousin, Lin Fan didn't let cousin continue. He patted his shoulder and smiled calmly. Low profile. Had he ever shown himself before? No. He had never been arrogant before. Did he tell anyone that he was so strong? Also no. What was the use of being strong? If one could live a good life, then that was truly amazing. Just like this leader of the Wolf Brigade, he was strong, but his life was tough. His home was wiped out. Why? Wasn't it because he was too high profile? Low profile now was to pave the way for him to be high profile in the future. Watch and see. Once I raise my strength to the peak, see how high profile I am. This was an inner monologue. Lin Fan felt like it was a classic. He had to hide these 100,000 silver in a safer place. If Zhang Tianshan and the others saw it, it would be dangerous. It was hard to defend against a thief in one's own home. Even if they used their integrity to guarantee that they wouldn't steal it, he wouldn't believe them. He even wanted to ask if they had integrity. They were corrupted by money. When they saw so much money, they would probably go crazy. Only he could calm himself down and not be tempted by money. In the end, he hid the silver under the bed and instructed cousin to pay attention to the situation here. Tomorrow he would start to investigate the Chen family. He had to understand the situation. Only then would he have the confidence to succeed. Go Zi arranged for the leader to stay in a room at the side. This place was already abandoned and no one came here usually. The leader laid there and found it hard to sleep. The moment he closed his eyes, he would think about what happened that night. In the past, an old monk told him, "Kill less sins. Heaven's way of doing things and karma would come." Chapter 125. Morning. The sky was bright. Jiang City welcomed people to scout for news. Lin Fan brought cousin into the city and started to investigate Chen family. To solve this matter perfectly and safely, he had to understand the specific situation of Chen family. He couldn't be careless. Chen Manor. As expected from an aristocratic family in Jiang City. Just the entrance alone was really majestic. 2 stone statues that were taller than humans stood on both sides. When normal people passed, they would have to make way. 100,000 silver wasn't easy to earn. He brought cousin to the stall opposite and drank tea. At the same time, he observed the specific situation of Chen family. First, he looked at Chen family's daily entry and exit. Not long later, Chen Xinyao brought his servant out. Teacher Li Tsong followed him. "Cousin, I beat this fellow a few days ago," Zhou Zhongmao said. The main reason was that he looked familiar. Lin Fan looked at cousin in shock. Damn! He understood why Chen family wanted Wolf Brigade to wipe out Martial Path Mountain. So that was the reason. Li Tsong was beaten up, but no matter what, he was just a teacher. What could he do? Chen family wouldn't use Wolf Brigade to wipe out Martial Path Mountain for a teacher. Cousin beat up Chen Xingyao, so he was definitely unhappy. With his position, it was enough to use Wolf Brigade. What a waste. Martial Path Mountain was fine, but Wolf Brigade was wiped out by Chen family. There were many stories behind this. Be low profile in the future. Lin Fan persuaded, hoping that cousin wouldn't be too rash. Rash was the devil. Look at what happened. They worked together to wipe out Martial Path Mountain, but now they had internal conflicts. His cousin scratched his head honestly. "Oh, I know, cousin." A well-behaved cousin was really lovable. The stall owner was an old man. He saw that the 2 of them had been sitting here for a period of time and had been staring at Chan Manor. He sighed. Young people nowadays were just biting off more than they could chew. What was the use of envying them? One had to work hard. If one didn't work hard, even if one looked at them every day, it was useless. After a long while, a carriage stopped at the entrance of Chan Manor. Old Master Chan walked out, and beside him were 3 males. The 3 of them didn't look like servants. They dressed like experts. Looking at their expressions, they were expressionless and had a cold intent. One look and one knew that they were experts. True enough. How would old Master Chan not have experts by his side? Lin Fan followed. He didn't dare to get too close. A true expert had strong senses. If he got too close or stared at him for too long, he would be sensed. However, he was not afraid at all. I was the Martial Path Mountain sect leader. I was a good citizen, so what problems would there be if I entered the city to take a look? When he and his cousin were within a certain range, one of the 3 men turned around and met Lin Fan's gaze. There was a warning in his eyes, as if to say, "Scram." Then, the man approached the sedan and whispered softly. He was probably reporting the situation. The sedan chair slowly came to a stop. Old Master Chan pulled open the curtain and smiled. Sect leader Lin, what a coincidence. Lin Fan smiled, what a coincidence, I saw Old Master Chan, which was why I followed. I didn't expect this little brother to be so wary. Before I got close I was noticed. Amazing. Haha. Old Master Chan laughed. I am old and it is inconvenient for me to move around. It is good to have someone to serve me. Where are you going, Sect leader Lin? I am not going anywhere, I just have two things to tell Old Master Chan. One is that when Martial Path Mountain opens, I hope Old Master Chan can do me the honor and join in. Lin Fan said. Who didn't know how to brag? As for whether or not he could join, that would depend on whether or not things could be done in these few days. It would also depend on whether or not Old Master Chen's life was long enough. Old Master Chan said, of course, Martial Path Mountain is the only sect within 100 miles of Jiang City. Even if I am unwell, I will definitely join. What about the second matter? Lin Fan said. The second is that my cousin had some conflicts with young Master Chan. I just found out about it, so I came to apologize to Old Master Chan. Old Master Chan looked at Zhou Zhongmao. Zhou Zhongmao smiled in a silly manner, revealing his white teeth. His first impression was that he was an honest kid. He looked really good when he smiled. It is okay, it is unavoidable for young people to bump into each other. I won't take it to heart. Old Master Chan smiled. The magnanimity he showed was huge. However, no one knew what he was thinking. Rage points plus 111. Iodam. What did he say just now? So he was really angry in his heart. Needless to say, even if the small support system didn't show his name, he knew who gave him the rage points. It was definitely Old Master Chan, who didn't look like a good person. Lin Fan said, Old Master Chan is magnanimous, then thank you. I won't disturb Old Master Chan. We will return to the mountain. After which, Old Master Chen's carriage left into the distance. Rage points plus 123. Rage points struck him once more. How could they be so narrow-minded? Was everyone in this family narrow-minded? Within the carriage, Old Master Chan was expressionless, but his eyes were filled with viciousness. He scolded in his heart. Little brat, wait and see. Once this matter was settled, he would teach all of you a lesson. Cousin, let's go back. Zhou Zhongmao said. Lin Fan said, why? Let's follow. He had already grasped the range of their senses. He got close to see how far they could sense. Now he knew that they could sense within 40 steps. He was thinking about something. If he wiped out the Chun family, Jiang City would definitely be controlled by the Huang family. When that happened, things would be much easier. After following Old Master Chan to a secluded area in the city, he didn't continue to follow. Old Master Chan had already entered the room. He and his cousin hid outside for a while. Just as they were prepared to leave, someone came from afar. This is... Lin Fan frowned. He saw a jade pendant on that person's body. The mark on it was a little familiar. Thinking about it, he recalled that it was King Wutong's mark. Who knew that Old Master Chan was with King Wutong? Within the room. Old Master Chan, have you thought about it? The man standing in front of Old Master Chan gave off an extraordinary aura. Just one look and one knew that he was someone who often fought on the battlefield. Old Master Chan said, I have thought about it. Since King Wutong has high hopes for Chun family, we will go all out to support King Wutong in his plans. Alright, as long as your Chun family supports us, you will enjoy endless glory and wealth in the future. Take this jade pendant with you. If you see this jade pendant somewhere else in the future, it means that the other party is also one of us. The man removed the jade pendant from his waist and handed it to the other party. Old Master Chan received it with both hands. His fingers trembled and he was a little nervous. Chun family's foundation wasn't good. They were bandits who killed and robbed, committing all sorts of crimes. In the end, they cleaned up their reputation and slowly built up the Chun family business. But their identity wasn't clean, such that Chun family wasn't welcomed on the path of power in the imperial city. They would even be ostracized. Today their chance was here. King Wutong was able to look up to Chun family and bring them to carry out his plans. That was Chun family's hope to walk towards a higher position. Also, don't cause any trouble during this period of time. The Imperial Dynasty's secret department has started to investigate the aristocratic families that follow King Wutong. Don't expose yourself. The man said. Don't worry, we definitely won't expose ourselves. Old Master Chun said. He waved his hands and a man beside him took out a goose egg-sized pearl. Just a small token, please accept it. In the future, please help me say a few good words in front of King Wutong. No, definitely not. You are insulting me. The man rejected it. His expression was one of rage, like he was saying that if he did that, he would turn on him. But his hands were well behaved. He opened his pockets like he was saying, don't give it to me, put it in my pocket. Old Master Chun scolded in his heart. What a fake fellow, still acting. However, he still silently placed the pearl into his pocket. The man said, Old Master Chun, don't do that in the future. You should just keep it. I will take my leave. The moment he said that, the man left. His footsteps were filled with the wind. Damn, bastard. If he didn't accept it, then return it to him. He actually took it away. Lin Fan had long returned to Martial Path Mountain. Old Master Chun had 3 experts beside him, but they were weaker than cousin. However, if the 3 of them continued to follow beside Old Master Chun, they wouldn't be able to attack. The pressure would be too huge and it would be easy for things to happen. He thought about assassinating the 3 of them, but the chances weren't high. The 3 of them ate and wore what they ate in the Chun manner. Usually they followed beside Old Master Chun. It was really difficult to assassinate them. Give up just like that? That was impossible. He had to do it after taking the 100,000. If he couldn't, he would have to return the money. Lin Fan lowered his head and was in deep thought. He walked towards the back courtyard. Yuan Tianchu noticed that Lin Fan's expression was a little solemn. He understood that he was thinking about something. Based on his guesses, this matter wasn't simple. Based on what happened during this period of time, it might have something to do with the Qin family. Don't ask why he knew about it. Connecting all the details together, it was easy for him to come to such a conclusion. He just wanted to know the specifics. It was a little difficult. There were too few details and he wasn't able to deduce much. A few days passed. Lin Fan and cousin walked around the Chun manor, searching for a chance to attack. However, it wasn't easy to find one. Just as Lin Fan was at his wits' end and was prepared to take a gamble and charge in, the chance came. He and cousin were still drinking tea at the old man's place. The Chun family servants he met were drinking tea too. From their conversation, he knew that old Master Chun was going to head out tomorrow. Thinking about it, he decided not to wait. He would attack tomorrow. Although 3 against 4 might be a little tiring, this was their only chance. If he missed this chance, there wouldn't be a next time. When Lin Fan told the leader that he was going to attack tomorrow, the leader was really excited. His eyes were about to turn red. Zhou Zhongmao returned the blade to the leader. He wasn't used to using that thing and his fists were more comfortable. At night, he didn't sleep. He was cultivating to ensure that he was at his peak. The next day, a carriage slowly left Jiang City, and no one noticed it. However, there were already people waiting in the direction they were heading. Chapter 126. Chun Manor's carriage left Jiang City and traveled on a deserted road. Suddenly, a person appeared in front, causing the carriage to slow down. Old Master, someone is blocking the road. Old Master Chun didn't care. He opened the curtains and looked at the person in the distance. When he saw it clearly, his expression changed. Qin Zhong, you are still alive. He didn't expect that Qin Zhong wasn't dead. That night he saw him jump off the cliff. He was really lucky. The leader held his blade and locked onto Old Master Chun. He hollered, Chun Daoyan, I came back from hell to find you to take your dog life. Old Master, I will deal with him. The 3 guys beside him said. Chun Daoyan stopped them and smiled. Qin Zhong, how did you even survive? Now that you've appeared in front of me again, I'm very happy. This means that I didn't do anything wrong. If you were still loyal to me, none of this would have happened. But now, everything that has happened is your own fault. The leader hollered in rage, old thief, the heavens didn't want me and sent me to take your life. What does your Chun family treat the Wolf Brigade as? Do you think we are dogs? I have waited for so long for this day. You are finally out. Even if I have to risk my life, I want you to die. I will use your life to pay tribute to my brothers. At this moment the leader wanted to charge up and kill Chen Daoyun. However, he bore with it. Haha, you are right. I treated you all as dogs. It isn't too late to know now. Since you are alive, then find a place to live. Unfortunately, you don't cherish it. Chen Daoyun said regretfully. Damn. Lin Fan and cousin dug a hole and hid by the leader's feet. When he heard old Master Chen's words, he couldn't take it anymore. His words were too direct. He actually called them dogs. If it was him, he would rebel too. Kill. Chen Daoyun waved his hands. He didn't take away a cloud, but he would take away a life. The three men were experts by Chen Daoyun's side. They were also known as thugs. After receiving the order, the three of them moved extremely quickly. That moment, the internal strength that the three of them gave off was really thick. The surrounding air twisted like it was being roasted by flames. Chen Daoyun looked on calmly. If the three of them joined forces, Qin Zhong would only have a dead end. Betraying the master will only result in death. The three of us brothers will send you on your way. In an instant, a layer of light appeared on the palms of the three of them. This was a sign that they had pushed their inner energy to the limit. The leader stood there calmly. His eyes were cold and filled with killing intent. He let out a low growl. Kill. In an instant, two people jumped out beside the great leader, scaring the three of them. Zhou Zhongmao let out a low roar and opened his arms. The muscles on his body bulged as he grabbed at one of them. Lin Fan held the long blade in his hand and used the lightning blade 4 strokes. The blade shone brightly as if there was lightning flashing on it. All of this was the condensation of inner energy, an endless amount of inner energy that was exploding. Kill. Lin Fan, Zhou Zhongmao, and the leader attacked at the same time. Each of them focused on one and went all out. The three men were frightened by this scene. When they rushed towards the leader, they were very fast and ferocious. The sudden appearance of two people scared them so much that their bodies trembled as if they had seen a ghost. Lin Fan had raised the lightning blade 4 strokes to the returning to true realm. One blade slashed out and even ghosts and gods couldn't block it. The blade light tore through the air. The seemingly ordinary blade caused the guy who clashed with Lin Fan to feel his body turn cold like death was covering him. One blade slashed out and the blade landed. The other party's eyes were still filled with fear, and he slowed down. After taking 2 steps forward, he stopped moving as if he was dumbfounded. Poochie. Suddenly, a crack appeared on the guy's forehead. It grew longer and longer, extending past his neck and then to his stomach and butt. Pung pung. Fresh blood splattered. His body was split into 2 and he fell to the ground with a thud. Lin Fan was stunned and a look of shock appeared on his face. Am I so strong? He had originally thought that he would have to fight with his opponent for a while, but who would have thought that he would only be able to slash out a saber strike that he thought was passable? He did not expect that it would be so powerful. Impossible. He definitely couldn't be so strong. He was definitely too weak. As a rich family young master, his hands weren't stained with blood and he was kind. He wasn't even prepared to personally take his life, so how could he slice him into 2 with one blade? His flesh was a little charred. That was caused by the lightning blade 4 strokes. Cousin hollered loudly and his aura was too strong. He grabbed the guy's arm and used brute force to rip it, causing the guy to cry out in pain. But this was just the beginning. Cousin pinned the person in his elbow, his other hand forming a claw, grabbing onto the person's head and pulling upwards. Ah! The man screamed miserably. Blood flowed from his eyes, and his eyeballs were filled with blood. What kind of demon was this? Save me! Save me! Sila! Cousin was too violent and his methods were really vicious. The scene was too gory and there were no words to describe it. Normal people would be so frightened that they would pee their pants when they saw such a scene. Lin Fan couldn't bear to look at it. My dear cousin, why can't you just do it properly and have to use such disgusting methods? As your cousin, I can't take it anymore. Forget it, forget it. Cousin was really honest. Maybe this was his only hobby. The leader's side was a little defeated. He wasn't able to take down the guy, but he was able to suppress him. What a waste. Compared to Lin Fan, the gap was too huge. You are too slow, let me help you. Zhou Zhongmao hollered, punching his heart. Pung. His back exploded and his broken heart was punched out. Vicious. He was just too vicious. Maybe the heavens were fair. You had such vicious methods, but I gave you an honest face, allowing you to walk in the world with more confusion. The leader hollered, Chen Daoyun, you are next. Chen Daoyun was stunned as he looked at the situation. What happened? His 3 guards actually died just like that. They were all confidants that he groomed with much difficulty. They were really strong and the weakest was peak grade 8. His heart was dripping blood. Bastard! Bastard! Do you know how much effort I put into grooming these 3 confidants? Treasures were piled up. Medicinal baths were soaked. He had also plundered many secret manuals of divine arts. However, they were all gone now. 30 years of hard work was gone in the blink of an eye. At this moment, Chen Daoyun noticed Lin Fan and said in disbelief, Sect Leader Lin, what is the meaning of this? Rage points plus 666. He didn't expect those kids from Martial Path Mountain to be together with Qin Zhong. Lin Fan said helplessly, actually, there is no meaning. I took his money so I helped him get rid of problems. He wants to kill you and I have nothing to do recently. I was tempted by these 100,000 silver and couldn't take it anymore, so I came. Fuck your mother. Chen Daoyun didn't expect such a situation to happen. Sect Leader Lin, I will give you double. Kill him for me. Chen Daoyun said. No, do you know morals? How about this, you give me 200,000 silver, and after we kill you, I will help you kill him. How about that? Lin Fan said. That was a good idea. This fully demonstrated how great his need for wealth was. At the same time, it didn't go against his morals and principles. Chen Daoyun's expression was really ugly. You are talking nonsense. Rage points plus 777. Since that is the case, then there is nothing I can do. I am telling you the truth, but you treat it like I am farting. This is really tough. Attack. Lin Fan waved his hands to let cousin and the leader attack first. Rage points plus 888. Not bad. He earned 100,000 silver, and he could even get rage points. Chen Daoyun died. The leader went mad, charging even fiercer than Zhou Zhongmao. He raised the blade in his hand and slashed towards Chen Daoyun. Each blade was filled with all his strength. He had really reached the peak of rage. At this moment, Chen Daoyun's robe swelled up, and he said with a dark expression, just the few of you aren't enough. The leader held the blade, his gaze sharp. A white mist spread out from his body, and it actually formed into a horse. Blade-raising horse. His martial arts were used on the battlefield. The vengeful energy was really heavy, and the destructive power was really strong. Chen Daoyun scoffed coldly. He pressed down with his hands, and thick internal strength formed a barrier to block it. Kung! When the blade slashed onto it, it felt like it was hitting a piece of metal. The leader hollered in rage, and the veins on his arms popped up like tree roots. He only had one goal, which was to kill Chen Daoyun. Zhou Zhongmao hollered, instantly going berserk. He used the demon ape fist, the demon ape illusion appeared, and he took it head-on. Amazing. He was really amazing. Lin Fan moved about, searching for a chance to charge forward. If the leader fought Chen Daoyun alone, the outcome would be death. But it was different now. Cousin joining in gave Chen Daoyun huge pressure, giving the leader a chance to behave arrogantly in front of Chen Daoyun. However, looking at the situation, it was a little dangerous. They didn't gain any advantage at all, and they were even slightly injured. Chen Daoyun was shocked. He didn't care about Qin Zhong at all, but this simple and honest-looking guy was really amazing. The martial arts that he used were too deep. It wasn't something that a normal sect could teach. Just at that moment, he felt danger strike from behind him. Mixed energy broke in Jade hand. Lin Fan struck with 2 fingers and it was really sharp. This cultivation technique specialized in breaking internal strength. Pung! One finger struck Chen Daoyun's back, and the destructive internal strength energy surged in. Poochie! Chen Daoyun couldn't help but spit out blood. He was furious. This kid actually dared to sneak attack him. He then slapped towards Lin Fan. The palm strength was really thick and couldn't be underestimated. Refresh. Lightning blade 4 strokes disappeared, and the unmovable king body reached the returning to true realm. He activated the unmovable king body, and a huge change occurred in his body. His defense reached a really high level. Pung! Chen Daoyun's palm seemed to have smashed onto an iron board, but it still forced Lin Fan back. Lin Fan felt okay, it wasn't that painful, and he didn't feel that bad. Everything was really calm. His throat was a little sweet, and fresh blood seeped out of the corner of his mouth. This was the first time he was injured. But it wasn't a big injury. All the internal strength was scattered, and it only caused a bit of ripple. This was the effect of raising his physical body and cultivating the unmovable king body to a really high level. Zhou Zhongmao saw the blood at the corner of cousin's mouth. He instantly went crazy. "You actually dare to hurt my cousin, I will kill you." Zhou Zhongmao hollered in rage, and black internal strength appeared from his body. His eyes were actually a little red, and he bared his teeth. His hair stood up, and he looked like an ancient beast that had revived. All the meridians in his body were opened up, and he guided Zhou Zhongmao's internal strength to activate the demon-enforcing heart scripture, and he circulated all his meridians. That moment, he was on the verge of rage. All of Zhou Zhongmao's meridians were opened up, and thick internal strength filled each of them. He directly entered a berserk state. A fist struck towards Chen Daoyun, and the strong internal strength couldn't be blocked at all. Chen Daoyun's expression changed. Internal strength exploded out, and he formed a protective energy to block. Pung! Instantly a thick layer of dust rose up, and it wrapped everyone up. Chapter 127. Cough cough. Lin Fan waved his hands. The dust was too thick and he even choked. At that moment he heard a panting sound. It was cousin's voice. "Cousin, are you okay?" Lin Fan asked. Those scenes were too shocking. He had never seen cousin explode like that. Who? The dust was thick and one couldn't see anything. Zhou Zhongmao's breathing calmed down. His internal strength calmed down and wasn't crazily boiling like water. It was totally boiling just now. When the dust dissipated, Zhou Zhongmao scratched his head and smiled. "Cousin, I am okay." "Are you okay?" Lin Fan was stunned. "I am okay too, so the one who is okay should be." He didn't finish. He looked towards Chen Daoyun. Who knew what happened to old Master Chen? Maybe he was still alive. That moment, Chen Daoyun stood there and maintained his posture. His hands pressed down and his eyes were wide open. He didn't move at all, and who knew whether or not he was still breathing. Suddenly, pung! Maybe it was because the wind was too strong. Old Master Chen was too thin and weak. His body leaned forwards and with a pung, he fell face first onto the ground. Lin Fan shouted a few times and saw that there was no reaction. He didn't see clearly how his cousin attacked just now. Who knew how much damage it caused to old Master Chen? On the contrary, cracks appeared on the ground with old Master Chen at the center. Sunk down. The hole wasn't deep, but it was a palm deep. Lin Fan knelt down and grabbed old Master Chen's hair. He pulled a few times, but there was no reaction. He patted his face, but there was still no reaction. "Dead." Lin Fan pointed at the corpse and said. Zhou Zhongmao replied, "And dead." Putong. The leader knelt on the ground and buried his head. Tears flowed. He finally took revenge. "Thank you." He thanked them. He knew that if not for Lin Fan and Zhou Zhongmao, he wouldn't have been able to kill Chen Daoyun. He held his blade and slowly walked to Chen Daoyun's side. He raised his blade and kacha. He directly sliced off Chen Daoyun's head. Ha ha ha. He held Chen Daoyun's head and laughed in an unrestrained manner like he was venting the rage in his heart. He didn't say much to Lin Fan. He just walked into the distance. "Oi, where are you going? Do you still want your saber?" Lin Fan shouted. After chopping off the head, he had to bring the knife along. This was a tool that he used to make a living. He didn't want it. The leader didn't reply, still laughing loudly as he left. "That's too casual. They're leaving just like that." Lin Fan shook his head. The scene was a little bloody. The corpses on the scene were either split into two halves or had their heads removed. Old Master Chen died a relatively dignified death. Lin Fan squatted there and fumbled around sneakily. "Cousin, let's go. This place is quite scary." Zhou Zhongmao said. "Oh my god." Hearing these words from his cousin's mouth, it was really too horrifying. Who was the one who created such a terrifying scene? Did he not have any idea? He admitted. He had overestimated his opponent's strength and split him into two halves with a single slash. But it wasn't on purpose. so it didn't count. Wait, let's see what he has on him. Lin Fan reached into Chen Daoyun's clothes and touched something. A jade pendant. He remembered it, it should be on the guy who met Chen Daoyun a while ago. Who knew that it would be on old Master Chen? Seemed like it was useful, maybe it was some sort of proof. And he flipped another thing. It was a piece of leather paper. It was a little old, but when he touched it, it felt cold. He opened it and took a look. There were many words and pictures recorded inside. The pictures were of people with different postures. Little boy God dipper technique. So old Master Chen was used to keeping secret techniques on him. Maybe old Master Chen personally cultivated it. He roughly looked at it. There were a total of 12 grades and it required a virgin body to cultivate. Only when one cultivated to grade 8 could one break the rules. Thinking about it, it made sense. Old Master Chen wasn't young, but his son was so young. Seemed like he risked his life at that time. He touched it. Touching corpses felt good. There was a mysterious feeling, and one would never know what they would find. As expected, there were still gains. He touched a lot of silver, around 10,000, after which there was nothing else. He had touched everything clean. Cousin, let's go. Lin Fan brought his cousin and retreated. Just leave the corpse like that. If he buried it, who would know that old Master Chen was dead? He wanted to see how the Chen family would react when they found out that old Master Chen was dead. Very quickly, there was no one here. There were only 4 corpses there. Of course, there was also a horse that stopped there innocently. It opened its eyes wide, looking really innocent, and didn't complain at all. Like it was saying, what happened? Why didn't anyone whip him? He wasn't used to it. He wanted to run under the sun. Lin Fan and Zhou Zhongmao directly returned to Martial Path Mountain. After doing such a huge thing, it wasn't suitable for him to head out. It was safer to stay on the mountain. Cousin, this cultivation technique is still okay. It isn't that good. After Zhou Zhongmao looked at the little boy God dipper technique, he wasn't interested. Compared to the martial arts that he cultivated, it was still far from it. To Zhou Zhongmao, the difference in realm wasn't huge. The main reason was that he had broken through to Martial Path Grade 9 and was still at initial realm. If he slowly grasped it, he would be able to cross 2 small realms to kill this person. Moreover, it wouldn't be too tiring. When Lin Fan heard his cousin say that, he wasn't interested in this cultivation technique anymore. So it was just that. At that moment, Zhou Zhongmao thought about something. Cousin, your cultivation is already so strong, but I noticed that your combat awareness isn't good enough. Why don't I train with you? When cousin used the mixed energy broken jade hand, after hitting him, he shouldn't have continued to tangle with him. He shouldn't have been hit by that palm, but because his combat awareness wasn't good, he was hit. Okay, I will train when I am free. Lin Fan's thoughts were slowly changing. This wasn't Yu City, and his father's wings couldn't protect him. When he faced something, strength was the most reliable. How good? He wasn't willing to cultivate at the start. Who knew when old Master Chen's corpse would be found? Damn. There was something he didn't think about. Old Master Chen's head was taken away by the leader, so how would people confirm that he was old Master Chen? He didn't think about it at that time. If he thought about it, he would have left a note. Forget it. It was too late to say anything. He just hoped that the person who found the corpse would be able to tell that it was old Master Chen from his build and clothing. The sun set and dusk covered. Wolf Brigade beside the cliff. The leader had built tombstones for all the brothers, a total of 148. At the side of the cliff there were 4 tombstones. Second brother, third brother, fourth brother, fifth brother. In front of the tombstones was Chen Daoyun's head. Brothers, I am back. All of you risked your lives to let me live, and I didn't disappoint you. All of you didn't die for nothing. I have taken revenge. Big brother brought Chen Daoyun's head back to worship all of you. The leader's voice was really hoarse. He looked at the tombstones one by one, and his expression was one of disappointment. He missed his brothers. Fourth brother, you asked me if I wanted you to be a bandit in the next life. Big brother definitely wanted all of you. If not, then who? But the next life is too far away. 18 years later, I will be old and can't bring all of you. Now I will accompany all of you and bring all of you to continue being bandits. The leader picked up the wine and gulped it down. He then tossed the wine jar to the side and took out a small bottle from his chest. On the small bottle was written poison. It was simple and clear, but it was really threatening. This was the true poison out of all the poisons. He got up and opened the cap. I have nothing to worry about in this life. That is enough. Brothers, your big brother is here. The last sentence, I'm coming, was shouted out. He raised his head and drank the entire bottle. Ha ha ha. The leader raised his head and laughed. Instantly, blood flowed out from the corner of his mouth, but he was still smiling. Color slowly appeared in his eyes. He saw it. He saw all the brothers waving at him. His ears buzzed and there was a voice. Big brother, we are waiting for you. Come quickly, we just robbed this good wine. Big brother, this girl is so cute. Let's make her your wife. The leader's mouth was covered in blood, and his lips moved, like he was saying, your big brother has given up on lust. Then the world spun and everything turned white. He fell into darkness. Amipa, I have never seen such a stubborn person. Oh. July 28th. Morning. On this day, Jiang City was in an uproar. Someone came back with a carriage in the wee hours of the morning. Before entering the city, he shouted in fear. Old Master Chun is dead. Old Master Chun was killed in the wilderness. When the guards heard that, they were terrified. Who dared to curse Old Master Chun like that after drinking some piss? They didn't want to live and wanted to drag them down. However, when they saw the 4 incomplete corpses, the guards were stunned. They noticed with the light. The clothes of the 4 corpses were really familiar. They looked at their faces. The 3 of them were Old Master Chun's personal guards. They would never separate from Old Master Chun. Now that the 3 of them were dead, then wasn't the other headless corpse done? The guards immediately fled in panic. No one dared to bring the corpse to Chun family. They didn't want to live. Even if they didn't kill him, if Chun family found out, they would be so furious that they would pull out their blades and slash. In the morning, all the people in Jiang City found out about the news. Everyone was horrified. Who did it? This was like a hole in the sky. Some kids cried out loud. Grandpa Chun was dead. The kind and friendly Grandpa Chun who got rid of evil was dead. In the end, it was the commoners who were brainwashed by Old Master Chun who pulled the carriage to Chun Manor. When Chan Xingyao learned about this, he nearly fainted. He pulled out his blade and was about to kill all those people who spread rumors. Li Tsong stopped him. He cried. Young master couldn't kill them. If he did, he would be finished. To kill civilians in broad daylight, the Chun family's reputation in Rivertown would be completely tarnished in the future. Chan Xingyao was furious. Damn! He really wanted to kill those people who spread rumors. How could his father die? However, when he came outside and saw the headless corpse, his body shuddered. His eyes rolled and he fainted just like that, before he was able to say anything. Chapter 128. When the news spread back. When the corpse was sent back, darkness covered every part of Chin family. The servants were terrified and uneasy. They discussed quietly in a remote area. Was the Chun family going to be finished? Or did the Chun family provoke someone they shouldn't have? If they didn't leave, would they be buried with the Chun family? Such thoughts spread like wildfire. The servants even had the urge to run. But they didn't dare to run. They were Chun family's property, and if they ran, they would die. The Chun family manager's face was dark and sunken. He held his blade and guarded at the door. He stared at those servants. If they dared to run, they would die. Old Master's death was a huge blow to him. Chun family's business couldn't be lost just like that. The blade in his hands was already dyed in blood. Just now there was a servant who spoke nonsense, and when he heard it from behind, he immediately removed his head, warning all of the servants that if anyone dared to speak nonsense again, they would suffer the same fate as him. Within the room, Li Tsong pinched young master's philtrum. Wake up, young master, you can't faint. Chun family needed you to lead. If you fainted like that, you wouldn't be able to solve anything. Instead, it would make things more complicated. They had gone to invite Miracle Doctor in, but they hadn't expected that Miracle Doctor wouldn't be around. All the doctors in the city seemed to have disappeared overnight. When they learned that Chan Xingyao fainted at the door because of Old Master Chen's death, they knew that things weren't good. Someone would definitely invite them to wake him up. But no one dared to. It was too dangerous. With Chun family young master's violent personality, if they woke him up, he might be killed with one blade. They hadn't lived long enough and didn't dare to take the risk. Young master, wake up, wake up. Chun Xingyao's philtrum turned red. Li Tsong used a lot of strength. He didn't believe that old master would die. However, he had no choice. The corpse was right there, so how could he make up a reason to lie to him? Suddenly, Chun Xingyao shuddered and slowly opened his eyes. Li Tsong, my father died? Chun Xingyao asked. Young master, old master really died. Li Tsong squeezed out tears. As the Chun family teacher, how could he not be sad? Following old master gave him meat to eat, but following young master, he would be played to death. Pa! Li Tsong was stunned by the slap. What happened? Why did you hit me for no reason? I didn't say anything wrong. Although I'm a coach, I still have my dignity. Please give me some dignity. Chan Shang. Yao could not accept such a cruel reality and muttered to himself, impossible, I must be dreaming. This is all a dream. Li Tsong covered his face, looking aggrieved. Young master, this is not a dream. He roared in his heart. This really wasn't a dream. Pa! Chan Xingyao slapped her again. Does it hurt? Li Tsong's eyes turned red. He was not angry. He felt really wronged. Hurts, young master, it hurts a lot. Li Tsong felt wronged. The young master asked if it was painful. Could it be that he wanted to know if this was a dream? But why did he hit me? Wouldn't it be better to hit yourself? Could it be that as a servant he really had no status at all? Li Tsong was very sad. He was loyal and devoted to the Chun family, and he was also loyal and devoted to the young master, but the one who suffered every time was him. So this really wasn't a dream. Chun Xingyao's eyes were dull, and his hands were powerless. Li Tsong stood aside silently. He really didn't dare to speak. Fear. He was really afraid of the moody young master who often vented his anger on him. He dissed in his heart. Damn! Whether or not it was a dream, did he have to experiment like this? Chan Xiangyao muttered. What kind of person did my father offend? Why didn't he tell me before? If he told me, I would have a way to deal with it. For some reason, Chan Xingyao started to worry whether or not he would be dragged down by his father. Li Tsong wanted to tell young master that now wasn't the time to think about such things. Old master's corpse wasn't cold yet, so it was best to quickly arrange the funeral and let old master rest in peace. However, he didn't dare to say it. He would be beaten if he didn't speak. If he said too much, he would still be beaten. It was better not to say it. Dong dong. The manager of the Chun family came. Young master, the old master isn't here anymore. You are now the backbone of the Chun family. You have to come up with a way to calm the hearts of the people. Some of the servants tried to escape, but I killed them all. Chun Xingyao's face was cold. If any more people want to run, kill them all. Yes. The Chun family manager replied. Chun Xingyao said. Inform them to arrange the funeral. Since things had already happened, there was no turning back. Chun family depended on him from now on. For some reason, Chun Xingyao felt that the burden on his body was slightly heavier. His father's death naturally made him sad, but for some reason, there was a bit of joy in the sadness. No, how could he have such an attitude? He was really sad now. Huang family. When Huang Boren heard the news, he was stunned. Oh my god. Old Master Chen died? Was he joking with him? No matter what, he didn't dare to believe that the cunning Chun Daoyun was actually dead. He died in such a random way. Who did it? Huang Boren was in deep thought. Martial Path Mountain? Impossible, that was impossible. Even if he had high hopes for Martial Path Mountain, he didn't believe that they had such ability. He knew old Master Chen's strength. Although he looked old, that was just a facade. Men monitor Chen family's actions. He didn't understand, so he wasn't prepared to think much about it. He used the most useless method, which was to monitor Chen family's actions to see what was going on. He was thinking whether or not Chen Daoyun was faking his death to escape and plan something in the dark. Anyways, the matter of old Master Chan being killed had totally spread out. The commoners who worked on Martial Path Mountain were all talking about it. To them it was just gossip. They were talking about things that everyone knew. Liang Yongqi wasn't interested in it at all. So what if he died? Anyway, he wasn't the one who died, so it had nothing to do with him. Zhang Tianshan showed a slightly weird expression. He knew that old Master Chen wasn't a good person. He had a short interaction with him when Martial Path Mountain opened. He could clearly tell anyone that he was a bad person. Old Master Chen is dead. Yuan Tianchu squatted there and knocked the bricks. When he heard what the commoners said, he remembered it all in his heart. There was a problem. There was definitely a problem. What he was thinking about wasn't so simple. It was much more complicated than everyone else. Based on his guesses, this was probably done by Lin Fan. If not, how could there be such a coincidence? Chun family and Lin Fan had conflicts, and then Wolf Brigade came to harass them. Then old Master Chen died just like that. Connecting the cause and effect between them, one would be able to find a terrifying reason. There was no need to say more. It was definitely done by Lin Fan. Terrifying. It was best if normal people didn't offend such a calculative personality. That moment, he saw Lin Fan and Zhou Zhongmao pass this place and walk into the distance. He didn't ask, just staring at their expressions. There was something, they were definitely hiding something. Brother Yuan, what are you thinking about? Liang Yongqi saw that Yuan Tianchu was stunned once more. This time he didn't underestimate him. He suddenly noticed that Yuan Tianchu was something. Yuan Tianchu said calmly, "Do you know who killed old Master Chen?" "I know, but I can't tell you." "Damn." Liang Yongqi rolled his eyes. "If you can't tell me, then why are you telling me all this? So boring." This person was so boring. However, he was really curious. Who did it? However, he knew that Yuan Tianchu definitely wouldn't tell him. Behind Martial Path Mountain, Zhou Zhongmao and Cousin trained. "Cousin, I am here." When he found out that Cousin was so strong, he was really happy. When he was sparring with his cousin, he told his cousin what he should pay attention to when fighting and how he could make himself in the safest state during the fight. Zhou Zhongmao noticed that Cousin's comprehension of each martial art was really deep. He cultivated to the legendary returning to true realm. That was a really terrifying level. Even for him, he had only cultivated 2 martial arts to the return to simplicity realm. It wasn't that he didn't want to cultivate, but to cultivate to returning to true realm, he didn't just need to train hard. He needed to comprehend the martial path. One day Cousin will become an expert standing at the peak of the martial path. Zhou Zhongmao thought to himself. Cousin's understanding of the martial path was much stronger than his. Sparring with him till night, Zhou Zhongmao's forehead was covered in sweat. This non-stop sparring was really tiring. Even if he felt like he could crazily fight on, he felt like his internal strength couldn't keep up. But on the other hand, his cousin was fine. It was like he wasn't tired at all. Lin Fan was really calm and didn't feel tired at all. Cousin had trained with him till now, which gave him a huge comprehension of fighting. Stamina and internal strength were endless and would never stop. The small support system was still okay. It was a little amazing. July 29th. This was the second day of old Master Chen's death. Jiang City was cleared out. Everyone in the Chun manor had dark and sunken expressions. Sad music spread out. Many commoners gathered and stood outside the Chun manor to cry and mourn for old Master Chen. They were sad. Old Master Chen was such a good person, but he actually died just like that. Chen Xiao couldn't take the crying outside. What were the commoners crying for? Were they here to laugh at him? He wanted to pull out his blade and chop those commoners to death. However, Li Tsong stopped him. "Young master, stop messing around. They were here to send old master off, and now that you went out to chop them, that wasn't right." Within the morning hall, the coffin was placed there. Old Master Chen's head was gone, and he couldn't find it at the location. In the end, he had no choice but to use a vase as his head, and then he covered it with a cloth. It was okay to look at his face, but it was okay to look at his body. The rich merchants in the city came to pay their respects. A fat man who was a rich merchant in Jiang City pulled Chan Xingyao's hand. His voice was choked up, emotions surged out. "Kid. Haze." Words were tough to express. He could only wipe away his tears. He really wanted to say, "My dear nephew, I've known your father for decades, and your father is a bastard who tricked me so badly. But now that he's dead, I'm really happy and don't know what to say." Chapter 129. Chen Xingyao had tolerated this fatty for a long time. He knew how badly this fatty had been cheated by his father. Now, he actually came to pay his respects. It was so fake. They wanted to slap Fatty's face right there and then. What the fuck are you doing here? Are you here to laugh at my Chen family? Chen family steward patted young master and reminded him not to be rash. It depended on what day it was. Chen Xingyao made a mental note of the fatty's oily face. Good job. Just you wait. One day, I'll chop up your rotten flesh and feed it to the dogs. There were also all the wealthy merchants present. He remembered all of them in his heart. There weren't many good people who came to mourn today. They were all here to watch the show. It wasn't easy for the Chen family to reach this level. If he didn't have the ability, he probably wouldn't have been able to do such a thing. At this moment, a sound came from outside. Master Huang of the Huang family and young Master Huang are here to offer their condolences. Inside the morning hall, everyone's eyes were looking outside. A few servants carried a chair. Master Huang, who was unable to move, sat on it while Huang Boren followed beside him expressionlessly. He also came to laugh at me? Chen Xingyao's heart was very gloomy. He had a fierce fight with Huang Boren. Now that something like this had happened, it was definitely the best time to come and watch the show. The Chen family steward whispered, "Young master, calm down." He felt bitter in his heart. The young master's temper was too explosive. He was really afraid that the young master would get into an argument with the other party at this time. At that time it would be the Chen family that would lose face. Now that the old master has passed away, the Chen family has suffered heavy losses, and there are many things waiting to be done. Young master is needed to carry the flag and lead the Chen family back on the right track. There was hope, and the chances were not small, as long as young master worked hard. When they arrived outside the morning hall, old Master Huang had someone put him down, and Huang Boren went forward to support him. The steward of the Chen clan immediately stepped forward and said in a dejected tone, "Master Huang." His heart was bitter. His master had fought with Master Huang his whole life, but he knew that Master Huang wasn't the kind of person who would take advantage of others when they were down. If the Chen family wanted to rise again, they would need old Master Huang's support. Old Master Huang trembled as he stood up. He nodded and slowly walked towards the morning hall. The merchants in the morning hall all retreated to the side and looked at old Master Huang. Compared to old Master Huang, they were not just a tiny bit inferior. This was the real boss. Master Huang stood in front of the coffin and looked at the corpse inside. The situation was clear. Chen Daoyun was sent back. Even his head was gone, and only his body was left. He felt melancholy. After muddling around for decades and fighting for decades, it actually ended up like this. After offering incense, old Master Huang walked in front of Chen Xingyao and raised his hand slightly. Chen Xingyao wanted to retreat but was stopped by the Chen family manager. Old Master Huang placed his hand on Chen Xingyao's shoulder and said sincerely, "The Chen family will depend on you in the future." Chen Xingyao didn't think much of it. It was like a cat crying for a mouse, disgusting. After that, old Master Huang looked at the Chen family housekeeper and said, "Housekeeper, you have followed Brother Chen for more than 20 years. You should have learned many things. In the future, you should support your young master well." Steward Yu's expression was resolute. "I will do my best." No matter what the old master had done or what his identity was, Steward Yu wouldn't think too much about it. He just wanted to repay Steward Yu's kindness. He knew the young master's character. It wasn't reliable. The chance of young master prospering the Chen family was small, but no matter what, he had to do his best to support him. Li Tsong stood at the side and thought to himself that he would definitely be praised. He had spent a long time in the Chen family. What a waste. Old Master Huang walked past him and didn't say a word. Damn. He didn't give him any face at all? Or was he saying that he wasn't good enough? He was unhappy. Scoff, one day I will kill all of you. Chen Xingyao looked at the back view of him leaving and swore in his heart. Steward Yu looked at young master's expression and knew that he hated him. He felt helpless. Just at that moment, voices spread from outside. Martial Path Mountain sect leader is here to pay his respects. Damn. Damn. Everyone looked out. Martial Path Mountain people came. Didn't they say that young Master Chen's relationship with Martial Path Mountain was a little tense? What was the meaning of this? He couldn't understand. When Lin Fan brought his cousin over, he bumped into Huang Boren. At the same time, he saw Old Master Huang for the first time. He didn't understand. Old Master Huang was around the same age as Old Master Chun. Old Master Chun was pumped up. Old Master Huang was really dispirited. He even needed someone to help him walk. Chan Xinyao looked at the silly guy beside Lin Fan and was so furious that his heart was about to explode. Of course, although he didn't come into contact with Lin Fan, what happened next definitely had something to do with this fellow. Rage points plus 111. Rage points plus 66. He gained rage points right after entering and it was double. Interesting. Li Tsong didn't hate the silly guy, he hated Lin Fan. Even if a few days had passed, his face still hurt. All of this was done by that bastard. He was the Chun family teacher. He was someone with status. You just fucking grabbed me and slapped me. You didn't just slap my face, you slapped my pride. Chun family doesn't welcome the two of you, Scram. Chan Xiao couldn't take it anymore and scolded. The people present didn't say anything. But when they looked at one another, their expressions were filled with many meanings. Like they were saying, Chun family was finished. Young Master Chun was just like that, unable to keep calm at all. There was no saving him. Lin Fan was calm and felt a little regretful. Young Master Chun, this is the first time we have met, so why chase me away? I have met Old Master Chun several times. I was prepared to come when Martial Path Mountain opened, but who knew that he would face such a situation? My heart hurts, so I came to pay my respects. However, young Master Chen's actions are really disappointing. I thought that a tiger father wouldn't have a dog son, who knew? Forget it, I will leave after offering incense. Lin Fan walked forwards to take the incense and lit it up. He prayed in his heart. Old Master Chun, have a good trip. I don't know where your head went, it was taken away by that leader. The one who killed you was your son, it had nothing to do with me. Li Tsong felt great. Young Master was overbearing. Young Master was handsome. He had to make the two of them scram. Damn, his face was in so much pain. Chun Xiao was really pent up. If not for the fact that no one in Chun family could beat that silly guy, he would have pulled out his blade and killed those two bastards. He could bear with others, but he couldn't bear with that silly guy. Lin Fan finished offering incense and didn't stay. When he walked to the door, he shook his head. Haze, how disappointing. Damn. Chan Xinyao nearly kicked the brazier that he used to burn incense for his father. Fuck you. This was a blatant provocation to me. The surrounding merchants all had some thoughts. The Martial Path Mountain sect leader, who hadn't even opened, dared to comment in Chan family. Didn't that mean that they could comment too? To be honest, they didn't think that they couldn't compare to Martial Path Mountain. Although their hearts were tempted, in the end they didn't do anything. Manager, you wanted to chase. Unfortunately, he didn't catch up. Chan Xinyao stared. What are you chasing for? One day I will trample Martial Path Mountain flat. Manager, you was depressed. With Chun family's current situation, it was really dangerous. Old Master's relationship network was really complicated. But once Old Master died, the network would naturally be destroyed. They wouldn't work with people who weren't familiar with the situation. Even if he was Old Master's son. Outside. Right now, Lin Fan was thinking about how he should wipe out the Chun family. Brother Lin. Huang Boren's voice spread into his ear. Huang Boren didn't leave after coming out. He leaned against the Chun family wall and waited for Lin Fan to come out. Lin Fan smiled. Brother Huang, why didn't you go back? I am waiting for you, let's chat. Huang Boren said. Within a tea house. Huang Boren brewed the tea and suddenly said, Brother Lin, you couldn't have been the one behind the Chun family's incident, right? He knew that it was impossible, but he had some doubts in his heart and wanted to ask for an explanation. Of course. He knew that it was the same whether he asked or not. No one would say anything. Lin Fan smiled. How is that possible? I invited Old Master Chun to the opening ceremony, so isn't it unnecessary for me to do that? Haha, I am just asking, I don't have any other intentions. Huang Boren said. Lin Fan said, it is okay, even if it is, there is no meaning. So our little Huang wasn't a fool to actually suspect that. Of course he definitely wasn't sure. If he was, he wouldn't have asked like that. Regret. From those words, one could see that Martial Path Mountain wasn't strong enough. He actually had some doubts and wasn't sure. To him, he didn't have high hopes. Zhou Zhongmao drank large mouthfuls of tea. He felt that the taste was okay, but it wasn't that interesting. Just as Lin Fan and Huang Boran were talking, Zhou Zhongmao went to find the manager. It was too fast to take a big bowl. Such a small cup, who was it for? It couldn't quench his thirst at all. After a long while, Lin Fan brought Zhou Zhongmao away. Huang Boran paid the bill. The manager smiled, a total of 20 silver. This price made Huang Boran a little angry. How could he be a scammer? The manager knew that young Master Huang was angry, so he pointed at the teapots outside. He said that the simple and honest-looking, silly-looking guy drank it. That night, Yu City's remote border, 2 people appeared. Lin Wani grabbed a handful of dirt and rubbed it with his fingertips. Normally speaking, dirt would turn into mud when he rubbed it, but this dirt was as tough as stone. As the dirt is starting to change, it is changing really quickly. He raised his head and looked out. In front of him was the black night sky. However, in Lin Wani's eyes, he saw something that others couldn't see. It was a layer of rainbow-like mist. Cracks slowly appeared. Although it wasn't clear, there were indeed cracks. If one looked from above, one would notice. This non-existent barrier spread far and wide, and Yu City was just one point. 1,000 miles away, there would be another city leaning against the barrier. Old Wu said, with the current situation we still need a period of time. It is further than what we expected. Old Master, there is one more thing. The Yin demons in the East Forest seem to be migrating. And Lin Wani frowned. Migrating? Old Wu said, yes, they are migrating. Let's go take a look. Lin Wani felt that things weren't simple. The Yin demon territory was fixed and rarely did they migrate. Chapter 130. East Forest. This place was really dark. Yu City people rarely passed here unless they had no choice. If they did, then no one would be able to stop them. Whether or not they could pass depended on luck. Of course, if there were experts like Old Wu and Lin Wani, then it would be fine. Lin Wani checked the situation around. There was no Yin demon aura, they had all disappeared. Damn! Although he knew that the Yin demons didn't keep their promises, there was no need to do that, right? They had an agreement in the past. A bunch of untrustworthy fellows. Lin Wani was furious. He didn't expect them to actually run. Old Wu said helplessly, Old Master, it seems like we broke the agreement. Lin Wani gritted his teeth helplessly and said angrily, unfilial kid. Rage points plus 66. Thinking about it, it made sense. If not for this kid playing with the Yin demons, how would such a thing happen? Of course, it wasn't his fault that he charged into the East Forest and killed so many Yin demons that they were terrified. It was all that unfilial kid's fault, and he was just helping him clean up. Old Wu felt really awkward. Young Master, I didn't purposely push Old Master's rage onto you. I just didn't pay attention and casually said it, and Old Master pushed it onto you. He missed Young Master. Who knew how he was on Martial Path Mountain? Lin Wani and Old Wu continued to head in. Slowly, they saw many corpses in the depths of the East Forest. These corpses were dried up, kneeling on the ground. They raised their heads and opened their mouths. Their arms were bent, and their fingers were like claws. It was like they had suffered from unbearable pain when they were alive. Old Wu looked closely, and his expression changed. Old Master, these are the bodies of the Yin demons. They actually gave up their original bodies to play with. Did they attach to humans? Lin Wani's head hurt. Why did they leave? They could just talk about it. He wouldn't beat them up, but they left without saying goodbye. That made him sad. He knew Yin demons would become weak under sunlight, but if they gave up their original bodies and attached to humans, such a situation wouldn't happen. However, they would lose many of their own abilities. Old Wu thought about a possibility. Old Master, it seems like the Yin demons that attach to humans will escort all the Yin demons out of here. They are afraid that we will catch up. That was true. The Yin demons had such a thought. They already feared Lin Wani. To the Yin demons, Lin Wani was even more terrifying than them. If they didn't rush, what if he caught up? The consequences would be dire. Old Wu said, Master, should we give chase? Forget it, let's not chase after them. Looking at the condition of the corpse, it should have been a day and a night. We won't be able to catch up and we don't know where they went. He didn't expect that the departure of the demons would cause a murder case in a certain place. He didn't take these things to heart. He didn't have such pitiful thoughts. His goal was to defend U City and he wouldn't go anywhere else. In the distance, a few figures were holding boxes in their hands. Their speed was extremely fast, as if they were stuck to the ground. They traveled hundreds of miles in a day, but vaguely, their bodies showed signs of cracking. It was as if he ran too fast and his body couldn't take it. The next day, Old Master Chun was arranged to be buried. It wasn't that he didn't want to keep it for a while longer, but that no one would come to see it. Chun Shengyao felt that the house was gloomy and uncomfortable, so he urged for the burial. Old Master Chun had many friends in the past, but don't mention them now. Those who knew that Old Master Chun died didn't come to see as there was no need. If he was dead, then there was no value in working with him. As for working with Chun Shengyao, what a joke, it wasn't like they hadn't seen him before. Li Tsong came to the city gate and posted a notice. Instantly, many commoners gathered to look. My young master has issued a warrant to find the killer of Old Master. Whoever can tell us who the killer is will be rewarded with 10,000 silver. Li Tsong shouted. The commoners were shocked. 10,000 silver? Oh my God, that was too much. They had never seen so much money in their lives. No, even if they didn't eat or drink, they wouldn't be able to earn so much money. All the commoners were tempted. As long as they told them who the killer was, they would be able to get the money. Anyway, they didn't need to risk their lives to fight the killer. Of course, some commoners shouted in their hearts. They had to find out who the killer was. It wasn't for money but to take revenge for Old Master Chun. Li Tsong saw that more and more people gathered and was satisfied with the effect. He also wanted the 10,000 silver. But unfortunately, he couldn't find the killer. Actually, he was thinking, why didn't young master find Old Master's head? If he found the head, he would give 5,000 silver. If Chun Shengyao knew, he would definitely curse out. Find what head? If he found it, would he have to dig up the corpse and install it before burying it again? At this moment, Li Tsong unhappily took out another notice and pasted it on the other side of the city gate. This notice was for Chun family to find experts. Each month he would get 100 silver. The higher his cultivation, the higher the monthly salary. To Li Tsong, this was a sign that young master didn't love him. He was sincere and had sacrificed his life for Chun family. His cultivation wasn't low. He was also the Chun family teacher. His monthly salary was only 15 silver. Now the notice was asking for 100 silver. Where are you placing me, Li Tsong? His heart hurt, he felt tired. After pasting it, he didn't have the mood to shout and left right away. He prayed in his heart. Please don't let anyone come. I don't welcome them. Chun family just has me. If someone really came, he would let them see what an expert was. Martial Path Mountain. When Lin Fan learned that Chun family was searching for the killer, and offered 10,000 silver, he wasn't in a good mood. Who were they insulting? He was the Martial Path Mountain sect leader, and he was only worth 10,000 silver. Even with cousin and leader, it was only 30,000. What was that? He was obviously looking down on him. Of course, the contents of the other notice were a little interesting. It seemed like Chun Shengyao was terrified. He thought that Old Master Chun was killed by an enemy, and would take revenge on him. He eagerly wanted to find experts to protect the house, even willing to pay a huge price. Chun family teacher Li Tsong was at Martial Path grade 6. He was really weak. Maybe cousin could stare him to death with just one gaze. Such a teacher, if an enemy really came, he wouldn't be able to protect him. Old Master Chin's death was a huge blow to Chun Shengyao. No, it should be said that it gave him huge pressure. To the people who set up stalls around Chun family, Chun Shengyao was definitely sad. He would head out every day, but now he hadn't gone out for 2 days. Unfortunately, they were unable to console young Master Chun. If not, they would have gone to console him. Chun Shengyao stayed at home and was really bored. However, thinking about the unknown dangers outside, he bore with it and stayed at home. Young Master, the notice has been posted out. The killer of Old Master will definitely be caught. Li Tsong consoled. Although young Master didn't treat him well. Seeing young Master so haggard, he felt really bad. I don't care whether or not he is caught. I just want to know whether or not there are experts coming. Chen Xingyao's eyes turned red as he hollered. He was in a bad situation. He was on tenterhooks. If there were experts by his side, how good would that be? Young master, with me protecting you, I definitely won't let anyone hurt you. Li Tsong straightened his back and swore. Now that Chen family was in trouble. As the Chen family teacher, it was time for him to stand out and show his determination to young master. Shut up. Chen Xingyao scolded. If I relied on you, who knows how many times I would have died. Damn. Li Tsong felt like his pride was heavily injured. Other people didn't believe him. Now even young master didn't believe him. How hateful. At that moment, manager Yu walked in. Young master, Chen family's business is being obstructed. After old master was buried, those merchants started to attack Chen family. Damn, young master, please make a decision. Manager Yu was really busy, so busy that his head was in a mess. There were just too many enemies. Even if Chen family was rich and could drag it out for a period of time, how long could they drag it out for? Chen Xingyao waved his hands. Go deal with it, do as you see fit. His heart wasn't here. He just wanted an expert to protect him. Manager Yu was helpless. My young master, you can't do that, otherwise the entire Chen family would be ruined. Young master, an expert is here. At that moment, a servant came to inform. Chen Xingyao was delighted. He got up and walked outside. Let's go take a look. Li Tsong was really unhappy. Damn. Not long after it was posted, someone came. He then prayed in his heart, please don't let an expert come. In the courtyard, there were 3 men standing there. They had all seen the notice posted by the Chen family and came to give it a try. They looked at one another, looking down on one another. That moment, Chen Xingyao walked over, and when he saw those people he asked, are you all experts? Everyone exchanged glances with one another. The question was a little direct. But all of them said confidently, that's right, I am an expert. Chen family's monthly salary was too generous. Those who were chosen would get at least 100 silver, and there was no upper limit. They rubbed their palms and were prepared to show off. Li Tsong looked at them in disdain. A short guy with a bare chest and thick chest hair held 2 hammers in his hands. Just one look and one knew that the proportions weren't balanced. Trash. A scholarly-looking guy waved his fan like he was really confident. To him, he was just a weakling. Trash. What was going on? He was holding a hat-like weapon that was connected to an iron chain. Was he a flying guillotine? Hiki. Trash. All of them were trash. Okay, since you all say that you are experts, then let me see how strong you are. Li Tsong, let me try. Chen Xingyao said. Yes, young master. Li Tsong was a little impatient from waiting. He had wanted to beat them up for a long time. They actually dared to steal his limelight. They were all sick of living. Who did they think Li Tsong was? Li Tsong raised his head and was really arrogant. All of you attack together. Don't waste my young master's time. In front of young master, he had to show more confidence. Also, his aura naturally wouldn't be weak. The short guy holding 2 hammers walked out. He hollered in rage and jumped up. The hammers smashed down and smashed into the ground. The green bricks cracked and many shrapnels shot out, leaving a deep hole. Go! Li Tsong's throat moved slightly. You go first, the one with the hammer will test you later. The guy holding the flying guillotine pointed at himself like he was asking, are you talking about me? After getting confirmation, he smiled and walked out.